Kumar. Uh, Hope everybody is here, right? So basically, I am working as a professor at School of Computer and Information Sciences, University of Hyderabad. So the building is just to the other side of the campus. So this is my brief introduction, right? If you want to know my research interest and about my profile, just search my name on the Google. You will get to know about my research works and the background of mine. Basically, I do work in the research areas related to Internet of Things, and primarily my focus will be on the systems applications. It means developing some system applications using AI and ML methods. So this is just a brief background of myself, and I hope you're all from the teaching fraternity, right? Right. Okay. So you are from which particular domain? Commerce, right, right. Thank you. And right. So this session, basically I was given with the topics related to AI data pipeline. And interestingly, that the contents that I need to cover has already been framed for me. Actually, I did not prepare the contents, what to be delivered here. So it is good in one way that already a proper planning has been done so that you will try to acquire certain knowledge and the skills during this short period of the learning process that takes place here. And this is the second day for you. I am not sure about what is been done yesterday and what is been planned for next 2 or 3 days. But my focus will be on today. You try to get an understanding about the importance of data processing for your AI ML modeling. So what is the basic need, or why we need to do proper care, or what care should be taken for you to make a particular data that can be used for preparing a machine learning model. So this is one of the important tasks of machine learning process. Maybe you are already aware of some kind of exercises or some kind of processes that needs to take place, that needs to be done. Maybe my discussion will try to enlighten you with some more content, hopefully, and you will try to appreciate it, hopefully. And if you are not knowing, yes, better you get an update. If you are already known, just try to follow the exercise. Actually, I was presuming that you will be sitting in the lab, so that simultaneously you will also be doing some work which I am trying to show you. That's what actually I was tuned myself, but nevertheless, I'll try to adjust myself. And the material that I'm going to give to you definitely will be shared to you on your central repository. I think some link is given to me. So once the session is over, we'll try to post it there. And now this session will be for around 1.5 hours, followed by a lab session. So whatever the thing that is related to the lab in this particular first 1.5 hours, if you cannot do it, better you do it in the next 1.5 hours. That's how we can go ahead about it. So now this content for this particular session is basically about the stages and the components of Hope I'm audible to you. Right. So what we are trying to understand is on the stages and components of AI data pipeline. Before I start discussing, please remember, whenever you are trying to prepare some AI or ML model, the majority of the task, majority of the work will be done during this particular stage only. So 80% of the work will be concentrated on this particular activity. Most of the project works related to preparing AI ML model will focus on the important task. So why this is very important, and what is that this is going to be helpful for preparing the ML model is the point of discussion. Before we start, So what is AI? What does AI stands for, or what is the meaning of AI? I'm not looking for a textbook definition. Try to give in your own way or in your own view. An intelligence possessed by machines. So I'll put the question in another way now. What is intelligence? Capability to do something meaningfully and logically, right? I put that intelligence in my words. These are my words here. It's not any scientist or any textbook definition. So what is the meaning of that intelligence? As you mentioned, the given intelligence to a machine. So according to different literature and different context, the ability to perceive, understand, and realize the new situation is basically called as a intelligence. And if this intelligence can be given to a machine, then we can say that the machine is said to be artificially intelligent. So what is the meaning of the ability to perceive, understand, and realize? Means perceiving. He need not be thinking like a human. Yes, when you are seeing something, right? So you are trying to understand by seeing, by hearing, by touching, or by sensing something, right? So you are trying to acquire certain information through various sense organs or through various sense means. So you are trying to perceiving certain things. Once you perceive it, what is that you are trying to do? As a human being, we try to collect. That is, perceiving is nothing but, in another way, it is nothing but collection of information. So once that information is collected, so we try to process it. It is not categorizing. Categorizing comes in the later stage. We try to process it. As a human tendency, we have that ability to. That means not every human being will have. Different human beings will have different cognitive levels, and they have different capabilities to understand, process it, understand it, and after understanding it, do some action. According to that understanding, some decision has been given by our brain based on our cognitive levels, means the amount of knowledge you acquired, some kind of action has to be performed. So all those things, realizing means nothing but the action there. So if that is done, all those three things are done, you say that is capable to have some intelligence. So intelligence again have different quotients. Intelligent quotients are there, intelligence levels are there. Human to human, person to person, those intelligent quotients are going to be varied. If that intelligence, that process, the entire process to perceiving, understanding, and realizing, that entire set of processes are given to a machine or to a object or to a particular physical entity. So basically that machine or an object or that particular body is said to be having some intelligence, but that intelligence is said to be called as artificially intelligent. But what we are having is basically a natural intelligence. So moving further about what is called as artificial intelligence, to prepare an artificial intelligence system, the backbone of that, the basic ingredient, the ingredient is nothing but the most important aspect is the data. So whenever you want to prepare such kind of artificial intelligence system, then how that particular system can be developed, designed and developed, how the artificial intelligence system can be designed and developed. The basic ingredient, the basic thing that is required for that artificial intelligence system to be brought up is the data. Now the data can be of different forms. So as you see here, data is basically a plural form according to that. Datum is the singular form. So data can be of different types. So it can be textual data, it can be video, audio, it can be a multimedia data that you are seeing. It has got numerical value, categorical values, different data can be in any form. So you take, as you mentioned, your sense organs are collecting information or that data, which is a collecting of different types of data. Similarly, artificial intelligence system also can collect different forms of data, and once the data is been collected, then again the same natural process of processing the data, then making some proper realizations, making proper decisions, then making some actions to that. So that goes on. So data is the foundation of any AI system. Please remember, without data, obviously you cannot make a proper AI system. So data is the basic ingredient here. Now it can take many forms that you have seen it here. What does the data do? Data allows the AI systems to learn from patterns. It means the data has got some meaningful information. The intricacies of data, The data has got a lot of meaningful information is there. So that meaningful information is being extracted from that data by your algorithm or by some logic. That logic will help you to prepare a proper intelligent system. So that's what, to prepare a certain intelligent system where data is the basic ingredient, the data itself has got some the intricacies, the internal details of the data has got certain patterns. That patterns will allow you to make the system to be more reliable, more robust, more efficient artificial intelligence system. So that artificial intelligence systems can be brought out from the data that makes accurate decisions and predictions to be made use of. So what are the examples of data in artificial intelligence? Some of the examples, like if you look for certain product recommendations. Yes, please. Sorry? Yeah, please. Yeah. No need to ask for permission. You are welcome almost. Yeah. So here you might have seen when you are using certain e-commerce websites and other websites which you have been browsing. So one of them is your product recommendations that you often see it. So some kind of artificial intelligence, some kind of mechanism is being followed there. So it is recommending automatic recommendations for you based on your past history, based on your clicks, or based on your browsing history, based on whatever you are doing it on that corresponding website. Some kind of data collection, that some kind of sensing is being done by that particular corresponding system, and it try to give some kind of recommendations. Image recognitions, nowadays you are using image recognitions, and voice assistance. All these are different examples where data is playing the crucial part, the important ingredient here. So that the data can be in any form. That's what you are seeing here, the examples of data in AI. Now the artificial intelligence system is becoming a powerful tool for solving problems, automating processes, and making efficient decision making systems. Now when you prepare an artificial intelligence system, please remember the data, which is very much important here, requires certain characteristics. The data that you are going to use it for preparing an artificial intelligence system needs to have certain qualities. So if you are giving certain data, you are considering some data, giving or data, what I mean to say is, if you are using some data to prepare an artificial intelligence system, and if the data is of not proper quality, obviously the AI system that you are expected to do something will not be also that much quality. It means garbage in, garbage out. If you are giving a garbage in data, garbage means, what do you mean by garbage data? That is unwanted data. With unwanted data you are preparing an AI system, the AI system will also become an unwanted AI system only. One good example is nothing but, remember in 2014, I suppose, Amazon, everybody knows about the Amazon company, right? This 2014, it is early stages of artificial intelligence and machine learning processes. I'm talking about 2014, 2012, 13, during that particular time. When the Amazon started for their recruitment process, they want to do some automation. It means there are so many resumes are coming to that company. Now that resumes are to be properly sorted out and proper recruitment has to be done. So of course all these are nothing but because to overcome the manual processes, they want to do some kind of automation. They want to develop an app. That app is basically try to, when whoever submits the resumes, that resumes are been sorted out based on certain characteristics, certain quality parameters, and automatically the recruitment process, the stages, early stages of screening the applications will be done by that particular app. So later this was done as a practice in the early stages of that Amazon during 2014, 15, 16, 17, and in 2018 the routers company, they identified that Amazon has stopped using that app. You know what may be the reason? Because that app that was been developed, or the AI system that developed to scrutiny the applications, the resumes, that were biased. Biased in the sense gender bias. Most of the applicants that the app was selecting is of male gender. Male gender people, after 2-3 years they identified that that app is unfortunately selecting only male applications from the means male resumes were been selected. Why? What may be the reason? They identified it and again they stopped that automation of that selection of that applications through those apps. They stopped it. Sorry? executives only, basically the entry level jobs, different categories are there in that one. You need not worry about that. Our essence is not that particular thing. We are not looking for what is the type of application. It is a process, it is happened there. Let us try to focus on our point of. Yes, basically the one of the problem was that for that app is nothing but the historical data or whatever the data that is given to prepare that app, the 10 years data they have collected, and most of the data that is given, those are related to the mail applications only, and obviously the prepared model AI system is also trying to look for the mail applications only, and they are scrutinizing that particular process. So that was not identified in a very quick stage, and it's the reality. It's not just a story or it is being built up. You can just search it on the Google, you'll get the complete story here. So it's not app was prepared. The data that was collected and the data that is considered to prepare the AI system, the data consists of majority of that applications. Means once you prepare an AI system, today you will see what are the steps to be done for preparing an AI system. That is what the crux of this particular session. Yeah, so here the majority of those data that is given are related to the male genders applications data. So machine also is looking for picking the male applications only, mostly based on certain criteria. So the crux here means the important point what I am trying to say is garbage in, garbage out. Just remember the sentence. If you are not taking a proper data, a quality data, obviously you will get a system that is of not that much expected quality. That is the point you need to understand here. So in not only garbage in, garbage out, there are certain characteristics are there we need to consider before preparing a machine learning model or an AI system. So that's what the today's discussion, I will try to focus on majority of the things, and that's why the any project which is been done or related to AI and ML model preparation, 80% of the task, 80% of the activity that is involved in preparing the AI system or the ML model will be involved in the data preparations only. So once your data is good, once the data is enough, then only the better AI system is expected to generate. Otherwise, if data is not properly, data is the basic ingredient, like your food. When you are preparing your food, if your ingredients are of not proper quality, obviously the expected taste, expected output is also the same thing. The same principle works here also. So please remember that one. So what is that meaning? AI systems depend on high quality data. What is that high quality? That is a very big word actually. Technically speaking, there are so many points to be considered there. So that's what the high quality will let us see. Poor data leads to poor model performance. That's what example I was trying to tell you. In order to have a high quality data line, data pipeline to be considered, you need to have certain stages, certain steps. At every stage or at every level of data processing, some kind of quality measures will be incorporated. Those quality measures, what are those? Let us try to understand in today's discussion. So basically the data processing pipeline. Pipeline means nothing but a set of stages, set of steps. The steps that needs to be considered to prepare certain data, that data that can be used for preparing an AI system. Hope I am able to get your points. Are you able to get the pace and the understanding is okay, right? So what are the things that you need to consider? The data pipeline, that stages, needs to make sure that the data is very accurate. The data is having consistency across those pipeline stages, maintaining certain consistencies. It should be scalable. It means a new data is coming. Even then, the data processing should not may lead to a different type of model here. Scalability should be there. Reliable. So the trustworthiness, reliability should also be maintained here. So before that, to add to these points, one more example I'll try to emphasize here. Sorry. Yes, you can add it. So now so many things, the characteristics, sustainability, accountability is that. I just listed out ensure. When I say ensure means at least these things should be there. The other attributes, the other characteristics can also definitely will be in plus point only for your ML model to be done. Okay, now looking to this example, what I try to say is accurate data. How much accuracy or how much data is required? If you want to prepare a better AI system, how much data is required? Is there any quantification for that? Means how much data, how many samples of data, how much quantity of data is required to prepare a better AI system? Is there any number for that? As such in the literature, no. It all depends on the application for which you are preparing a AI system. So the data size, the accuracy, if you want to improve a better accurate AI system, what should be the optimum or what is the ideal data size? As such, there is no formula, as such there is no number, please remember it. For different applications, you may have different data sizes. So better AI systems are also being produced. For example, I think you might have seen the Google, when you are using the Google Mail, so automatic responses used to come. Google used to suggest something. If you want to send a reply, in the bottom of your message, send forward is there. At the bottom of your body of the message, some kind, it's not summary, some kind of reply messages that automatically Google is suggesting you to the sender to send some auto reply messages will be coming, you know. Something like that, yeah, some kind of automatic reply messages. How those automatic reply messages the Google was able to suggest to you, depending on the context and the subject matter and the body on the previous content which the sender has sent to you, some kind of related one. For that to prepare, you remember Google has used around 2 million data sets with and without proper way of, means the machine that was prepared to use or to suggest some kind of messages for you to automatically reply it. Google has used huge quantity of data, that is around 2 million sets of data samples they considered. If you look to one more example, there is one professor actually, Tangmang, from the Chinese guy only. He prepared one neural network model. Actually, that neural network model is meant for you to classification of certain orthopedic disease from certain images. He prepared by using only around 600 plus images. You see the size, the number of samples that Chinese professor has used to prepare an AI system is around only 600 data samples. But now the Google has used how much? Around 2 million. It means there is no such number actually. Please remember, data size doesn't matter. Whether it is small data samples or whether it is large data samples, doesn't matter. The quality of the data is mattering here. So as such, to get an accurate system, the data size is not the important criteria here. So we'll see other consistency, scalability and reliability during our discussions with some other examples that goes on. Now primarily, the key stages in the AI data pipeline. What are the steps? What are the stages that needs to be followed for preparing the data sets with a quality manner? So these are the basic steps, basic stages. No need to write it, don't worry, this material I am giving to you, don't worry. As it is, I will give to you, I am not going to make any changes. But if you want to, when some examples or some numbers, please write down those things, that will be easy for you to remember. So simple steps here, simple stages: data collection, data annotation. Annotation means, annotation is nothing but labeling. Labeling, so I am giving some labels to a particular data. Annotation is the scientific word here. Some people in layman terminology, because you are from commerce, so sometimes you may not use it. Computer science and IT field, we use the term annotation. Scientifically, scientific purpose, annotation is the right word, but in generic, it is basically nothing but labeling or tagging. In other words, it's called also tagging. Then we have data pre-processing, then data splitting, and feeding the data into the, once the data has gone through or it is churned, it is prepared properly following those steps, then the data can be given to prepare an AI model or an AI system. To do all those things, to do all those stages, some kind of components, some kind of blocks are required here. Those are called as key components. These are major components or core components. Something, this process, data collection is going to happen with the process called as ingestion. Ingestion is nothing but collection of information. Once the data has been collected, it has to be stored somewhere. That storage process is going to be there. Storage is another entity which keep hold of data for some kind of processing to be done in the later stages. Then the processing happens. So what type of processing will happen? Let us see that step by step will be there internally. This is just a big picture of the work, and today's another next 45 minutes to 1 hour will discuss this only: data collection, data annotation, data pre-processing, data splitting and feeding the data into the AI models. So to do all those steps, we have core components. These are processing, annotations, validations, model training, and deployment of the AI system. So these are the major components that we see for your preparation of this. So what is data collection? Just now in the beginning of our discussion, I asked you, so what is that intelligence means? The ability to perceive. Perceiving is nothing but collection of information. So that is what the first step will be, the ability to collect the information. We as a natural human being, our eyes, ears, the nose has got some sense organs. They have the ability, God has given us that gift. So that ability, automatically we try to smell, sense, see, hear, understand, all those things. The sense organs are the most ingredients here for us. Similarly, the data collections, from where do you get the data? How do you collect the data? Okay, now we are going to prepare an artificial intelligence system. In order to prepare an artificial intelligence system, a machine has to understand certain things. The machine has to do certain activity for us. The machine has to do some performance for us. Then you need to give some data to that machine. What data that machine should understand. In order to give that data to that, first you need to know from where you will get the appropriate and the related data. That the data that is necessary for using and for preparing that AI system, artificial intelligence system. So there are so many sources are there, so many ways which you can collect some data and you can prepare an artificial intelligence system. What are the various sources that are available? Majorly or importantly, you get one of the sources we as a human being himself. So we can also give some data based on our own understandings. You can give the data to the machine. So how will you give it? That we will see it in the later stage. So machines also can give some data from one machine to the other machines. Digital platforms like e-commerce platform, social media platforms. You are seeing so much of data is moving across the internet. Going across the internet, so much of data is happening. Everybody is giving certain data from their WhatsApp messages or exchanging some data. So a lot of data is moving across so many electronic devices which are connected over the internet. So data can come from various sources. Data can come from the artificial sensors too. Sensors means the sensors are nothing but another entities which collect some information from the environment, ambience or environment. So you keep some sensors here. Now see the room is been very cold. So if you want to know what is the temperature in this room, who is collecting that information or who is recognizing that information, what is the temperature, humidity, and what type of gases are there in this room? If you are deployed with certain sensors here, the sensors will keep on do their activity. Like natural sensors, our natural sense organs are there. Artificial sensors are also available there, which will be help us to understand the ambience parameters, means ambience environmental condition. The environmental condition, what is the environmental condition? In this environment, in this room, now the temperature is around 20 degrees. How do you come to know? There will be a temperature sensor. What is the humidity in this room? How will you come to know? There will be a humidity sensor. What is the light intensity in this room? There will be a light sensor. What gases are there? How much carbon dioxide is there in this room? Carbon dioxide sensor. It means you have to deploy certain sensors, and automatically the sensors also will give certain information. Now if you deploy that sensors across different environments, you collect different environmental parameters information. So from there also you are getting some data. So data can come from various sources. Now data can come also from various public sources. Please remember, the public sources like publicly available websites are there. Some websites are related to research, some websites are related to government informations, some websites are related to available to law related to law websites, medical related to medical websites. It means they also give some data so that the data can be used for their exchange purpose and to prepare and understand the meaningful information and so on and so forth. You use data for so many purposes. So those publicly available websites, they also share some data to us. Similarly, what is the purpose of data collection? What is the main goal of actually the data collection? The main goal is we have to, in order to prepare an artificial intelligence system for a particular application, you need to collect a relevant data. Relevant data is needed for that artificial intelligence system to be prepared. It is not that I have some data, I use that data for anything, okay, I prepare it and you the same thing, garbage in, garbage out. you are preparing an AI system, but if that not related to relevant data, using the relevant data, you have not used it for preparation of your AI system, obviously AI system is not going to work according to your requirements. Diverse, it means that data should not be data should be diverse. Diverse means different. Diverse means different nature. Suppose the data is only related to only gender like male, only data is there, then obviously machine also will select only male applications. It should be, if it is not diverse, biasing is going to come. It means it is not prepared properly. So it should be diverse again, and high quality data sets. So ultimately the data collection should have all these things. What are the several things to consider when collecting the data? When you are collecting the data, most important things you need to understand. Please remember it. Those are nothing but from where did you collect the data? That is the important point. Some websites, some sources may not be reliable sources to take the data. Obviously, if you are not taking a reliable sources data, your machine also is not going to be prepared properly. It is like this only, please remember. But nowadays, problem with the internet is this. In the internet also, a lot of junk data is there. A lot of false informations are also there. So if you are giving false data to that machine, definitely the machine also will not work properly. So that is more dangerous. Again, these are the things that you need to understand. Reliable sources are very much required. What type of data is there? So data can be in any form. What are the forms of data? Yes, just recollect. My method of teaching or my method of sharing is interaction is very much needed. Please do try to interact it so that we move forward. How much data and what attributes do I need to have? How much data? As I said to you, data size is not the matter, but the quality data is important. And what are called attributes? Attributes means characteristics. What are other names for characteristics? Features. What are the other names? Like this. See, unfortunately, when a student studies it, a subject, students will study such that they by heart it. Unfortunately, they don't put their brains to properly understand the content properly. So features, if they ask you what are characteristics, they will not be able to tell. If you ask you what are the features, then they will tell you, because the answer to that point only. The mode in which they are preparing, that is a very dangerous point. So when as a teacher, it is our duty to tell what are all the synonyms are there. So what to the maximum extent the synonyms should be told, that at least something will get into their brain. Oh, so that word and this word are same. It means both are same. Those who are not good in the English language, for them it is most painful. Synonyms are required. So that's why my habit of in teaching in the class also, I go a lot of synonyms, whatever I can deliver it. So don't misunderstand me that I'm asking synonyms for you, just to have an interaction. Attributes, characteristics, features. Tell me some more. There are so many names actually. If you tell now, if you count, you will get it. Nature is not most relevant words are here. Yeah. I'll put another word, dimension. Dimension is, those who studied AI ML techniques, they'll know, but don't worry, just write down if you don't know. Dimension. What are the other things? Fields. See, fields, 5. Still I'm expecting. Columns. We use column name also, column. That is another, in different contexts, we use the same name. Column, fields, attributes, characteristics, features, dimensions, all are synonyms as far as the data science and the AI ML is concerned. Please remember. Still I'm expecting some more. Let us not waste time. I want to move further. If you keep on asking, then definitely some more will get there. You get an understanding here. Yeah. So what are the different ways? Data collection methods. One of the important ways is manual methods. In the olden days, you might have seen when you are doing a research work or when you are preparing certain kind of theses, or when you are preparing certain outputs to be understood. So you will be collecting some data. So the same way nowadays also, if you want to prepare certain or data collection should be done, one of the standardized way is to do some kind of survey. Survey means you prepare a survey form. You know how to prepare a survey form, right? Of course, certain expertise is also required. What fields, what questions should be asked, what data are you going to collect from that one. So meaningful information should be collected, so that meaningful information can be used for you to prepare the corresponding AI system. So these are the some, I have just put something like this, the forms are there. End of the session, again one, I don't know, computers are not there here. I thought that lab work, actually one prepared activity, then we'll see it later. So support satisfaction survey, website survey, customer satisfaction survey, market research survey. You're all from commerce, right? So you may be knowing more than me actually. So you need to prepare certain questions here, and this survey form is going to be circulated among the prospective participants. Then they will give some feedback. You collect the data.
Once you collect the means you are giving it, you collecting the data. Where you are going to store the data? It means these survey forms are going to be useful as one of the collection methods for the data. So that basically these survey forms are human curated entries. It means questions are been already curated. Depending on the expertise, the person is going to select those questions. This expert is going to be involved in that one. So proper questions, proper data is getting collected. That is also one way. But this is not the only way. This is one of the way. One of the data collection is your manual inputs. Then what are the other ways, please? What are the other ways? Collecting the data. Yes, data collection methods using sensors and IoTs. If you see this application here, so where the sensors are there, the sensors are been deployed in a farm, in agriculture. There also from there you are collecting certain data related to that agricultural application point of view. So what data you are collecting? What is the pH value? What is the temperature? What is the soil moisture value? What is the nitrogen oxide? I mean soil parameters, as well as the ambient parameters. You are deploying certain sensors there, the sensors which are there on the farm or in the field. From there you are collecting certain data. So this is basically related to IoT data. You deploy certain sensors, collect the data related to your agricultural farming. So that what is that you are going to use this particular for data collected for this from this particular application? It's like smart agriculture. So what is that you are going to use for? In your own words, one line. So later you will try to understand, if at all some humidity is there, soil moisture content is very dry, you need to water. The simple reasons, water has to be done. Something you can do, some kind of predictions, some kind of decision can be done by collecting the real-time data. Remember, real-time data, so that the plant will not die. So watering has to be done immediately. Some kind of nitrogen, phosphorus has to be done to the soils, so as and when it is required. So you are getting some, yes please. Disease reduction, very good. To identify what diseases are going to come, crop means you need to increase the production, you need to increase the yield, you need to go for the better production, better quality. You collect the data. This is also data collection only, but the data is coming from where? The data is coming from various sensors, you remember. Similarly, you are collecting data from your certain wearable devices. You are using smartwatches nowadays. So what is that you are doing with the smartwatch? Your physiological parameters. How much is my skin temperature? How much is my heart rate? How blood pressure, BP. Nowadays the technology is much advanced, so that you will come to know, now I should not walk. How many steps did I walk? If it is my BP is high, now I should not talk, I should not scream. So immediately real-time information is coming here. Again, data is coming from where? From sensors. That's the wearable devices. Data, that is also one form of data. Similarly, the pollution monitoring. It is smart parking situations, pollution monitoring, smart cities concept. In the smart cities concept also, you are trying to deploy certain IoTs. If you want me to talk, I'll talk one day talk on this one, but I'll not waste time because I am from that particular area only. I just brought one example that data can be collected from that particular sensors for you to prepare an artificial intelligence system in a better way, for a better product, so that the data is very much useful here. So this is also one way where you are collecting the data. Then other data collection methods. What are the other data collection methods? So you have different data is going to come from various applications, like banking applications. So if you are looking for the banking applications, you will see the transactions that are being done on the bank server. So the bank server will keep a track of the logs. Suppose the server is not working properly, systems are not working properly, or in a particular place where more number of transactions happening, or a high amount is being transacted there. Immediately so much of alerts, so much of triggers will come there. Actually a particular user is logging more number of times, so much of things can be realized nowadays. How they are able to know? So I'm keeping the track of all those informations using your banking transactions, website clicks, server activity logs. So there will be files called as log files. The log files keep a lot of data. So most of your AI systems are prepared based on that log data itself, technically speaking. So some are related to the banking, some are related to other governmental organizations activities to improve certain services of the government services. What are the logs? Keep to how many people are coming to this particular center. So you'll come to know. So count will be there. So all these things can be automated by collecting the data related to what is exactly happening on that particular centers. Those are the ways which you can get lot of good data, the real data. That is more important than the synthetic data. Data is synthetic also. I'm using the word synthetic. What is the meaning of synthetic data? Sorry, sir. Synthetic means, in your own words, mixed. No, not mixed. In our context, in the data science and AML context, synthetic data is like fake data. Fake data. It is not real data. It is not related. You created the data. Artificial data. The data is also artificial here, unfortunately. It is not real data. Sometimes you may require for certain things to be done. So that is called fake data. That is called as, for various purposes, sometimes this synthetic data is useful for certain extent only. It is not for better things. So synthetic data is nothing but a fake data. It's not real data. But if you really take the real data, definitely from the real data, you get a better AI model. That is more important here. Web scraping. What do you mean by scraping or scrapping? Web scrape. In your own words. Scrape means crawling. Crawling. The other word for scraping is nothing but crawling. Crawling means, yes, moving from here and there. It means you go to different websites. You write a program. Actually, by writing programs, last decade, people were used to do this as a software developers and programmers. They write a lot of scrape programs, crawling programs using Python, using C, using Python, Java, right? Crawling programs. It means there were a lot of websites on the internet. So data is available on that websites. So I want to extract the data from those websites into my system to prepare my AI model. So that is what I need to write some programs. That process is called as, because you are crawling across the web. Web means internet of documents. Documents, internet of network of network documents are there. You try to collect information from those websites. So basically that is called as web scraping. But that is a program writing. Since you are not from computer science IT, I did not prepare a program to be written by you. But there are tools are there, there are methods are there that we will see. So that is automated extract. That web scraping means automated extraction from websites, market related data, social media contents. You try to get that information and prepare a better automated system for us. So APIs for structured external data. Nowadays the technology has advanced. Like web scraping requires a program to be written. But for non-computer science, non-IT students, the lot of provisions are there here. One such provision is called as APIs. API stands for Application Programming Interface. So these APIs are nothing but you are typing something like this. Suppose you want to know my profile on my website. What is that you are going to do? Tell me. What is that you are going to do if you want to know my profile on the website? About name. But about name, you simply type it on your browser, will not get it, no? So on your browser, what is that you are going to do? First you have to go to the UoH website. UoH website / faculty / computer science / my name. It means what is that you are writing there on your, that is the address, that is nothing but the API. Technically speaking, that is what API is. Application Programming Interface. You are typing the endpoint. The endpoint is my name, but my name is at a certain hierarchy there. That is called as a line, a command, an instruction. Basically, you try to use it. So using APIs also you can do it. So since I will show you this how to, now let us see here APIs for structure. How do you get weather APIs or financial APIs? So we are doing it in the lab session. Please remember this, you have to do it on your, I will tell the steps to be done. I thought that simultaneously I will do it here, but you are not having systems everybody. But remember, we will do that exercise. Otherwise I can demo it and complete it, but I want you to do it. We will do it. So social media APIs, there are so many, most of the websites which are holding certain data, they can share their data with us. Okay, some are free, some are with some price. Obviously price will involve lot of things. Free will involve limitations here. Free means freely you can extract the data, but with having certain limitations there. So free means price needs to have certain price for that. You want to have a lot of data, then you need to pay the price. So we will see what are the free websites that can be used to extract that information, how to get that information and how to store it in our local system. From there, how to process the data, we will see it here. So those are called as APIs, which are used to collect some structured data. It means there is a proper organization of the data will be there. So most of the websites like weather APIs, your financial for your some kind of brokerages, or for knowing the financial trends or the stock trends, The different websites are there. They will keep on allow you to collect the data and try to do some kind of AI processing. So in order to prepare that AI model, this data, these are the different sources where your data is coming. So previously you have seen what are the various ways in which from your forms, from your sensors, from the structured data can be brought from APIs, through web scraping, through systemless. So these are all the different sources of available data or the available informations. So once you got the data, what is that you are going to do? Once you got the data, again I did not complete that process here, please remember, we will do it in the lab. I put a link there, okay, that you remember. So once you got the data, what is the second stage? Okay, now you got the data. Storage. Before storage only, yes, there are some people just simply collect the data and store it. Once they store it, then they do some kind of processing, the stepwise processing. That one particular process is called as data annotation, giving some labels to your data. Data annotation is mostly important. If the data is not having a proper information, what type of data is there, machine also sometimes will not there. So there are other ways and means. If the data is not labeled, how the machine can understand what, there are different techniques are there. Technically we will do that one. But if some data has already got certain labels, certain information related to that particular data, pertaining to that particular data, then that particular way is there. How the machine is going to learn from that particular data is what is going to learn it. So those are something called as, already if the data is annotated, we have some data is annotated means meaningful labels are already there to the raw data, then that is useful for your supervised learning, which will help you to have better accuracy and reduce the bias natures and helps in the feature learnings. Feature learnings means the attributes and the characteristics which are important for your machine to understand. So data annotation, I will take, okay, I'll just pause here and I will show you the steps. Why the annotation is important to you. I think internet is there. Let me just. Yeah, any doubts here, please? Up to now? Have you come across this particular thing called as teachable machine? Very good. Then good example then. Where then within 2 minutes I'll just complete it here. So teachable machine, I am taking the example of this. This is a no code platform. So just get started. You can do different applications like images, audios and post projects. I am taking the image project. Have you done this one? You are going to practice it today afternoon, not by this, there are other tools are there that will practice it in the afternoon session. So let me just show you here. Now once you are preparing the model, so something is called as class. Now this is what basically nothing but annotation is. You are labeling. So suppose what is that you are going to label here. I know that that particular object is belonging to a particular class, so I can give a name to that one. As an expert, I can giving a name. So who is giving a name to a particular object? Who will be the person to give a names to a particular object when you are trying to prepare an AI system? Basically experts. Expert is very much needed here. If you don't give correct names, then obviously the machine also will not learn correctly. If you are giving wrong names, wrong labels, machine will learn wrongly. Please remember, who has to give the correct names? Expert. For example, if there are X-ray images are there, CT scan images are there, MRI images are there. Now you are preparing an AI system. The data is nothing but the data is available in X-rays, MRIs, CT scans. Now in order to check if there is something problem related to a particular organ and that organ images were taken in the form of X-rays or MRIs or CT scans, and you are giving that MRI or CT scans or X-rays to use it for you to prepare an AI model. Now the annotation has to be done. Who will do that annotation? Radiologist or the expert, the doctors. They are the correct persons. They are the experts. If you are giving to a patient to annotate it, doctor has said somewhere, and you ask the patient to just mark there, this is what some kind of infection is there at a particular place, some kind of abnormality is there in a particular place. Obviously, the machine will learn wrongly if that expert is not giving that labeling proper. The right person is on the experts. So manual annotation, again in the lab you will see today as per your schedule, there is image annotator software is there that I already prepared with certain data sets. You will manually annotate it and you will see what is the hard working nature of manual annotations are there. That you will see it is in the lab activity. Usually human experts label the data, but you get an high accuracy. But to do that one, it is a very laborious process. You will see not just 10 images or 20 images. You need to give huge quantity of data as much as possible. But your radiologist will not sit there and label every day. A radiologist, a good radiologist will definitely scan that X-rays or MRIs or CT scans, hundreds of images. A good hospital or a good diagnostic center, they will hire a good radiologist, but that radiologist will sit here and once the photograph is taken, when the image is taken, then he will know it, then he will assess it. Daily hundreds of patients will come for them. Now if you ask them to annotate it and give it to you, I want to prepare a AM model, my students want to do a project, and they will not do it. Money is the important factor for them. Time is important. Money and time are important for them. For us also this, but that's why manual annotation is a time consuming process. In order to do these annotations, nowadays AI models have already been developed. Automatically means, what is meant by automatically? The AI models can also annotate it so that the time consuming can be avoided, that laborious process can be minimized or avoided completely. But still there are problems with the automatic labeling. So that we will see what are that AI assisted labeling requires validation for quality also. Again you need to validate it. Once the machine has annotated it, but still the human expert is required whether that machine has given proper labels or not, because if that labels are not checked properly, correct labels are not given, the machine also will not be prepared properly. So automatic annotation, this is also a lab activity which we plan it in the second session. So now comes to the type of annotations. What are the different types of annotations? Annotations, like just now you have seen, you are giving names to your images, that is just called as some kind of classifications. Classification means pen categorical values, pen, water bottle or your duster, those are nothing but different types of classified objects is there. Similarly, when you are giving certain categorical labels, whether it is spam or not spam, that way of annotation, that way of doing, that is called as classification annotations. Sometimes you use bounding boxes. When you are having multiple objects in a single image, so you will use certain concept called as a box that will designate, that will identify, that will recognize a particular space in that particular image. So that boxes are called as bounding boxes. That bounding boxes are also useful for you to give some kind of annotations. Today when you in the lab, you will see if the fruits, as I think your fruits you already seen there, your fruits, multiple fruits are there, apple, orange, pears, 3 different fruits are there in a same image. How do you give names to those fruits then? So you need to select the region of interest of a particular fruit. So apple you have to select, then that apple is being selected using a bounding box only. So using bounding boxes also you will do it. We will do it in the afternoon session, which are useful for your object detections and object classifications and object recognitions. Then there is other way of annotations also. Another way of annotation is basically called as segmentations. That process is called as segmentations. Usually segmentation process is done for the medical images, means medical data sets, where the data, that is the image data, is in terms of pixel. What is a pixel? Part of the picture. Any word? Any other thing? Clarity. Any other thing? Because these are not the right words, unfortunately, but I accept your meaning. It is not that it is incorrect, but not appropriate to this. Space per image, parts of an image, smallest, tiniest part of that image, that smallest or the tiniest part is called as picture element, pixel. The abbreviation for this is picture element, small unit, that is what. Usually the pixels will give you what kind of measurement or what kind of quality? Is resolution, we call it as. So when you buy a television, or when you buy a monitor, or when you buy any imagery element, you will see the resolution actually 1340, like HD version, you might have seen it, TVs and your HD, full HD, HDMI, 4K. What is that 4K means? What is meant by 4K there? 4000. What is that 4000? What does the 4000 is representing? Yes, 4K is 4000 only. Pixel resolutions. This right. So basically, in order to do that pixel mapping, pixel annotation, that process is very minute. If you see a particular what do you call a disease or something which is there on a X-ray or your MRI or CT scan, it will be only in terms of pixels only. Don't think that very big what do you call big image will be there that will be helpful for the doctor or and things. But to train that machine of that particular small nature which you give it for your training, that is in terms of pixels only. There we are using a process called as segmentations. So there is one software will be there that hopefully we'll do it in that in the afternoon session. There is another thing also, annotation called as transcription. What is transcription? Transcription is also one way of annotation only. Sorry, ma'am. Yeah, converting from audio or video into words. That's what madam is telling. Have you seen that? No. Okay, let me just show you once. Okay, actually basically I will try to install it by the next session, don't worry. If you are trying to speak it with your mic or with your things, whatever the things are been spoken there, those words or the sentences are going to be generated there. Basically that is what transcription. Usually you see transcription in your YouTubes, or you might have seen the mobile phones also. Yes, so many ways. That is a transcription. But transcription is nothing but one way of annotation. Means whatever words you have been spoken, the corresponding words are been given there as a text form. Yeah, Zoom meetings also, sorry, Zoom meetings, your online meetings, you are seeing a transcription at the bottom of your screen. That is what the exact transcription is. But remember, that is also nothing but annotation only. That is one more of annotation. The better transcripted words will come, better means correct words, the pronunciations, the accents, and everything will be recognized correctly if the machine or the model that you use it for preparation is more accurate in your pronunciation and the accents and so on and things. We will do it that also in the afternoon session. Just give me some time to install that on the Excel sheet. It was not installed, I thought it was installed here. So that we will see it here. And the other thing is, this is the named entity recognition, NERs. In short, we call it as NERs, named entity recognition. Usually we use it in the natural language processing, NLP, natural language processing systems, or AI systems. When you are preparing a natural language processing AI system, it is very much needed to identify named entities. Named entity means, what do you mean by entity? Entity means thing. That's nothing but thing. Basically, entity is nothing but name. Name, place, animal, thing. You remember in our childhood days we were using, we are playing that actually. Name, place, animal, things. The noun parts will come. Name, place. You write a place with the starting letter. Whatever, some kind of playing is happening. So that's what named entity. It means you have a sentence there. From that sentence, you need to identify which is a corresponding object of a particular classification. Whether it is a name, whether it is a place, whether it is an organization or not. So how those things are getting generated means the corresponding names, the corresponding places, the corresponding objects, meaningful information, the contextual information, how it is getting generated, that can be generated using your what is called as NER. NER. Basically, how to get identify entities like names, locations, and organizations. Suppose if I am given a sentence like this, yesterday night only I tried it on my system. I will show you. Nagendra Kumar works at University of Hyderabad. This is a sentence is there. From this sentence, you identify which are, what is this Nagendra Kumar? Basically, you see the letters, these are the words. The machine is identifying based on the words. It is basically classified as person. Yes. Now looking to the University of Hyderabad, it has been classified as organization. You can play, you can give an entire paragraph. I just shown you a small example. How to use that one? When you come to the lab, you need to install one extension. That extension is this. So there is an extension called NLP Textworks Toolkit. Just click here. Once you install this extension, the extension is called NLP. Write down those things, those software names, so that when you go home, you can make use of this one. Once you install it in the, what is this sheet? Basically, your Google Sheet only. In the Google Sheet, where did I put that software or the tool installed? In the extensions. So when you go to the extensions, you will come to know add-ons. In the add-ons, there is something called as NLP. In the afternoon, you try it on your system. I am just telling the steps. You try it. Just it take 2 minutes time. So here, once you install that extension, then so once you try it here, you have NLP entity. So this is the command here. You can see here, this is the NLP entity. You can self-explanatory. You can, I'll just use this particular thing. So NLP entity, and what is the target? This is A3. In the A3, there is a sentence for me. So I give that address of my, 1 second. So are you able to see that sentence, what I am typing there? Is it visible? Yeah. So I just entered NLP underscore entity followed by A3. So here, once I enter this, so it is loading here, you can see now. So now it is generated the same thing, the same output. You try it with the different paragraphs, and from the entire paragraphs, from the entire sentences, it will identify what are named, what are, that's basically entities. What are the different entities? From that it will give quickly. This is also one way of annotation only. So what is the annotation here? How the annotation is happening? From the, you are given an input and sentence here. That annotation is nothing but that these are your annotations. Please remember. What are these basically? These are your annotations. It is identifying which are persons, which are organizations, which are locations. You will see, you give the different inputs and try to do it in the second session. So now, once you annotate it, what is that you are trying to do here? Once you annotate it, after annotation is over, yes, you are storing it in a particular place. Once the storage is nothing but you are in a, so storing is already done on that particular sheet, Excel sheet, basically what you have done it. So the third stage is basically your data pre-processing. So what is the data pre-processing? The data pre-processing involves one of the 2 important steps. Okay, slides I just put in bulleted points only. It is very easy for you to remember and do the things. So pre-processing involves cleaning and preparing the data for your AI modeling. That is more important here. So what are the cleaning and preparing the model? What are the tasks that normally, usually involves? One is handling the missing values, removing the duplicates. If duplicates are there, extra information is there, extra computation, extra time, all sort of extra. Normalization and scaling. What is normalization and what is scaling? I'll come back to that with one example. Then encoding and noise removal. Noise means unwanted data here, basically unwanted data here. So these are the major tasks. Not only these tasks, these are some of the major tasks. You have a number of tasks are there, but I just brought very major tasks for you to understand very quickly what are those things. Now here, take an example here. What is this example? Suppose you are building a model to predict whether a customer will churn from a subscription service. So what is this subscription service? Something like customer is there, whether he will continue it or whether he will not continue it. Imagine you have a data set from a telecom company and the telecom subscription will be there or not. So let me just, the data is, sorry, it was. So the data is something like this. What are the fields in this data? Yeah, customer ID. Please remember customer ID, monthly charges and monthly charges. Then the contract type. Then you have churn. Churning means whether continuing it or not, or whether is discontinuing, something like this. So you have one customer. Customer ID is customer ID 1. Age is 34. Gender is male. Monthly charges he is paying is 70.5. Then the contract type is month to month. Every month he is paying it, and churning, yes, continuing or not. So this is what some data is there with that. The second ID is NAN. NAN stands for not available. Please remember that information is not available. The data is missing. Some missing data is there for that particular customer ID. Gender is female. Monthly charges are 85, and the contract type is 1 year, and the churning is no. And the customer ID 3, age is 45, gender is female, monthly charges are, that information, that data is not there, contract type is month to month, and the churning is yes. Then we have the customer ID 4, age is 29, the gender is male, monthly charges are 65.5, and the contract type is 2 years, and the churning is no. So if you see this particular thing, what are the things that are, if you are giving this data to the machine learning model, use the data to prepare that model, then a lot of problems will be there. What are the problems that are going to be there? What are the problems? Machine will not learn properly. So why? Because what is that here? Yes, something missing data is there. Some age is missing here. Sometimes monthly charges are missing. Sometimes you see in the Excel sheet there are empty spaces are there here. And sometimes now this contract type is also what? What is that? It is basically month to month. It is a textual data. Please remember, it is a textual data. 1 year, month to month. It is a text form of data is there, 2 years. And churning is also whether it is yes or no. Yes or no only is there, but still it is a textual contents only. Now if you are going to give this data to the machine learning model to be prepared, obviously machine learning model cannot be done immediately. It means it cannot understand this data. Something is missing there, something is categorical values are there, the data is not entirely in the numerical form. So some kind of prediction. What is that exact we need to do? Our requirement is, means some customers can be having subscription service or not. It means subscription will be continued or not. Subscription means some kind of prediction has to be done. You have to predict, your model has to predict, your AI system should predict it, whether the customer can be continuing that particular subscription or not. Some kind of prediction has to be done. In order to do some prediction, some kind of data should be there. Now if you are giving this data, please remember the problem with this data is that some things are missing, some things are categorical values, is not numerical, this is also categorical, these are not numerical, it cannot be processed, data cannot be processed. What is the meaning of textual data? And the machine, the computer will not understand here. So you have to put a meaningful information, you have to convert that information into an appropriate form, so that the machine can be understood and the corresponding learning model can be made use of that. So here what we need to do, so handling missing values. How do you handle the missing values? If there are numerical values are there in this particular column, basically this is a feature, this is a column, this is a property, this is a characteristic. So if somewhere numerical values are there, so what are the various ways? If suppose missing value is there, what is this? You are getting the mean value of this one, you can try to fill it up so that missing values can be filled up. That is not the only way, that is not the accurate way, that is one of the way. It is not the only way, please remember it, one of the way. Similarly, what is this one? another missing value is there, monthly charges. What is this value has been filled up with? What is mean, median, mode? Statistical values. Yes, you are using certain statistical measures there, which can be used for you to fill up those values for the numerical values, especially for the numerical values. What is the difference between mean and median? Median is the, yes, why median is taken, why not average value is taken here? Again, these are all scientific reasons are there for you. You need to understand, you need to go back to the basics of what is the median, what is the importance of median, what is the significance of this median, which is the most appropriate measurement or which is most appropriate quality for this, to fill up this particular value. Not only median, remember there are other methods are also there for you to understand, just giving certain examples in this theoretical discussions. Now coming to, these are textual values, right? So you can convert these textual values into a numerical values. How to convert that into a numerical value so that the machine can process the numerical data properly for you to have some kind of predictions. So this is called as encoding the, these are called categorical values. The categorical values are being encoded here, encoded with certain numerical constants. So what are these in literature, in our study, there is the what is called as hard coding. Basically there is one of the method name. So that method name is basically called as here one hot encoding here. What is that one code? Okay, this is one way. Now what is the gender here? Gender is again a categorical values. You can give male with a one numerical value 0, female to another numerical value, or you can go in different ways if there are 3 or 4 values are there. Similarly, for this kind of month to month, 1 year, month to month, 2 years. So there are 3 different types of categorical values are there here. So you can use 3 different numerical values of numerical settings can be done. So what are those? That process is called as one hot encoding. So for this contract type, resulting in, what are this resulting? Contract month to month, contract 1 year, contract 2 years. So according to this particular thing, month to month, you are setting this contract month to month, this value will be set to 1, the other 2 columns will be set to zeros. So that is one way of logically setting that. You are increasing the number of features. The features are also getting added here, remember it. So that is what you have done. And again the churning again, this is the target. Our target is whether it will be continued, the subscription will be continued or it will be not continued. So here yes, no, these are only binary values are there. Binary values can be encoded in terms of yes to 1, no to 0. So it means you are converting this entire data. That is what pre-processing. Missing values have been handled, categorical values have been handled. In this case, there are 2 things that are been done here. Categorical values handled, missing values have been handled. This way of doing the thing is called as pre-processing the data for you to prepare an appropriate machine learning process here. So pre-processing is most important for the most of the applications. In this process, yes, new features are getting added. Sometimes there will be reduction also. Reduction means not the data set reduction. Don't go for data set reductions. Data set, you require as much data as you want to prepare a better machine learning model, but sometimes there must be a reduction also. Why reduction is required? Reduction in terms of what? Storage and processing also. Example, sometimes features has to be reduced, sometimes dimensions has to be reduced. Again I'm repeating, features or dimensions or attributes or fields or columns, they are not needed, unwanted. Sometimes some features are not required. So dimensionality reduction we call it as. Different strategies are there. These are all AI, ML, computer science people, they all keep on working on this day-to-day life. For you to understand, remember sometimes features will be added, sometimes features will be reduced. Remember that you think just an idea. These are all the things that are happening in the pre-processing stage. That for that you can understand an idea. So once you do this particular thing, how the data looks like now? The data looks like, just you see here everything is in the numerical values now. Everything is transformed. That data set has been transformed into a numerical value. Now the data set is clean. It is clean, it is numeric and ready for model training. That's what it means. Always pre-processing will help you to prepare a data in a proper way to do some preparations here. So again I just put some software tools. The computer science and IT guys, they use pandas, TensorFlow lights, PyTorch. These are different frameworks are there which can be used for different types of things. If you want it, use it, otherwise ignore it, don't worry. There are so many other tools are there. I just put it in the slide. When you'll be receiving the slides, then you use it for your later purpose. Now the next step, once the data has been pre-processed, once the data has been cleaned, the data set has been ready, the most important step is nothing but data splitting. Splitting the data, you have certain amount of data with you now. So it is not that entire data you give it for your machine learning process to happen. No, we divide that entire data set into two or three parts. Mostly 3 parts. Ideally 3 parts are important. What are those 3 parts? One is training process, the other process is called validation process, the other process is called testing process. It is like this simple example, I will take it. A student is learning from the textbook. When a student is learning from the textbook, that is nothing but training. He is getting trained up by learning from the textbook. Now the student is doing a mock test. Student is doing a mock test. Mock test, remember mock test. You know what is mock test? He is practicing whether, why he is doing the mock test? Why he is doing the mock test? Not for getting real-time experience in future. No, please. To understand the test, how the examination will be there. Still better answer. I am expecting a better answer. Whether he has learned correctly or not, and whether he is able to answer the test or not. That is why he is doing the mock testing. It is not that in the future he is going to do things. No. Whatever he has learned now, he has learned from textbooks, he has learned from some sources, from the notes and textbooks he has learned. Why he is doing mock test? Whatever he has assimilated, whatever he has understood it, whether he is able to now make an attempt to answer the questions. The mock test is meant for that purpose. Are you ready for that test or not? It means learning has happened or not properly. Learning has happened or not properly. Validation is required. That process is called, what is exactly the student is doing by writing the mock test. Some validation is happening for himself only. Whether he has learned the things properly or not, and whether he is able to deliver the things or not. That is called as validation. It is not testing. Testing is something else different. Now testing is directly going to the examination now. That is a real test for him. The test is, he has not studied that questions while studying the process. The testing is happening with an unknown questions, whether depending on the cognitive levels, whether he is able to answer that questions or not. So remember here, there are 3 different sub steps in the data splitting only: training, validation and testing. Please remember, 3 are important here. Validation, why I told you why validation is required? Self-assessment. It is not actually testing, self-assessment, whether I am doing correctly or not. How much extent? My validation accuracy. So accuracy can be of 3 ways: training accuracy, validation accuracy and testing accuracy also will be there. There are 3 different accuracies. Don't confuse with these 3 different accuracies in the real situations. Again, that point will come. So why you need these 3? Yes, what is exactly happened here is, so you have a data set with you. What you have done a pre-processing. The pre-processing involves, you have seen cleaning. Actually, I did not say about normalization. Let me just tell you with one small example. Normalization means, what do you mean by normalization? So let me take one example here. Suppose you prepared one data set is there. The data set contains data related to a particular product. Suppose one product, how many number of products were sold in the winter season? Suppose this Amazon, these people, they will try to predict during month, every month they will have a sales year. So during Dasara time, during festival times, so how many products were sold, and each product has certain cost will be there. Some products will have higher costly, like refrigerators or electronic televisions and all. They will be in thousands and lakhs of rupees nowadays. Some products are there. The products will be of cheaper quality. Some snacks or something, grocery items. There are those products are of less price. It means products are of more prices are there. Products are of less prices are there. So now you are trying to predict. Now your AI model is going to come here. When you are giving these two products, products with groceries, products with electronic items. Electronic items costs are very high. Grocery products are very low. Now if you see the difference between these groceries, both the groceries data is also there, as well as electronics data also is there. Both the data you are giving to your as a data set data values you are giving to prepare to your machine learning models now. Now the machine learning model, when it is start preparing it, the electronic set items are having higher costs are there. It means if suppose one prediction has to be done, ultimately one prediction model has to be done, then the machine has got certain understanding now. Higher price means higher values. It may understand like that. The prices are higher for electronic products. Prices are higher. So prices are higher means more higher prices are there. Definitely these products are going to be sold more in number. Some kind of prediction will come, but that prediction may not be correct also. Because the machine has machine learning, the learning process has given importance to the products which are having higher prices than the products which are having lower prices. It means basically because the price is high, it has got more importance to that. Machine learning model may give more importance to those products rather than grocery products, but it is actually wrong. So in order to not to make like this machine learning model to be properly, what you do is you have to normalize the values, the price values. So the price of grocery items and the price of electronic items now, both are to be normalized. So your grocery items with 10 rupees, how many are there? Televisions with 1 lakh rupees, how many are there? Both are to be come to the same level. It means you are giving importance to the features. Some features like electronic item features are not to be given more importance than the grocery items features. So some importance features, feature importance is coming here. You need to normalize that. So such things are to be called as normalization. That also comes in the process of pre-processing. Okay, these are the important steps. Something like normalizations and feature extractions usually happens in the pre-processing. Once the data is been ready, then you have to give certain amount of data for training process. Usually it can be 70% or 80%, and the remaining part of the data can be given to your validations and testing. Now I told you just now what is the purpose of validation, why validation is required here, and obviously test data. Test data will be having unknown data that can be given to your model to be tested here. So whereas validation data can be having unknown data or known data for a self-assessment, these things. So this, then the weights are been there. Of course the model requires proper tuning of those parameters. Once the final model is generated, you will get it training. So what are the problems if the splitting is not done properly? If you are not splitting the entire prepared data set properly, what are the problems that are associated? The problems can be called as, these are not the only problems, majority of the problems like overfitting. What is meant by overfitting? Model memorizes the training data. It means whatever training data has got, that model will understand that data only. It will respond only to that input only. So input means that is how many products are there, count is there, how much is there. So if at all a new input is given, with that value only it will give the output. Otherwise if you give a new input, it will not give an output, because it say I don't know what I have, what the machine has been. Right. I just give me 5 minutes, I'll wind it up. I have 5 minutes on. So that is called overfitting. Then this is called as, sometimes it is called as underfittings. Then something called, if the test data is used in the training process, already what is to be tested also is known in the input, that is called as leaking. Then some kind of inflated accuracies will be there. So data splitting is most important to you. So once the data is done, once the data is converted to the appropriate features or tensors, you prepare a machine learning models, and the machine learning model is been tested with appropriate metrics. It is not the only these metrics are there. There are many metrics are available here. So we'll test it in terms of accuracy, precision, based on the true positives, true negatives, false positives, and false negatives. So how many are really identified as really having a true positives, and how many are true negatives are there. With the true positives and true negatives and false positives and false negatives, you will get the precision and the recall and the F1 scores. F1, F2, F3, your F scores will be coming into picture. Then, so these are the core components of AI data, how the data ingestion takes place, how the storage, processing, and validation and delivery to prepare a validation. I have prepared one activity. Since you are not having systems, we will do it in the second half here. That activity you'll see there, and you'll understand what is ingestion, storage, and the processing, how to do it. So here, that's what you are doing in terms, you are collecting the data from multiple sources. Batch processing or real-time streaming can be done. Most of the time we will do batch processings, and where the data is going to be stored, Basically, the data that you collected can be stored in databases or your data lakes or clouds or storage areas where it supports scalability, security, and backup. There only the data should be stored. These are the important points you need to remember where the data is getting stored. So once the data is stored, you need to do the cleaning process, transform it, get the appropriate features, and do the appropriate streaming process. Then the validation, checking the quality of data. That is called data validation checking. The student checks whether he has understood it correctly or not. So that to check for the new data and all. So once this data is readily cleaned and available, you can present the data in the reports form, generate the dashboards, which you will see it in the second half using the Looker Studio. That's what I prepared one activity for you. So what is our challenges in AI data pipeline? First point is, if your data is not data bias, privacy and security issues. So if it is belonging to a particular individuals, high annotation cost. Annotation is a laborious process. So annotation requires a lot of energy, a lot of money to spend to annotate it the proper data. It requires a lot of cost. Scalability means if you are going to increase new data in the future, if you are not considering that particular point, in future if new data cannot be added to the previously prepared data model to be again finely tuned, then what is the use? Today you spend crores of rupees and tomorrow after 10 years, again that model cannot be using for the new data, then everything is been lost. So scalability is also going to be an important point. So what is the conclusion for this session? Data is the backbone of AI. So remember the first point, what well-designed pipeline improves performance. That's what important. Quality annotation determines the model success. Efficient components ensure scalable AI systems. These are the conclusion points which I try to take it. So this part 2 session, we'll do it in a session 2. Of course, I little bit I wind it up. Anything is missing is there after 15 minutes. Thank you. See you tomorrow.
Now this activity, why we are doing this activity? Yeah. So the purpose of this activity is to make you to understand the basic steps that you already done in the theory session. We already discussed about data ingestion, storage, processing, in other terms pre-processing, validation and delivery. So let us see in practice how we are trying to implement this. This is one of the way in which you can incorporate all these steps. So once you enter this, I am trying to collect some data here. Basically data collection process is happening. Now data collection process is happening. One of the method for data collection is using survey forms that you have seen it in the manual. Manually you can collect the data through survey forms. So we are collecting that data through the survey form. I just prepared one survey form here. Now this is, don't think in another way, just for our practice purpose only. The data that is being collected there is just for our practice purpose, so that I can get some 20 to 25 rows of data. Yes, please. Link, that's what. Forms.gle, please type this. Not in the email, Amma. You keep your Gmail, keep it like that. But in another browser, go to a browser. Yeah, please see here on the screen, open a browser. On the browser, please enter the address HTTPS. Once you enter the address, a form will come there like this. And you please fill up the details. It will not take more than 4 to 5 minutes, maximum 4 minutes time. Are you able to access, sir? And yeah?
Make it a short link so that they can just put 4-5 links.
Amma?
Let me help you just.
No, that is already short form only, Amma.
That will just make it 4 say.
Okay, 4 letters only. That is also short only. From that only I brought it. Not big now. Let's try this. No, already done. Yeah. Submitted, ma'am. Yeah. Just kindly hold on. Just 2-3 another 2-3 minutes. Let us. Any difficulty? Please raise your hands. I'll come to your place. ఇక్కడ సెర్చ్ చేయాల్సిందే మనకి బ్రౌజర్లో. ఇది బ్రౌజర్, ఇది ఈ సెర్చ్ బారు, ఇది ఒక అప్లికేషన్. ఇది బ్రౌజర్ కాదు, మనకి ఇది కాపీ చేసుకోండి. ఇది మనకి ఇక్కడ బ్రౌజర్, ఇది బ్రౌజర్. ఈ బ్రౌజర్ URL ఇక్కడ పేస్ట్ చేయండి. You might have entered something which is wrong. And missing forms.gle/ANEYWN
is correct, sir. X is small.
ఏదో ఒక్క లెటర్ తప్పు ఉన్నా తప్పు వస్తుంది. ఒకసారి క్యాపిటల్ ఎక్స్ పెట్టండి, ఎంటర్ పెట్టండి. యా అంతే, జస్ట్ ఒక లెటర్ తప్పు ఉంది అంతే. అది ఎనీ అదర్ డిఫికల్టీస్ ప్లీజ్? యా ప్లీజ్ సబ్మిట్ ఇట్, నో ప్రాబ్లం. వాట్ హ్యాపెండ్? ఇది ఫార్మ్స్ అమ్మ, FORMS. ఈవెన్ ఒక క్యారెక్టర్ తప్పున్నా కూడా ఇది FORMS, ఫార్మ్స్. ఓ సారీ, forms.gle/any. I think it should be okay. Just a character ante. Yeah, please just hold on. Those are submitted. Just hold on for 2 minutes, please. Yeah, I got only 8 responses so far. Only 8 people have submitted. 9. I think 1 or 2 characters. Some characters are wrong, madam. That is wrongly typed. That's why.
You just copy and paste it.
ఒకసారి చూడండి.
Have you received? Paste it.
వీళ్ళకి ఏదో ఒక రెపాజిటరీ ఉంది కదా, వీళ్ళకి ఫైల్స్ షేర్ చేసుకోవడానికి. ఆ లింక్ ఎక్కడ ఉంది? వీళ్ళకి ఫైల్స్ మెటీరియల్స్ ఏదో షేర్ చేసుకోవడానికి మీ ఓన్ వాట్సాప్ గ్రూప్ ఉంది? లేదు, ఐ వాంట్ టు షేర్ సమ్ డేటా సెట్స్ నౌ. డూ యూ హ్యావ్ ఎనీ? నో నాట్ వాట్సాప్ గ్రూప్ సార్. సంథింగ్ ఏదైనా ఉందా? వీళ్ళు ఇప్పుడు నేను మెటీరియల్ పెడితే ఎట్లా యాక్సెస్ చేస్తారు వీళ్ళు? No, I'm just looking. See, do you don't have any means link to get your materials? How?
It's only through the WhatsApp group I has created.
Oh, okay. Then I'll put it in WhatsApp now. Just fine. Oh, Google site. Oh, okay. So can you? No, this is a different thing. Data sets I want to share. There are data sets are there. వాళ్ళ ఈమెయిల్స్ లేవు. వీళ్ళందరూ ఈమెయిల్స్ ఎక్కడ ఉన్నాయి నా దగ్గర? ఓ, did you complete your submissions? Are you entering your email ID there? Then I can send that emails to. Now I'll enter that. I'll share my data sets to you all. The slides and material, everything I'll share to you your email. So enter that emails, please. So it will be easy for me to share it now. I am just waiting for another 2 minutes to complete it. This activity, please complete it fast. Those are having any doubt, please raise your hands. Yeah, 14 of them have submitted so far. Yes, please. Yeah. Only 14 have submitted this so far. "29 are there. Yes, sir. Oh, అది మీ ఒక నిమిషం, ఇది మీ ఇన్బాక్స్ కదా సార్ ఇది? ఓకే, ఒక నిమిషం. మీరు అది అడ్రస్ ఎక్కడ టైప్ చేశారు? అడ్రస్ టైప్ చేయలేదు అసలు
లేదు సార్, చేశాను.
ఇక్కడ టైప్ చేయలేదు సార్, అడ్రస్ టైప్ చేయలేదు.
హెచ్టిడిపి కదా సార్, చేశాను.
మీకు అడ్రస్ షేర్ చేస్తుంటారు ఎక్కడ సార్ ఎవరైనా? నేను అనేది ఇందాక మీ అడ్రస్ చూపించాను కదా, ఆ ఫామ్ ఎక్కడున్నది అనేది, అడ్రస్ అక్కడ రాలేదు మీ దగ్గరికి అడ్రస్? అయితే మీరు ఇట్లా ఒక్క నిమిషం, నేను మళ్ళీ చూపిస్తాను, ఒక్క నిమిషం. మీకు ఒక్క నిమిషం వస్తున్నాను. ఒక్క నిమిషం. ఇప్పుడు మనకు అక్కడ చూపిస్తున్నాను సరే, ఇది ఇక్కడ ఎంటర్ చేయాల్సింది. ఫార్మ్స్, అక్కడ అడ్రస్ ఉంది సార్, ఫార్మ్స్ డాట్ గూగుల్ది /A క్యాపిటల్ NE స్మాల్ YWNUV RE7 V sir, VQ small d capital YX9. ప్లీజ్ కంప్లీట్ చేయండి, 2 నిమిషాలు కంప్లీట్ చేయండి సార్. So what is the step that you have completed just now? The step is basically we are doing this particular step. What is this called as? Data ingestion. So where is this coming? This is nothing but, if you look into this particular slide, so this is ingestion. Data ingestion is the first step, one of the core components of your data collection. In the data collection, your ingestion is nothing but injecting the data. So this is one way I am collecting some data from that. So once I collect it, what is the next step I am going to do? Storage. So where the data is getting stored? Locally. Where? Here in this case the data is getting stored. What are the various data storage entities or data storage activities? In the previous slides, you can store it on your databases. One such database is your Excel itself, Excel sheet. Excel sheet is the basic form of database. Excel sheet, you might have used your Microsoft Excel or Google Sheet. Anyone, both are Google Sheet and Microsoft Excel, both are your meant to store some data. So whatever the data is been collected from you all, the data related to certain questions, answers that you have given here, that entire data I am collecting it here now. I am collecting it to a particular, so you can see 18 responses are there. Any more is there? Still any more is doing? Yeah, please complete it in 1 minute, please. Just try to complete in 1 minute. No, yeah, please complete it in 1 or 2 minutes. Yeah, 19. Any more? I'll try to, yeah, stop. So please, yeah, please. So those were completed. In the next tab, go to open Google and type Looker Studio. Looker, Looker. Those are completed entering the form data. Enter the Looker Studio. Looker Studio. Yeah. Yes, because you already logged in with Google, it will be easy for you to do that. That's what first step I asked you to go for, to log into your Google account. So that, yes, Google account, if you are already logged in, automatically you will be authorized to enter into this Looker Studio also. Yeah, just hold on, please. Done. Those who already completed entering the data through Google Forms. 23 have done it. Okay. Now look into this. So where the data has been stored here, the data has been collected. The ingested data has been collected into a Excel sheet. Now this is what actually you have entered the data now, along with the timestamp. So what time the data has been entered. So what is the basic information? Email addresses. Yes. Now if you see here, the lot of data has been collected here. Now what is the first row is trying to convey to us? The first row is basically the field names or the column names. They are also called as attributes. They are also called as dimensions. They are also called as characteristics. Also called as features. Yes. Labels. Yes. Labels, features, dimensions, column names, fields, all means the same here. This is more important here. Please remember. So the fields are, what are the fields? Timestamp, email address, your consent, basic information, email address. Now if you see the data here, fortunately everybody has entered the data with respect to some of the fields because it is made as compulsory. Now once if suppose somebody has not entered any data for some of the optional fields, let me just check if somebody has not. Yes, the first person mobile number is, now this is, you can see here carefully, NAN. What is NAN stands for? Not available. If you see here, not available. So now, of course, in this case, everybody has entered, but now as of now, this is only one here. Let me just check what are the other fields here. Now, if you see here, this is another field which is having a different format actually. Anyway, that's okay. That is one thing. You can just observe the data, whether there are any address. Okay, so now the point here is, of course, there is a very minimal here. Once you collected the data here, from this collected data, the next step, what is the next step to be done here? Labeling. Labeling is already done because you are already having the field names here. Yes, the next step will be basically your pre-process. The next process is, the next step is nothing but your storage. Actually, store. Where did I store that? I have stored it in the Excel sheet. That is also one storage area where I can keep hold of my data. Now once you have stored the data, what is the next step here? Processing. Now what processing to be done with this actual data? This is the real data that you collected just now. So what processing is needed? Can you please tell me what are the things? In the morning session in the theory, you have done some kind of pre-processing. Processing means pre-processing here. So what pre-processing steps are required here for this Excel sheet which you are already seeing the data here now? Yes, please. Okay, some missing values are there. Phone number. If at all you want to make sure that phone number is also there, so what data will you give it after pre-processing to that phone number? Can you be able to give a phone number to that if the user has not given? Most likely sometimes this is a real situation, please remember. For even it is not that. In the previous example in the theory, what are the missing values, what are the strategies that we have looked upon? Mean value or median value. If you see the NAN values are there for the age and what are the subscription values there, we might have used some mean or median or some statistical measures are required. So now if suppose some data is somebody has not given, yes, it is possible in the real situation that is a empty value is there. It is not that now you apply a mean value to that phone number. Nobody, that is incorrect. Median also you cannot. Statistical measures doesn't come at all because the phone number is completely a real thing. Now how will you fill that value? How will you fill that if it really required? In this case, only one person has not entered out of 20 or 20 plus odd numbers. But sometimes 10 people have not entered. They don't want to disclose this phone number. I have kept it as optional only, but you have given it. That is okay. That is not wrong. But sometimes nobody gives their phone numbers. Sometimes they don't even specify the gender also. They don't want to disclose it. In India, this privacy is not that much considered. But unfortunately, in the western side, privacy is very much required. They don't want to disclose any information for simple purpose. Who am I to, means who, actually I am not supposed to collect the, but I have given a statement there. You remember, you have seen a statement. You have agreed it that your data will be used only for your experimentation purpose. Some kind of disclosure, disclaimer is already there. So whenever you are collecting data also, you need to keep some disclaimers because that data can be misused. Tomorrow something going to happen there. So don't give the data like that until unless you don't believe that it is a reliable source to give the data of your personal information especially. That is one aspect. Okay, now the thing is, I will come back to that. What remedy or what strategy you need to incorporate, that you have to come out with a strategy here. Now the second thing is, what are the other something missing value is there? Okay, suppose what are the other checks need to be done here? Yes, now the category, not characters, categorical values. Please specify this, use the term called as categorical values. Now so many categorical values are there now. If you want to really prepare a machine learning model of this particular data nature, now you need to convert into the appropriate numerical values. One such algorithm is morning what we are discussing. What is the name of that algorithm? One hot encoding. Encoding. That's called as encoding. Yes, at least for the small duration, you are able to get some names and understand the basics. The purpose is solved. But you need to do a practice. I agree to that one. So what are the one hot encoding should be done? To which particular column you need to do it? First, you need to understand this. It is not that simply you have data, now you give it to the model, automatically model will prepare. That's what now these are the steps. Theoretically and practically, lot of exercise has to be done. If the data is not clean, you cannot prepare a proper machine learning model. So here, you need to understand this one, and I give this as an exercise to you. Later, when you have time, I will share this Excel sheet also to you all. So do that exercise. What are the encoding techniques that you need to do, especially for one hot encoding? Which column needs to be converted? You think it. Now I am not asking you to do it today only. Tomorrow or day after tomorrow, before 5 days, you think it, do that exercise. That is most important. Which columns need to be converted to your numerical values? What prediction can be done? What decisions can be made from this data set? Can anybody tell me? Level of understandings of AI. That is one question from different columns. So these two questions are there. What are the things that you expect from this data? What your AI model should make some decisions. Please, these two are two exercises. take it. There is no reward and there is no punishment for that one. You do it on your, just think about it, put some efforts, put some time, and I'll get back the solutions to you. So now at present what I'm giving, this Excel sheet I will share with you, the slides I'm going to share, and I'm going to share some kind of data sets to you now. So I will not waste time in this one. Let us do some, after this, that processing happens. When the time comes, then I'll go back to the Looker Studios that we'll see it here. Just give me 2 minutes time for you, for I to share this to you all, to you. Just download this. Yeah, some more responses has come. So let me download. Now how I am downloading it here, very important in the practical shape. Now these are called data formats. One particular format is .xlxx, the other format is CSV, the other format is .html, another format is tab separated values, TSVs. Now whenever data is getting processed, the format is most important. If the format is not appropriate, then you cannot prepare a proper AI system. Now the data can come from different forms. Now the data from this Excel sheet, I am going to download it as CSV. CSV stands for comma separated values. This is a very old form of representing the information. Since decades it is there. So 1980s, 1980s and so on, 1970s also, when the computer has been invented, at that time onwards your CSV format means presenting the data by separating the commas, the comma separated values. I think you know very well. So I am just downloading this as a comma separated value. And what are the other formats that we are going to see it? Let me just, this one, okay, so compose, let me add is downloads. So this is the surveys form responses one. I have added to your Excel sheet. So do the one-hot encoding and also at least 2 or 3 questions for that. Then these slides, let me download this one as a PDF. Yeah, add the slides. The AI data pipeline, the slide name is AI data pipeline, that is added. And let me share the, where are the data sets? Okay. Yes. So do you have the fruit pictures with you? You said yesterday you done some exercise. No, you don't have it. Okay, let me download this one. Traffic signs, that was not there. Okay, let me just take these things. Download. All of you, once you receive it, extract those things here, because we need to do some exercise here, so that you can do it parallelly. Yeah, fruits. Where is the traffic signs? That will have not downloaded. So I am just sending through to you all now here through your email ID. I am just copying these email IDs. What is your ID, sir? Huh? You are also there, huh? Ah, okay, right. Okay, this traffic science is taking a lot of data set. I will share it with separately, but first you check your emails whether you have received this slides and this data set. Just check it all of you and download those data set and the files to your local system. Yeah, please try to download it, please. Yes, please. Your email ID is not there, then you may not receive it, sir. Once again, I will send you. Somebody has given a wrong email ID here, which is bounced, means yeah, something like this. Lekha is one. Yeah, please tell me those who have not received it. CHAI TANYA. Sorry. Yeah, T 2441. Yes. At the rate. Yes, please tell me, sir. RAVI dot ADC. It is there, sir, already. You might have already received, sir. Yeah. Any more, sis? Any more one? Yes, please. Yes. SRA LEKH. I think, ma'am, yours is wrong actually. 2906 @gmail.com. Yeah, I have sent it. Please check it. So remember, this data ingestion can happen through either batch processing or real time. Now, what is batch processing? Batch processing is nothing but entire data set I am taking at a time to process the data. If you are doing with individual records for real IoT data to be coming, that is called as real time streaming. That type of processing the data is different from batch processing, but the activity that you are going to do now is basically called as batch processing. So the data ingestions can have in two ways. That is what the batch processing is there. So your database that you are using is basically the Google Sheet, that what you have seen just now, and again I shared the Google Sheet with you. So try to do the pre-processing steps for one hot encodings and other missing values, and what columns to be done, processed, and what columns to be done. Don't do it now. That is for your to do it in the evening or tomorrow or day after tomorrow. And you can get back to me through your emails. I'll definitely respond to that. So you please respond your answers to my emails. That is one exercise given to you. Now those who have received it, all the data, the fruits data set, you might have received it. Okay, now go to the software. As per the schedule, you need to go to the software now. So as per the schedule, what is the software you need to practice, please? Yes, please. A teachable machine is not there in your syllabus. Looker Studio is also not there. No, Orange is also not there. Sorry? Manual annotation. What is the manual annotation tool? What is the name of the tool? You are not seeing the syllabus? LaTeX? No. Manual annotation using? Right. Open this browser now. On the new browser, all of you type this one, makesense.ai. Once you enter this makesense.ai, how many are able to open this web page? Please let me know. What about others? Please just type makesense.ai on your browser. Please enter makesense.ai. No need to install any software. So let us do a quick exercise in another 10 minutes. Go to get started. Yeah, get started. Just click the get started. You have not seen the step? Yeah. So once you click, no? Okay, look into my screen, please. All of you just give 1 minute of your time to look onto the screen. All of you, please look onto the screen for 1 minute. First you see what I am doing, then you do it now. Go open a browser. On the browser, please enter makesense.ai. Just type makesense.ai. Once you enter, you land up to this particular page. Means one page will be shown. At the bottom of the screen, there is get started is there. Just click get started. Please see here. Please again, don't do it immediately. Just 1 or 2 minutes. Just hold on. Again, you are missing the step. Click this get started. Once you click that please see the step. Hold on. You will come up to this particular place. Drop images or click here to select them. Please hold on. Don't do it. Just see the step. Click here. Drop images. Hold on. Don't do it. Just see. Drop images. Once you click this one. So where are you going to go? Now please see the screen here. You need to go to your, not desktop, wherever your fruits, the fruits folder is there. Fruits folder is there. Go to that fruits folder. In my sense, my path is different. You might have downloaded it. It will be in your downloads folder. Zip file. If it is in zip file, please extract that zip file first. Yeah, please extract the zip file. You know what is meant by extraction of the zip file. So please extract the zip file. Once you extract the zip file, you will come up to a folder name called as fruits, or with fruits something with some other name. What is the name? Anybody can? Okay, don't do it. Just hold on. Something like fruits underscore pics. So open that fruits underscore pics. Now these are the images of the fruits. These are the images of the fruits here, please. So what you do is, yes, just select all of them. Just see it on my screen. Select all. Then click open. 60 images are been loaded. Something like that. Just see here. Just I am giving time for you to do it. Once the images are loaded here, you can do two things. One is object detection and image recognitions. There are two different things. Detection is detecting. Detecting means identifying. Identifying what is present in that image. Are you getting the point? So recognition. Recognition is something different here. Classification. So these are the two different things here. Please try to understand here. Now something like image recognition. I am selecting the image recognitions here. What is that? Suddenly I click the image recognition. What is that having? Your label list is empty. Load labels from a file or start project here. So before you start, you can create a list of labels. Labels means tags. Tags. So what is that? You know that there are fruits are there. I have seen that fruits list. You can also just browse it. Always see first the data. Always you have to see the data. Like in the Excel sheet, I have seen the data now. Which column is empty, which is wrong, something like that. Some empty cells are there. Always see the data. Don't directly go with that. You know, with some presumptions, don't go. What is exactly there? You please understand. Understanding the data before preparing the model is most important here. So now, similarly, you know that there are certain fruits. Again, what type of fruits or how many different fruits are there? I know it very well. There are apple, orange, some pears or guava, something banana, something like that. I know it. So if you know it, you can start creating. You can create a file with the labels only. If you don't know, don't worry about that. For first time you are doing, then just click start project. So here what is that you are getting here? You can see here now, this is basically your apples. This is for image recognition. You can give your name to this one and start creating a, if the labels are there, you can give a label, because a label list is empty, nothing is there. You can see at the bottom of the screen, you can use it for you to scroll the images. You can go to the next images like this, selecting the next images. So that like this, you can just go through the, you can just familiarize yourself with the editor. This is called as an image editor. You are editing something, you are doing some work on that image editor. So you familiarize yourself with different things. Once again I am showing you, please listen here. This time I am showing you it with the another option. Select all the images, open it. Now you are going for the object detection, start project. Since the labels are not there now this is a cursor pointer, or you can call it as a cursor. This is basically a mouse cursor, you know, mouse point. Now the mouse pointer has changed to your cursor pointer. Now you can use your mouse here. Mouse is very important here for this activity. Now you can use your mouse here. So what I am doing here, I am just selecting that image here. What is it? How do you select the images? So you can select these images depending on your requirements here. These are nothing but that images can be, 1 second please. Sorry sir.
Urgently.
No problem sir.
Please have lunch.
Yeah, sure.
Srinivas Kumar is there.
Right. No problem sir.
So we have this repetition of this next
In the
week
afternoon.
No, next week also.
Oh.
I will call you.
Oh, okay sir. No problem. No problem sir. I will get back to you.
We have maths, physics, chemistry batch.
Okay sir.
One.
Line and polygon. Please see the structures here. Now rectangle is meant for selecting a rectangle. Rectangle consists of a rectangle shape here. It means you are using that shape to detect a particular object and give one label to that particular object. In this figure there are all apples only. You know better that there are apples only. The machine should also know. So what you do is you take that image here. You are selecting, this is the image here. Now what I am doing, just see the step here. I am selecting that as a rectangle. So what is the rectangle is trying to do? Draw your first bounding box. That rectangle is called as basically a bounding box. So bounding box is nothing but a shape where you are selecting a particular shape in that particular image. You are using that bounding box. That shape will have coordinates. Coordinates means the shape will have certain coordinates. If this is a bounding box, usually it will have coordinates. Please remember here, the starting coordinates will be from the top left always, not from the bottom. This coordinate value is 0, 0. This is basically, this is your length and this is your depth. Usually this you will call it the length, and this coordinates represents your pixel values, starting pixel value. So this pixel value represents in this entire image from this point to this point. If you put a rectangular box here, it is mapping to a particular area. So in this area, this shape, this color, what is shape, what is shape, color are nothing but the properties of this image. So this shape and color will be noted down by your machine learning model. It will understand what shape it is there, what color is there. It will understand some of the features, characteristics. It will understand the features correctly. So you are telling that information through using a rectangular box called as bounding box. If you want to have a shape, something like a different shape, so obviously you cannot use a rectangle. If you are using a rectangle, this shape is losing some of its features here. So in order to use these particular features properly of that particular image, you need to use something called as polygon. Poly means many shapes can be used here. You can use the cursor pointer here. It means you are using the particular shape to map to a corresponding features of that particular image. That's why this is a pixel point is there, line is there, polygon is there. So here what I suggest is I am just selected it. Please see it on my screen. I will give time for you to do it. Small exercise only. I am just selected this thing. So here, what does it say here? Once I select this one, what is this? But where is the apple here? Where is the label? You have to give first labels here. So labels can be given from a file, or labels can be added here in this stage also. So where to add the label here? Where? Where is the label there?
Right side, right side.
Your label list is empty. So where is the label here? There is no label. If it is the label is there, then you can automatically get the labels here. This one. This is what the thing you are selecting here. You have to go to action part, go to your edit labels, then select it. So where is that? Just give me one minute time here, please. Yes, yes. Okay, let it be. That's what goes. Yeah, sorry for that. Version number I have missed it. So insert the label, whatever you have made it. So just give that and try to give. But it's not taking. Okay. Once it is added, it's trying to give it here. But I suggest you first to create the labels, then you come back to this. That's why it is going to be missing for you. So you better to go to the actions part, go to the edit labels. What I suggest you is first you give all the labels to this one. If you know the list, create the labels here first. What is the another one? The fruit that you are having here? Orange is there. Okay. Okay, accept here orange, and what is the edit label? Another one is banana. Na? Okay. Accept here. So once you select this one, oh, it is trying to edit this completely. Sorry, I thought that the list is created. List should be created here somewhere. 1 second here, please. It is giving a problematic. Yes. Sorry. Yep. This is a plus symbol. I'm not able to see. Use the plus symbol to add the labels there only. That will be better. Yes, yes. You can add the labels here. Please go through and add all the labels that your data set is permitted to do. Apple, banana. Yeah, plus symbol. This what version is changed. Sometime back I used it. So sorry, I could not recollect it immediately. What is the another fruit, please? Orange. Yeah. Orange, and I was just seeing below where the old version used to have below. Yeah, this one is Pierce is also there. Okay, whatever it may be, whatever the labels are there, first you create the labels there directly. Once you create the labels here, yes, just now you will get the list here. That's what I was about to tell you. So you will get the list here and just map to this image to this one. If it is apple, apple, whatever it may be. Now once you give this one, so this is apple. I am just going to this, please go to image by image. Now this is banana. Yeah, now if you see here, this has got, there are 3 images there. Banana is there, apple is there, orange is there. So you have to give how many names? 3 names you have to give it. You cannot leave it like that. Please remember it. So here, so three names are I am giving, but you please you have to map to properly. Now, how many images are there? How many images are there in this data set? 60 is there. Now, how much time will it take for 60 images to be annotated here? Imagine now, it is a laborious process. So, usually data entry operators will be hired. Their duty is only till morning till evening. You give a data set, they have to now do this kind of annotation, which is very laborious. Now, this is makesense.ai. This is not the only tool. There is a RoboFlow is there. Please write down the names if you don't know. We are not practicing all the tools here. Better tools are also there. RoboFlow is also there. RoboFlow, that is also very, very handy. There is no writing programming. In the olden days, we computer science engineers, we used to do it manually. And the more data, more accurate mapping is been done, then only your machine learning model will be more correct. So, if you are now wrongly giving the names here, obviously your machine learning model also will be wrong. So, this is what annotation, please do this exercise. I am giving 5 to 10 minutes time. Label as many as you can. After that, what step to be done, I will tell you. First, you please use the data set, name as many as you can. Now, the time is around 12:55. 5 minutes time is given, just try to do this completely. Please annotate it. Anybody is having difficulty? If you are not understood the step, please let me know the step. This exercise you can do it in the evening or tomorrow, whenever you are free, do that exercise again. Yes. No, this is third exercise. First exercise is encoding. You please apply your brain, what columns need to be encoded. Just do some little bit of intuition is required for you. Second exercise is, no. In the Excel sheet only, I asked you to do one more exercise. No, encoding is different. Missing value is one activity, encoding is another activity. This also is another activity. Please do these exercises. If you are not clear, just let me know. I'll come to your system and tell you this step. What happened?
Last thing I have to do.
You first create the labels, sir. That's what I was telling to you. Go to actions, go to edit labels, use this plus symbol.
Okay, sir.
First you give the names here. You know what are the labels in this one. So assume that this is one label you are going to give it to some of the fruits.
Okay, sir.
Accept. Then go to your edit labels.
Sir, I have to select another fruit.
Yes. You have given the name to this one? Okay.
This one I have given.
Okay, suppose you have given the name, you select this one. This is,
Okay.
so selected label. Now what is that label? This is
Apple.
apple.
Yes.
Okay, this is another image. Now.
Yes.
You know, this is also an apple.
Yes.
So you can give entire thing to be apple only. Okay, now if you,
The same kind of fruits are coming, then we have to be the same.
why same kind of fruits? It's not same kind of fruits, sir. Basically, this is a red color apple. There are some green color apples are also there, but basically they are also apples only.
Okay, sir.
But if you want a clear answer, you need to give this as a green apple.
Okay.
This one has to be selected and given as a red apple.
Okay, sir.
It means you need to be very clear. You need to know what labels you need to want to give it here. So now another fruit is the, that's what, this will be green apple.
Green. Yes.
This is green apple.
Accept.
Right now, if you select only this particular thing now, you need to assign. You are assigning this label to this particular image. You are It is not that you are getting actually.
Okay, sir.
You will get the list of all labels only. From that, you please select one particular label which is most suitable to this fruit. Now, once you selected this, suppose you cannot select this bounding box here. You can select as line. If you select line, what is that line? Just a line is going to come
Okay, sir.
from here to here, or from here, different lines will be coming.
Okay, sir.
If you are selecting polygon here now, what is that polygon will tell? So this point, this point,
Okay,
this point,
Yes, sir, yes,
this point. See, now you're building up a polygon to have a more accurate here.
Okay.
So starting point is reaching to the ending point. Now you create. Now this is your polygon. This is what basically using a polygon to this. Now you select, once this image has been highlighted with that particular shape, you give a name to that one. It is basically a green apple.
Okay.
Now you go to actions part again. Now you there are some other. So you go to add. These are adding a labels to your data sets. Any other doubts, please, for anybody? No, not getting, sir. Why? Go to make. AI make sense.ai ఈ వెబ్సైట్కి వెళ్ళినాక మీరు ఇక్కడ గెట్ స్టార్టెడ్కి వెళ్ళి టాప్ ఇమేజెస్ సెట్లో నుంచి ఇమేజెస్ వస్తే మీకు ఈ విధంగా ఇమేజెస్ కనబడతాయి మీకు అక్కడ. ఎక్కడ అవ్వలేదు సార్ ఇది? ఎక్కడ అవ్వలేదు సార్? ఓపెన్ చేసి చూపించండి సార్ ఒకసారి. అది మీకు ఏమైనా ఉంటే ప్రాబ్లం నేను ట్రై టు రిజాల్వ్ ఇట్. ఒక్క నిమిషం, ఇది క్యాన్సిల్ చేయండి సార్. ఇక్కడ ఇది క్యాన్సిల్. మీ సిస్టమ్ స్లోగా ఉంది కొద్దిగా. ఓకే, ఎక్కడ డౌన్లోడ్ చేశారు సార్? ఫ్రూట్స్ ఇది ఉంది కదా, ఇది జిప్ ఫైల్లో ఉంది ఇక్కడ చూడండి, మీకు ఇది జిప్ ఫైల్లో ఉంది కదా. ఓకే, దీన్ని ఎక్స్ట్రాక్ట్ హియర్ అని పెట్టండి, అంటే ఇదే ఫోల్డర్లోకి ఎక్స్ట్రాక్ట్ అవుతుంది ఇక్కడ. ఇప్పుడు ఎక్స్ట్రాక్ట్ అయింది సార్, ఇది ఇప్పుడు ఎక్స్ట్రాక్ట్ అయింది. మనకి ఫోల్డర్ క్రియేట్, ఈ మీకు పిక్చర్స్ ఉన్నాయి ఇవన్నీ. మనం ఈ పిక్చర్స్ అన్ని ఆ సాఫ్ట్వేర్లోకి లోడ్ చేసుకుంటున్నాం. ఫస్ట్ లోడ్ చేసుకున్నాక ఆ పిక్చర్ ఏం పిక్చర్ అనేది ఒక ముందు మనం దాన్ని ఒక లేబుల్ ఇస్తున్నాం అనమాట. ఒక్కొక్క పిక్చర్కి, ఒక్క పిక్చర్లోనే మీకు మల్టిపుల్ ఆబ్జెక్ట్స్ కూడా ఉన్నాయి ఇక్కడ, అంటే మల్టిపుల్ ఫ్రూట్స్ కూడా ఉన్నాయి. అంటే ఒక ఫ్రూట్ ఈ విధంగా ఉంటుంది అంటే ఆ ఫ్రూట్ పేరు ఏంటి, ఆ ఫ్రూట్ పేరు మనం ఇక్కడ ఇస్తున్నాం. అట్లా ప్రతి పిక్చర్లోనూ ఆ ఫ్రూట్స్ డిఫరెంట్ స్టైల్స్లో ఉన్నాయి, సమ్ టైమ్స్ డిఫరెంట్ కలర్స్లో ఉన్నాయి, డిఫరెంట్ ఆర్గనైజేషన్లో ఉన్నాయి, డిఫరెంట్ ఓరియంటేషన్లో ఉన్నాయి అనమాట. అంటే ఈ పర్టికులర్గా ఈ విధంగా ఉంటే ఈ పర్టికులర్ ఫ్రూట్ ఇది మనం చెప్పి మనం అక్కడ ఎనోటేషన్ చేయాలి కరెక్ట్గా. ఫస్ట్ మెషిన్ లెర్నింగ్ మోడల్ మనం ప్రిపేర్ చేసే ముందు డేటాని ఈ విధంగా మనం ప్రిపేర్ చేసుకోవాలి ఫస్ట్. ఇప్పుడు మీరు దాంట్లో లోడ్ చేయండి సార్. అది ఈ ఫోల్డర్ కానీ ఇవన్నీ జస్ట్ ఇట్లా సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకుంటున్నాం ఒకసారి. నేను ఇక్కడ 30 ఇమేజెస్ సెలెక్ట్ చేశాను. ఇట్లా లోడ్ అయిన తర్వాత ఇప్పుడు మనం చేయాల్సింది ఏంటి, ఆబ్జెక్ట్ డిటెక్షన్. కాబట్టి మీరు డబుల్ క్లిక్ నొక్కండి సార్, ఈ మౌస్కి ప్రాబ్లం ఉంది అది. సరే ఇక చూడండి ఇక్కడ ఇది అది అంటే కొద్దిగా మినిమం ప్రాజెక్ట్ తీసుకోండి సార్. సో ఇప్పుడు మనం ఇప్పుడు 5 రకాల ఫ్రూట్స్ ఉన్నాయి ఇక్కడ. మనకు తెలుసు చూడడానికి, మనకు ఇవన్నీ యాపిల్స్ అని తెలుసు, కానీ దానికి పేర్లు ఇవ్వాలి. ఇప్పుడు మనం ఆ పేర్లు ఇచ్చే మెకానిజంనే ఎనోటేషన్ అంటాం మనం. ఇప్పుడు మనం ఎట్లా పేర్లు ఇవ్వచ్చు అంటే ఫస్ట్ ఈ ఆబ్జెక్ట్ సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకోవాలి మనం. అంటే ఈ ఆబ్జెక్ట్ మనం రెక్టాంగులర్గా సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు, ఇట్లా పాలిగాన్గా సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు, అంటే రకరకాలుగా మనం అంటే ఈ ఆబ్జెక్ట్ మనం సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకునే విధానం కూడా మారుతుంది అనమాట. అది మనకి డిఫరెంట్ వేదిక ఇచ్చారన్నమాట. అయితే సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకున్న తర్వాత దీనికి ఒక పేరు ఇవ్వాలి మనం. ఆ ఏమేమి పేర్లు అనేది మీరు ఇక్కడ ముందు ఇక్కడ ఇచ్చి ఆ మెషిన్ చెప్పండి ఫస్ట్. అంటే ఈ ప్లస్ నొక్కండి. నేను ఇందాక నాకు ఆ ప్లస్ కనపడక నేను ఇందాక నుంచి వెతుక్కుంటున్నాను. సో ఇప్పుడు అట్లా పేర్లు ఇచ్చేసాను సార్. మీకు పేర్లు ఇచ్చేసిన తర్వాత ఆ పేర్లు దానికి అసైన్ చేయండి మీరు ఇమేజెస్. ఎనీ అదర్ డౌట్స్ ప్లీజ్? దోస్ ఆర్ హ్యావింగ్ సమ్ డౌట్, ప్లీజ్ లెట్ మీ నో. New name, that's what, sir. You go to actions part only.
Oh, lady.
In the edit labels only.
Yes, I guess.
Use this plus symbol. This plus symbol was not seen. I was actually previously I was that's a little bit confused. But use this plus symbol.
Okay, banana.
Right now you put the new tag name banana. Just
Accept.
yeah, accept it. Now you can select it from this list here. Now that list will be popped with your latest names. Please. Done? What happened, sir? What is the problem? Fruits folder రాలేదా మీకు? మీరు ముందు ఫస్ట్ ఫ్రూట్స్ ఫోల్డర్ ఎక్కడ ఉంది? అది మీరు డౌన్లోడ్ చేస్తే మీరు డౌన్లోడ్స్ ఫోల్డర్లోకి వెళ్ళిపోండి మీరు డైరెక్ట్గా ఒకసారి ఫస్ట్. అక్కడ ఉంది కదా 6 times డౌన్లోడ్ చేశారు. ఒక నిమిషం ఈ పర్టికులర్ ఫోల్డర్ దగ్గరికి వెళ్ళండి మీరు. వెళ్ళి ఇవన్నీ జిప్ ఫైల్ అనమాట. యాక్చువల్గా జిప్ ఫైల్లో ఉందంటే అది కండెన్స్డ్ ఫామ్, అంటే కంప్రెస్ చేసి అనమాట, సైజ్ కంప్రెస్ అయింది. అది డైరెక్ట్గా మనకి డేటా రాదు దాంట్లో నుంచి. అందుకే మీరు సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకుని ఎక్స్ట్రాక్ట్ ఆల్ అనండి. ఎక్స్ట్రాక్ట్ అంటే ఆ జిప్ ఫైల్ నుంచి మొత్తం దాంట్లో ఉన్న డేటా అంతా ఎక్స్ట్రాక్ట్ ఎక్కడికి వెళ్ళింది, ఇదే ఫోల్డర్లో కింద పేరు వస్తుంది మీకు చూడండి. ఇక్కడ ఎక్స్ట్రాక్ట్ నొక్కగానే ఇక్కడ వచ్చింది చూసారా, ఇదే ఫోల్డర్లో. ఇది ఫ్రూట్ పిక్చర్స్. ఇప్పుడు ఈ ఫ్రూట్ పిక్చర్స్ ఇవన్నీ ఉన్నాయి మీకు ఇక్కడ. ఇది ఇక్కడికి వెళ్ళిపోయి మీరు ఒక నిమిషం, ఇది డౌన్లోడ్స్లో ఇవ్వండి. ఈ ఫోల్డర్ పేరు వేరే ఉంది, ఈ జిప్ ఫోల్డర్ వేరేగా ఉంది చూసారా. ఈ ఫోల్డర్ ఏమంటే పిక్చర్స్ ఉన్నాయి ఇక్కడ. ఇక్కడికి వెళ్ళిన తర్వాత ఇక్కడ మనం మేక్ సెన్స్కి వచ్చాం కదా, ఇక్కడ డ్రాప్ సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకోండి. ఇప్పుడు ఇక్కడ మీ పిక్చర్స్ అన్నీ ఇక్కడ వస్తాయి మీకు. ఇక్కడ ఇవన్నీ షిఫ్ట్ పట్టుకుని నొక్కితే అన్నీ సెలెక్ట్ అయిపోతాయి. ఇక్కడ ఈ సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకుని ఓపెన్ చేయండి. ఇప్పుడు 60 images లోడ్ అయినాయి ఇక్కడ. సో ఈ ఇమేజెస్ తీసుకున్న తర్వాత మనం దీన్ని ఇప్పుడు అనోటేషన్ చేయాలి. ఇక్కడ ఇప్పుడు అనోటేషన్ చేయాలంటే ఇప్పుడు ఈ ఫ్రూట్ ఏంటి పేరు, యాపిల్ అని మనకు తెలుసు, కానీ సిస్టమ్కి తెలియదు కదా. అందుకని మనకి ఏమేమి లేబుల్స్ ఇవ్వదలుచుకున్నామో అన్నీ ఇక్కడ ఈ లేబుల్స్ ఇక్కడ యాడ్ చేయండి. ఇక్కడ ఎడిట్ లేబుల్స్ లేక ఈ ప్లస్ నొక్కండి. ఇందాక నాకు ఈ ప్లస్ కనపడలేదు, అదే వచ్చిన ప్రాబ్లం. ఇక్కడ మీకు తెలుసు ఈ పిక్చర్స్లో ఏమేమి ఉంటాయి అనేది. అందుకని ముందు లేబుల్స్ క్రియేట్ చేసుకోండి మీరు ఇక్కడ. ఇది ఒకటి, తర్వాత ఇంకోటి. రైట్ తొందరగా రండి. Else is having any other doubts, please let me know. Yes, please. మీరు లేబుల్స్ చెప్తాను. ఇది ఇక్కడ అట్లా అన్ని ఇమేజెస్కి చేయాలి. యాక్చువల్గా మీరు ఒక్క ఇమేజ్కి చేయడం, ఎప్పుడు ఒక ఇమేజ్కి డేటా ఉన్నట్టు కాదు ఇక్కడ మనకి. బట్ 60 images చేయలేరు మీరు. స్లోగా ఒక 10 images చేయండి చాలు ప్రస్తుతానికి. నెక్స్ట్ నేను చెప్తున్నా అందరికి ఒకటి సెర్చ్. ఎనీ డౌట్స్ సార్? Done? Yeah. So please, select the, yes. Where is your folder, sir? One second, sir. This is in the download folder. Oh, this is in zip file, sir, actually. Okay. You need to first extract this one. Just say extract all. This extract here. So now you got the folder you see here. Now you will be able to see from here. Go to where is it downloads. So now you see here this folder. Double click here. Now just double click. You select all the images at a time. Just click open. Now images are loaded here. So go to object detection. So you start the project here. Since this is the first time, there won't be any labels here. You first create the labels here. Edit labels here. So you use this plus symbol to add the things. So you know what are the labels can be there. Just and you assign that labels to that respective images. Yeah, it is a laborious process of annotating. These images are actually fruits. They are very straightforward. Imagine, okay, now what to be done? See, yes, please. Yeah, please let me. మీరు మార్చండి ఇక్కడ లేబుల్. మీరు డ్రాప్ డౌన్ అది బై డిఫాల్ట్ మీకు ఆటోమేటిక్ చేయరు. దిస్ నాట్ ఆటోమేటిక్ సాఫ్ట్వేర్ కదా, ఇది మాన్యువల్. ఇది మాన్యువల్లీ వీఆర్ డూయింగ్ దీస్ థింగ్స్. బనానా స్లిమ్స్ ఫస్ట్, దట్స్ వాట్ మాన్యువల్లీ యూ హ్యావ్ టు అసైన్ దట్. ఇట్ ఈస్ laborious and lot of time is takes, lot of cost is also there. If you have to do like this for thousands of images, now you see how much time it will take. It's not just thousands, it goes to lakhs and millions of records. It's very difficult actually. So okay, what to be done after this is, after annotation is over, please listen here, important step. See here carefully. In the actions part, you have something called export annotations. It means you have done the annotations. I am assuming that you have already done labeling for this. How to do, I have already told you. So it is, once you have done it, you need to do the export annotations. When you click export annotations, what is expected to come? This image, yes, this image with labels, please remember. So those two things will be there. So once you export it, that export can be done in different formats. All of you please listen here, one important step. Please just focus for 5 to 10 minutes, I am not taking more than that. In 10 minutes, your session will be over now. So once you export that, exportation can be done in different formats. What are those formats? Yes, you might have learned it, sir. So you can export it in CSV or you can export it in JSON format. JSON format means JavaScript object notation format. So let me just show you here export annotations. So it is asking, yes, this is another you only look once. YOLO stands for the abbreviation of you only look once. So at once that a machine learning process will take place at one go. It will understand that algorithm is, the name of that algorithm is called as YOLO. In our literature, you have so many algorithms are there. But the latest algorithm, that is Ultratix company's manufacturing algorithm, is YOLO. YOLO 11 is the latest one as on today on this year for image detections and object classifications. So you use this YOLO here. And again, you can have it in a CSV format also. You know what is CSV format? So every image is been annotated with the corresponding label also. So you have to collect that information. That data is to be given to your machine algorithm. We are not teaching, it is not there in the syllabus as on today, please remember it. But I am stopping at this particular point only. You need to collect that annotated values. So here I am just selecting it as export. Once you select it as a single CSV file and click export, now you can see here, open that and see what is that export. You can see it on your systems also. So here, so what are the data sets? Now your data set can be in the form of, what are the different formats? Just now I told you, CSV formats and JSON format. So now what is this JSON? JavaScript object notation. So what are you going to do now with this data that is annotated? You have to give the data to a machine, to another machine, or you want to send the data to another location where machine learning process will happen. To exchange the information properly with all this lot of information, images and other things. So here there is a format. That format is nothing but called as, widely used format is called as JSON. In the olden days we used to have XML format, extended markup language, but latest is nothing but JSON. The JSON format is having a key value pairs. So how the data looks like in the JSON and how the value looks like in CSV. So let us see, just I given some small information here. This material is also given to you. Now the slide is given to you already material. You click this, this is an hyperlink is there. So from this hyperlink you get the data. This is data related to a medical domain. This is data related to a medical domain and the data is available in the form of CSV, so comma separated values. So here this data is coming from a University of California Irvine machine repository. There is a collection of data are there. What does the data contains? It contains so much of information. What is that? The description about the data. How many instances are there? Instance means the number of records. Now how many images did you upload there? 60 images. So 60 records this basically. So similarly 60 lines or 60 for how many people, how many attributes are there? 14 columns, 14 attributes are there. What is the target variable? Whether there is an heart disease or not. They have some database. These university people, they collected a real data and they made it available for public to use that particular data and to prepare some machine learning models. So you also should know the data that is available in different formats. So this is one format called as CSV. What are these features? These features are age, sex, chest pain, blood pressure value, cholesterol, fasting blood sugar value. You open that file. You click this particular, you go to that particular link, open that file, and that file data will be in the form of CSV. Once you get the data in the CSV, what needs to be done? What are the next steps to be done? Cleaning. Something if it is there missing, you need to do some kind of strategies. After cleaning is there, then annotation. After annotation is there, then the processing. The processing is completed, then you prepare for the machine learning models. So these are the steps for the data cleaning. This is the website. This is what, once you click that, you will get that website. Open it. This is one format. Then also you have another format. That format is called as JSON format. So JSON format means how the data looks like. You can see here the data is nothing but here something is there before colon, something is written, after colon, something is written here. What is before colon? Something like open. These before colon things are called as keys, or they are also called as attributes. And after colon, what is written here? They are called as values. So this is a value for this particular attribute. This is a value for this particular attribute. This is one format. If you write the data, make the data available in this format can be transported, can be exchanged to a different processes, to a different machine easily. So exchanging the data in a particular format between the software processes and between the systems should be very much lightweight, and it should be human readable. It means we as an human beings can read it, understand it. Same way the machine also can read it and understand it. So JSON formats are human readable formats, self-explanatory, but having a particular style, particular format, so that the machines and the processes, when they exchange the data, they can easily understand it and they can be easily retrieve the data and process the data. So here this is one format. You can go to this, you will get the your finance people, you are the finance people, so go to it. You know there's a lot of financial attributes are there, how many features are there, what are those categorical values. You can see this is one format which is given in the JSON format. So then what is the difference between medical and finance? I have been tabulated here. The data is in CSV format, the data in the JSON format. What are the observations? CSV format is very simple. It is flat tables. That's what the CSV, comma separated values. Easy for spreadsheets and machine learning tools. Whereas JSON is very flexible, hierarchical, that you are seeing the employee data within that another key value pair is there. Better for APIs, it means application programming interface for data exchanges. This format of data is very much required. So this is what the advantages of CSV and JSON format. I have listed it. These are the advantages of this. Go through this one. Basically, CSV data is common in structured data transfers. That is the advantages for both the applications. So this is what the material I have shown to you, and those who have some time, go through this visual crossing. You can get the data of weather APIs also. Use this particular website to bring the data from that website into your Excel sheet using this API. So this is what I just covered here as of now. So one Looker Studio only that I just kept it aside, which is already 120 is there. Now I have to stop this one. Let me just 2 minutes, just give me 2 minutes time. I'll just and those who have done this exercise of encoding and pre-processing, you send me the mails to me. So here I was given what I need to cover here. So in the lab session, take data sets in different formats, CSV and JSON format, understand the metadata, how many features are there, what size, what license here. Lab 3, do a data annotation exercise, use makesense.ai or VGG. I have taken the makesense, annotate 10 sample images, export in the XML or YOLO format, discuss annotation errors and challenges. Now this is what the lab exercise that was given to me to be delivered here, except this last point. Already I have shown you these things. This is the lab part, and the other thing is the theory part. So the AI data pipeline, what are the key stages, what are the core components, what are the different collection methods, manual, using sensors, using system logs and all. What is data annotation, what is labeling, what is the importance of annotations. You have seen what is the importance of annotations, types of annotation. You have seen the bounding boxes right now, the bounding box which I have shown you. Transcription, that's what I could not show you here. Named entity already I have shown to you. Segmentation, if you give me some time, I'll just open it and show you. If you have some time, you can see segmentation is usually for medical records. Now, have you have seen the fruits data style, right? How the medical thing will be there, how the medical data files will be there. Let me just show you once. Suppose for the brain tumor, I am using another software. Let me just now see here, some images will be of like this. It is not like fruit, what you see it directly, but you have to annotate it. Who is going to annotate these pictures? Experts, the radiologist and the doctors, they have to annotate it here. Now you have seen a bounding box there. That is very easy. We actually, everybody knows you can use a bounding box to annotate it. But if you want to annotate these images, where is a tumor? This is basically a brain tumor is there. The MRI images, these are MRI images here. So I am using one of the software called as ITK Snap. This is meant for medical imaging purpose only. This is free software. You can write down the name. Those who want to explore it, later you can explore it. It is free software. You can, and they also have so much of tutorials on their corresponding website called ITK Snap. You can explore it later. Now I have to give names here now. How do I give annotation to this one? Go to this cursor inspector. This is cursor inspector means this the plus symbol which is changing. That's what your cursor inspector. See here carefully what I am doing here. I am just selecting a particular area using the pixel. These are called pixel segmentations. This process is called as segmentation, segmenting a particular regions. I am not selecting the entire things here. I am selecting only a particular part where is something, the tumor is there. I know as an expert I can tell. Really I am not an expert in this one, but it is just for you to see. So expert will identify which particular region needs to be highlighted and that needs to be mapped. So you are, once you select this one, it's the same thing like in the previous case, you need to give the labels here. The label 1 you are going to specify it is in the red color. That is a very problematic area. So this screen which you are seeing is very laborious process for seeing and doing. So no radiologist, no doctor will spend time in doing this one. But people are doing for paid money. So every day one image 1000 rupees in the market. It depends on how far it is there. So these things, this is another software which is used for your segmentation process. So these are the things. Now I stop discussion. Any doubts here, please let me know. See, these are the basic topics. Of course, I am little bit fast. I understand that because these are the contents. Very lot of contents are given to me within this 1.5 hour and 1.5 hour duration. Yes, please.
In Actions, we put annotation.
YOLO or a CSV format, sir. YOLO format, you export it. You will get a file now. That file you are going to give it to your training process, machine learning process. Maybe other teachers will tell, because my schedule is only up to this particular part. What is my focus? My focus is only up to how to prepare a data in a clean and quality manner. That is one. That's all. The data preparation. Yes, you will maybe as per the schedule you will get that one in the preparing the AI model and all should be there. I have not seen the schedule. Mostly it will be done by the other lectures. This is only just to understand the importance of quality data. If quality data is not there, model cannot be prepared. So what are the steps in the quality data preparation is, I already touched the maximum extent. Any other doubts, please? Yes, please.
Basically, the next step we will train the machine to identify which is accurate. So after this data, we go to the machine to identify how many products is there. That's the problem.
Yes. That is the next step. True. Any other doubts, please? Yeah, all the best. Do the exercise and be in touch. Email, I will definitely respond once you do that little exercise. Anyway, I'll share the solution to you after the 5 days is over. Any other doubts? Okay, thank you and all the best for it. Yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this session on data cleansing and pre-processing. This is basically a theoretical class. I may not give you any hands-on exposure here, but I'll be trying to link here and there. And whenever you have any questions related to your research, you want more refinement, you have something to suggest, you are welcome. Okay. So let us start the class. Just to have a brief introduction about myself. As you can see, I'm working as an assistant professor here, and I completed my PhD from the same university in the year 2012. Some of you may be knowing Professor B. Rashtriya. He's a direct student, and later I joined Geetham University for about 3 years. Prior to that, I had a postdoctoral research experience at IIM Bangalore for 3 years. And here I have been teaching for about 9 years by now. That is one thing. And I'm an MSc in Applied Mathematics from NIT Roorkela and MBA in Marketing and HR from Biju Patnaik University, Technical University in Odisha. So recently I got my fellow designation from American Production and Inventory Control Society. Some of you may be knowing. Is the highest body in the area of production and operations, and the fellow is the highest designation under that particular certification. So this is my brief bio, and I am going to discuss with all of you data cleansing and the pre-processing. And I believe we all available here are from social science stream. Social science stream. So some of you may have some information already available with you. If you need more clarification, something which is not very clear, or you have something to add or comment, you are welcome. So I believe everybody must have done some research in their careers by now, right? So what kind of data that you have already used in your research? Can I have a couple of feedback? Primary, okay. Primary data, secondary data. This is the two broad classification of the data. But under primary, what kind of data you have dealt with? Survey data, right? Survey data, right? Anybody else has used any other kind of method in the research, like a focused group discussion, right? Then you have interviews, right? Then these are actually the data that are basically cross-sectional data. They're basically called as cross-sectional data. That means data that are collected at a particular point in time, and there are some stakeholders you might have interviewed through a kind of series of questions, and it is called as instrument. And you have some scale might have been used. The prominent scale available is the Likert scale. Strongly disagree to strongly agree through indifference, or maybe very unimportant to very important, something like that, right? Poor to excellent, something like that, that particular scale, right? So this is what is the cross-sectional data that you might have used. Other than the cross-sectional data, anybody has used any other data? Like secondary data, anybody used secondary data? Observation is also fine. You need not ask anyone any question, but you silently observe their behavior. That is fine. That is also one kind of data that you have to have your own observation, or maybe some researchers or enumerator can probably observe certain thing, and you just collate the things and go ahead with it. It may not be very strictly speaking, it is a quantitative data set. It may not be like that, but you will get a lot of qualitative insight. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I appreciate. Then any other data that you have dealt with? Anybody who has dealt with any secondary data? Secondary data. Ministry of Corporate Affairs, what kind of data you have dealt with MCA? Okay, so did you use that data only for descriptive statistic, or you did some model building there? Descriptive statistic. Is there anyone who has dealt with the secondary data but you have built any model, like time series forecasting model, right? Or panel data regression, right? Or any other model that you have built? Anybody else? I believe all of you have completed your PhD degree long back, right? Because I'm not aware of the the audience. I believe so. Everybody must have done some kind of exercise with respect to the data analysis, right? So the topic that I'm broadly covering is not very new thing. So you might have done it in your research period or in a postdoctoral research period in some way or the other. Only thing is that I am little systematically I am projecting before you, right? Okay. So now before I get into this, so data management, right? So we got a kind of a syllabus from your what is that authorities regarding this thing. So broadly I am covering the things. In case anything is missing or something, you have some questions, you are welcome to ask. Now the primary thing that you have in terms of a kind of a research, whether it is a cross-sectional data or longitudinal data in terms of the time series data, or it is a panel data, which is a mix of both, right? You need to have some kind of data management, right? Which basically covers your data pre-processing, right? So we have seen from our experience, you also might have observed from your own experience that there is a very important issue in terms of the data pre-processing, right? So when we pre-process the data, there are several things we need to take into account. Like you should see the data do not have error, in the sense should not have many missing cases, some kind of extra characters that are available in the data, not many you can say outliers available in the data. There may not be many influential cases in the data. These are the few things you need to deal with the data set before actually you go for any model. So what could be the model? The model could be a simple linear regression model, right? Y is equal to mx plus c. It's a simple linear regression model, right? Or you may have y is equal to m plus c1 x1 plus c2 x2, and you keep continuing for as many as variables that you have, right? So irrespective of the thing, that we need a very clean data set. So maybe on an average, half of the time should be devoted for cleaning the data. Then you should go for building your particular model, whatever model that you are building according to your requirement, right? So broadly, our data is cross-sectional. All of your data is cross-sectional. You might have collected the data at a particular point in time, and you might have analyzed, right? Some people, is there anyone who is from finance area? From finance area? Anyone? You are from finance area. So if you see the finance related data, stock data, right? Or you see the RBI data on the inflation expectation, right? So those are the time series data, right? So you might have some prediction model, time series forecasting model, maybe basic elementary models like moving average, exponential smoothing, right? Auto-regressive integrated moving average method, ARIMA, could be SARIMA, could be ARDL model, could be, I think you have a session on demand forecasting, somebody will be talking on that. So, but before coming to that particular part, you need to systematically see whether your data have anomalies, right, in terms of the correctness of the data, right? One big problem happens in terms of the survey data, that many a times we don't really understand the gravity of the particular question. We take it to the market for the administration, right? And by the time we come back and see, there are a lot of missing cases, right? So why does it happen? Because people feel insecure for responding to the queries. For instance, income is a classic example, right? If you ask for income, many people will hesitate to give their income, right? So the better way to avoid that particular question is either you drop that particular variable if your research permits it. If it doesn't permit, then what you can do is probably you can take their profession. What is their profession? Agricultural income, or somebody is a salaried class employee. Salaried class employee, we know what is our income, right? Let us say we are all faculty, right? Everybody knows how much an assistant professor gets, how much an associate professor gets, and so on and so forth. So there is nothing private or the secret there, right? But many people, especially from the business fraternity, they hesitate to tell their data. Go to a wholesaling market, ask a wholesaler, what is your income? Do you really think you will give it? You will not give it, definitely, because we have experience, they don't cooperate. Then the point here is, why do you ask? try to minimize if possible. If that is not possible, then what you can do is probably you can have a code, some code, income code 1, right, less than 50,000 per month, or maybe less than 20,000 per month, 20 to 50,000 per month, 50 to 1 lakh, something like that. You can have some slab. Then somebody will be preferably thinking that, you know, I can give it because they're not anyway capturing my real income, so I can tick somewhere, right? So this kind of data are little sensitive data. So in the questionnaire, basically for the cross-sectional data, and when it is by survey, it is better to minimize, the open-ended questions. Open-ended questions. Not many open-ended questions should be there, because people hesitate to give the open-ended questions, right? Just before some time I was talking to your previous batch. Let us say if you ask an ordinary person, right, what do you think the oil price in the coming 15 days, looking at the Israel and Iran war, right? Do you really think that person will give you something, some perspective? But you say, you give some options. Petrol price may go up by 20 rupees. Gold price may go up by 5,000 rupees. So somewhere you will tick. So this is a classic way of minimizing the missing cases, right? So of course we have to have our own domain, right? If you are doing for your let us say psychology, right, or maybe HR, right, probably it's fine. But certain times in operations and the finance, especially for the finance, we need fact. So there actually we have a lot of handicap, right? We don't get enough information, especially in the finance. At least you get something, but in operations we struggle because we need the fact. Supply chain data, operations data, production data. Nobody is really, you know, able to cooperate because of various reasons. So there actually data quality is very, very important thing. So irrespective of the data requirement, data you have, the model has its own requirement, right? So what I mean to say is, let us say you are building a regression model, right, and you assume that you have 15 variables. Okay, you are building a regression model and you have 15 variables, that is independent variable. What do you think should be the sample size? Any idea? Especially those who have recently completed their PhD or so, I'm not aware of, but you can. What should be the sample size? Minimum 150? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, very good. So, yeah, very good. So, minimum is 1:10. But 1:10 ratio is a little optimistic side, I should rather say, right? So why I am saying it optimistic? Because if you have some non-response, even you get 10% non-response, right? 10% non-response if you get, then you are getting 135, right? Which is not actually truly representing your requirement, right? So to be on the safe side, you can probably take 15 to 20 times. Okay, there are also references I have given in the in my presentation. You can refer to Higher et al. Multivariate analysis. So you can take 15 to 20%. So then you can have a standard model for regression. Otherwise, justifying the model with smaller data size will be a big problem, right? You cannot really justify, right? There are also other arguments. If you know the standard deviation, right? Statistically, if you know the standard deviation, you can calculate your sample size. So what is that is basically we take error, okay? Error is equal to C sigma square root of n, right? So that means your E square is equal to C square sigma square by n. That means n is equal to C square sigma square by your error square. You can take error is equal to 5%, sigma is equal to, if you have a secondary information, you can take sigma. Mostly this is a limitation. Most of the cases this is not available. That is where people are compelled to go for convenience sampling. People are compelled to go for convenience sampling. Had this been available, you can systematically go for random sampling. And please remember, many of our cases, if you strictly see, they are actually biased reports, because we do not really take random sampling into picture. We go for convenience, and many of the statistical parameters, they need random sampling. But unfortunately, due to our lot of issues in the market, non-cooperation from the stakeholders, right? You can think of an ordinary customer, you go to a shopping mall, ask for, even we also sometimes, right? Somebody comes with a questionnaire, please help to fill. We know because we're in the academic fraternity, we understand and we feel it. But many other people say, I'm sorry, I am busy, I don't have time, something like that, right? So it is happening with the customer. Can you think of a company executive? Can you think of a government official? There is hardly any response. It's very, very difficult task. That is where majority of the people are going for convenience sampling. They look for the contact and they go for the data collection. But that is a kind of a biased one in terms of the statistical estimation. Anyway, if you have your sigma available, you can use this particular way. If you do not have the sigma available, like how madam said, you can probably go for 10%, but 10% is very optimistic. You can probably take 15 to 20%. So that you will have some non-response. You can probably adjust it in the process. Now, whatever data that you have collect, it may have some error, right? It may have some missing cases, and it may have some outlier, right? And certain times you may have some influential cases, right? So though I have presented outlier and the influential cases in two different ways, you can probably find there are some similarities between the two. So what happens with respect to the outlier, I'll be talking about it in more detail, but for the time being, you understand that in the normal distribution, something which falls below -3 and something falls above +3, we basically take it as an outlier. Similarly, if you are dealing with your data with respect to the quartile, then you can take quartile 1 minus 1.5 times of interquartile range. Below that, there is outlier. Then 1.5 times of interquartile range plus Q3, that is basically quartile 3, we take as outlier, right? These are the two ways by which we deal with this particular outlier. But what about these influential cases? Influential cases are little refinement of the outlier. They are to be dealt a little separately, maybe by Mahalanobis distance, or maybe Cook's distance, or maybe by leverage value that I have discussed at the end. So maybe some of you might not have used it at all. That may be little adding value to your existing knowledge. So dimension of the data quality, this is basically we are talking about the data management, data quality improvement, missing data, outlier treatment. I hope you must have some information prior to this. So we need to deal with the accuracy. Then accuracy means free from error. So what could be that? Maybe you can analyze it, right? So let us say you are analyzing the data set and there are extra characters available in the data, right? So commas are available, then full stops are available, certain times then absurd figures are available. All those things need to be corrected very, very systematically, right? I hope some of you have some orientation for Python, but I think we may have a class on Orange, I think. So that will be taking off. I think that time also I'll tell you. So certain times you have to declare that a particular value can be treated as an outlier. So that means it will not be taken into consideration for the data analysis. It will be kept outside. So the completeness, it should have the complete information, right? Then you should have the appropriate sampling there, right? And please do not be under impression that your sample is truly justifying the entire population. Even the population itself may have the error, right? So normally what happens, you may be knowing central limit theorem, right? So higher is the sample size, better is the representation. That means your standard error, if you go, you increase your sample size and your standard error, that means you will get a relationship like this, right? So that means what is your standard error? Standard error is nothing but your sigma by square root of n, right? What is standard error? Standard error is nothing but your standard deviation of the sampling distribution, right? So if you increase n, so if n is approaching infinity, standard error will be approaching 0, right? That is what you see, this kind of relationship, and this kind of relationship basically called as, anyone? This kind of, you can see where it is going to be 0, any idea? We don't know, right? So this particular tendency is basically called as asymptotic behavior. Asymptotic behavior. Anyone from mathematics or statistics may be knowing. This behavior is called as asymptotic behavior because this is like behaving like an asymptote. So which is parallel to the curve, but we don't know where it is going to meet. So that behavior is like this, and you have to take n is very, very large. So strictly speaking, no data is perfect. Strictly speaking, no data is perfect. Higher is the data size, better is the representation. So we should try to collect more data, but we as the researcher have limited time, limited finance available, and our deadline for submitting the report due to some constraint. So then we have to justify whatever we do, we just find a way to justify. Yes or no? Whatever we do, we just try to find a way to justify that we are correct. But that may not be the case all the times, because higher is the data, better is the representation. That is why every 10 years we are going for the census. Even we have not gone for, our census was due in 2021. 5 years have passed. Government of India even could not do the census even after 5 years. You can imagine the gravity of the cost and the time, the the manpower required. So it's very, very costly. So sampling may be that's a simple term, but executing that with the population and executing a true representation of the sample size is not a very easy task. So anyway, this is actually one thing that we have to take into consideration. Then you have the consistency, should have the reliable information, right? And the reliability check also you can do it in terms of Cronbach's alpha for the internal consistency. Then timeliness of course is a concern, and looking at your research work, data should be unique, right? And maybe if you want to replicate for your time series, with respect to various cross sections, that becomes your longitudinal data or the time series data. That also you can do it, but you have to make sure that your sample remains the constant. Let us say you are doing some work with respect to some medical related treatment, how it is working on the patients, right? Then you have to systematically keep watching day wise, month wise, how the medicines are working, how a typical food habit is creating cholesterol or sugar level or diabetes or something that you need to estimate over a period of time, but you need to keep the sample constant so that you can go for the time series data. Then if changes multiple times, then maybe you can do some analysis, but then that may not be the panel data, that may be a kind of a pooled data. So there also you can have some kind of estimation. Then the validity, so should represent the true situation or the real world problems, it should basically represent. So now this particular thing, I believe I have already told you part of the things. So how to control the data at the source itself, right? So some of you might have, anybody from operations area? Anyone from operations? Nobody? Nobody from operations? Okay. So in the operations area, basically what we talk is with respect to the quality, doing the things right for the first time and every time, right? So that means there is no scope for the fault. There is no scope for the mistake. You do the things for the first time correctly and try to replicate it, right? So that way, if you take that as a kind of a constraint, so you have to do the things right for first time and every time. So that is also, there is a concept also called as Pokayoke. Pokayoke is a Japanese term, basically called as mistake proofing. So who is doing the data? Who is doing the thing, right? How are they collecting the data? Are they properly trained? Are they properly feeding the data into the system? So these are the few things, if you cross check, then I believe some part of the anomalies we can control in the data set, right? Some part of the anomalies we can control in the data set. If I tell you my own experience, I have completed recently one project of 35 lakh, that is with respect to food inflation, okay? So food inflation you all may be knowing, which is basically currently we have about 6 to 7% according to the published figures in the news, right? But it is higher than that, okay? Anyway, so we have the data in the RBI and we have the data available with the ministries, right? Ministry of Statistics Program Implementation, they also have some data, right? This is one thing. Then the second thing is that we are trying to correlate how the supply chain practices can really help in controlling the food inflation, right? Basically, anyone from econometric background? economics, econometric background? Okay. So now the thing is, when inflation is basically a macroeconomic concept, right? Now you have seen the war is going on. Most likely the petrol price, gold price, then exchange rate fluctuation are going to happen for sure, right? You can keep watching, right? Now these are macroscopic variable, right? What is microscopic variable? Let's say industrial production, supply chain practices, perishability, inventory management. These are microscopic practices. So now we are trying to relate this particular two, right? So I was the principal investigator, and some of you may be knowing Professor Asagan, he was also co-investigator. Now the thing is that we could not travel many places. We collected data for about 8,000 odd stakeholders, right? Now the question comes here is, we have taken enumerator, right? And we trained the enumerator. But now I am analyzing the data and I am finding it really tough, right? Because many places I am under impression that they might not have gone to the field, they might have filled it sitting at home itself. Whatever they have filled, it is all absurd figures. There is no proper match in between. A turmeric farmer is making crores in rupees as income, and paddy farmer is getting struggling to get cash. It's not consistent. Now I am struggling in how to deal with such things. It's a very, very difficult task. So this is where you need a very strong team to go for the empirical data. So that is where I am saying, if possible, maybe you can have little consistent from the beginning itself, so that you can control the anomalies, whatever will be coming. But few things that I have given here, you can have a quick look. So you can segregate the data or the questionnaire into various stages. Then some cases, variable and the responses should be clearly demonstrated, right? What is a variable? What is a response? Income is a variable. What is the response? Less than 20,000, 20 to 40,000 is a response, right? So this should have the clear, demarcation. Why I am saying this? Because when you have 1,000 entries, when somebody will be entering the primary data, right? Somebody will be entering, then variable will coming in place of response will be coming in place of variable, right? Now you are analyzing, you understand the difficulties, right? So many places there are missing cases. So and many places there are some extra characters. So how to deal with such things is a very, very difficult task. And I believe 8,000 record is not a very small figure. It is a reasonable size. When you do the analysis, you understand, and it is not possible also for anyone to control every single point by visiting every single record, because it's too difficult, right? So on an average, we had 8,000 odd cases, and roughly 800 variables, okay, starting from the farmer till the customer, right? And you may be knowing there are some influential cases in between, especially in the agriculture. Anybody is agricultural research, something? No, that's fine, but in the commerce also you might have done some empirical research, no? See, agriculture is saying as a domain. I'm not saying agricultural extension officer or something. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying agriculture is a field of research. Basically agribusiness. If I correct myself, agribusiness. Anyway, so that's fine. So in terms of agribusiness, right, if you see in the inflation situation, basically finance people, they may be also knowing that inflation is around 7%, published figure, right? It may be higher than that. So what happens there actually, if you see the entire the breakup of the supply chain, how it is estimated various stages. So maybe starting from the agricultural produce market committees, that you may be aware of, right? Agricultural produce market committees till it comes to the wholesaling market. That is actually the critical stage. That is the critical stage in terms of the process flow, right? So you have to see what is that is happening with respect to the breakup, and if you have large number of groups available, not only a single entity. Many times what we do is we go for the single entity. Either it is a customer or something, some kind of cases that you might have taken. Whatever, maybe the companies you might have taken, company data. Few companies you might have taken from MCA, right? And estimated their, let us say, what is that, debt to equity ratio, cash to cash cycle time, something like that, right? Inventory turnover ratio, accounts payable turnover ratio, this kind of stuff you might have calculated, right? So these are actually secondary data available and you get it. And you know, secondary data that is coming from MCA, it is somewhat a foolproof that, you know, because it's coming from the corporate affairs and they might have given reasonably correct data, right? But primary data is very difficult to get when you are collecting for the first time. So certain times you may have to pre-code the data. If you pre-code, then what will happen? It may probably minimize your internal consistency related issues. I think Madam has done with respect to structural modeling, if I am not wrong. So if you pre-code certain things, let us say income is a variable. So there you have a lot of inconsistency. You go for open-ended question. So you'll get somewhere 0, somewhere 10 lakh, somewhere 1 lakh, somewhere 50,000. Your standard deviation will be very high. So that particular information when you bring for the internal consistency, then what will happen is your Cronbach's alpha will be affected. So what you need to do now, you can probably standardize or you can probably categorize with the help of a typical code, then your Cronbach's alpha will be little better. Yes, I hope you agree. Yeah, yes. Yes. Yeah. That is what I'm saying. So when you go for your building the model, I think she has done something with respect to structural regression modeling, which is actually a multivariate data analysis, and it is a little advance of the regression, right? So that is why actually you have to deal with such things so that your data at the primary level, wherever you have collected the data, will be little refined and not many issues will be there in terms of the data analysis. Okay, so certain times you may have to deal with the missing cases, the misfed data, right? And certain times you may have to have a predefined criteria, right, for bringing the internal consistency. And what is internal consistency? How can really improve the internal consistency? That I am going to talk about it later. So then next is, I may skip a couple of slides because of the looking at the paucity of the time. So data cleansing. So what is that you need to do there? I believe everybody must have done something with respect to it. So even if you take a secondary data also, the secondary data also is not foolproof. There may be some missing cases. There will be some data that may not be reported, right? Now, why it is not reported, maybe the Ministry of Corporate Affairs people can tell, right? Why it is not reported? Are they after the people or the companies? Why that is not reported? The financial analysis, the profit and loss account or balance sheet, certain things why they have not reported. There are a lot of unethical practices going on. So they will be able to tell for what reason certain data are not available, right? Then the data cleaning part. So mostly, you know, certain times looking at your requirement with respect to the software, you may have a data variable size, right? Suppose income, INCOME. What should be the typical length of a variable? That also you can have a kind of a scientific variable length, right? So that you will not be having very long variable and very you know, short variable, just for understanding when you go for the data analysis. Then certain times we may have to deal with a special character, could be at the rate, could be hash or something that may be removed, because in the numerical analysis, everything in the Python code or R programming or SPSS or Excel sheet, you need number, right? Even if it's a gender, you have to have a number, right? Gender is a dummy variable basically. So you can take male is equal to 0 and female is equal to 1 or vice versa. You need to have a number for that. Unless until you have a number, it will not be giving you the appropriate value. That's a dummy variable, right? At certain times you may have a duplicate variable, right? So if you ask me, in my case also I can tell you, we have more than 8,000 responses, but certain responses are just copy paste, That means what the enumerators have done, they are actually more than above graduates who have taken. So what they have taken, they have just changed the name here and there, and they copied and pasted multiple times. So these are actually the primary factors behind the primary data collection. And one more biggest problem is with the primary data is, publishing in a very good journal is becoming difficult day by day. So that is why majority of the people are coming into secondary data, right? I believe, how many of you have done empirical research in your PhD? How many of you have done secondary research, secondary database research? Just for, curiosity. Primary data. So all of you have done with the secondary data? No, primary data is something you have collected the data primarily. It is not available anywhere. That is the one. First time information. So how many of you have done secondary database research? I think you said one. So very few. But I think since you have done from the primary data, I think you also might have understood that things are becoming difficult for publishing with the primary data, because editors are little careful about the data, the biasness in the data, the biasness. Yes. Yeah. Right. You don't believe sometimes you may have to share the data. Somebody will be doing the analysis again. They will cross validate their result with your result. If there is a very big difference, you are out simply, right? This has come to that stage. But for secondary data, it may not really happen, because you have a data that is very, very consistent, published data, right? So that is where actually slowly, I think those who are into survey based research, I'm not nothing against anyone, or I'm not creating fear here, but I'm just trying to say that people with the secondary data are better able to publish in good journals than people with the primary data, right? So this is actually one hurdle that we are actually facing because of these issues, because we don't have any control on the innovator. As an investigator, we cannot go to the market and collect every single data point. That is also not possible. Then miscoded or invalid entries that may be either deleted or rectified, right? Then missing value treatment should have been done in the process, so that your data will be little refined and go for the data analysis. So the missing data treatment, basically in R programming, or you can say in Orange, I think you may have one session here that I'll be taking. So that is on the regression. So this is actually the missing data. You have to declare the data is missing. That may be either a full stop, or a comma, or @ or you can say hash, whatever. We have to declare that that's a missing value, because if that character will be there, then your sample size is going to reduce, right? Because that anyway will not be counted for the data analysis, because your machine will not be able to read that particular point. So then this is important here, data restructuring and the filtering, right? So certain times we may need to merge the data, right? We may have to merge two different data set, right? Sometimes we may need the transpose, row becomes the column, column becomes the row, right? Sometimes it may be needed, right? Then we may have to sort the data with respect to ascending order or the descending order for our requirement. Sometimes we may have to sorting the data with a group variable, let us say in terms of gender, right? So you are doing some analysis with respect to the gender, right? For instance, if I say who are more likely to not reveal their income, right? In case of the gender, whether it is a male or a female, who is not likely to reveal the income, right? You do that kind of analysis. So when you do that particular analysis, you can have the data that you can sort it in terms of all females and all males. Do the female analysis, do the male analysis, club the analysis, and have three different types of analysis, right? One for the male, one for the female, one for all. Now you compare the statistical parameters to go for some interesting insights, right? So that also is a part of it that you can do. Certain times you can go for selecting cases, right? This is one interesting thing with respect to the machine learning. So what is that? Is the selection of the variable. How many variables that you need to select, right? Sorry, how many cases you need to select, right? So what happens here with respect to the cases is basically when you collect the data, let us say you have 100 observations. Out of 100 observations, you keep 80 observations and 20 observations, and the split this 80 observations you use for training the model, right? You use for training the model, and this 20 observation you basically use for testing the model. I believe you might have heard something called training and testing, right, in terms of machine learning. So 80% of the data we keep for the model building, 20% of the data we keep for testing. Now what happens here? So let us say is the model that you have built y is equal to mx plus c, right? This model you have built with the 80% data. Now this particular model will be going through 20% of the data to give you something called RMSE, right, or maybe MAP, or you can say MSE, or something like that you have to find. So that will be giving you the accuracy level of the particular model, right? Now the question comes here, what is the correct cutoff here? Whether 80-20 is the correct cutoff, or 70-30 is the correct cutoff, or 60-40 is the correct cutoff, or 90-10 is the correct cutoff, right? What do you think is the correct cutoff? Anybody? Any idea? What do you think is the right split for this 80:20 rule? You know 80-20 rule by Pareto, mathematician Pareto. 80% of the business comes from 20% of the sales, right? ABC analysis or Pareto chart, right? So 80-20 rule in this case. So 80% of the data is used for building the model, 20% of the data is used for testing the model. Now you can say, I would like to keep 70-30, that is also okay. There is no rule of thumb, but I have given you some literature evidence how much you can actually take. So 70-30, right? Either you can go for 70-30 or you can go for 80-20, but 80-20 is mostly used. 80-20 is basically mostly used for the splitting. So now the question comes here, how to split the file? You have taken 80%, but who are those 80%? Right? Whether you are taking from the first one to the 80th person, or in any order you are taking, right? That is also a very interesting thing, right? So are you are you able to understand what I am trying to say? Are you, let us say you have collected data from the 100 people, so you need 80 for the model. Are you going to take 1 to 80 as your model, or 21 to 100 as the model, and keeping 1 to 20 as your test, or keeping 81 to 100 as your test? Either first one you can keep for the test, last one is the training. First 80 is the training, last 20 is the test, or any random order, right? Basically for the empirical data, survey data, is better to have a random order. But in secondary data, it's better to take first 80 for the model, last 20 as the test, because I am talking about for the time series data, right? So time series data, this is a concern. And one more critical insight with respect to the time series data, if you have done something with respect to that, particularly with respect to the time series data, we cannot be so strict about the normal population, normality. But in the cross-sectional data or the survey data, we can be very particular about our normal distribution. But in case of time series, it may not really happen. That is one small limitation of the time series data, right? Then this is one thing that we can do with respect to data restructuring and filtering. Then you have data transformation, right? So for the data transformation, there are a couple of things I would like to tell. So how to treat the data to increase the internal consistency is one important thing, right? So whatever data that we collect, right, we basically have the data with respect to X, that is the raw data, right? Now there are two ways that you can do this. First is the Z transformation, or you can use something called feature scaling, or you can use feature scaling. Okay, so what is Z transformation? Z transformation is nothing but X minus mu by sigma, right? And what is feature scaling? Feature scaling is your X minus X minimum divided by X maximum minus X minimum, right? So this also can be Z. So when X is equal to X minimum, you get 0. X is equal to X maximum, you get 1. So that means this varies from 0 to 1, and this varies in between -3 to +3, which basically covers a population of 99.73%. Right? From where I got this particular figure? From the normal distribution. Right? In case of a normal distribution, if you take this normal distribution, so minus 3 standard deviation to plus 3 standard deviation through 0, this particular data or the area is 99.73%. That means 0.27% of the area, either 0.27 by 2 here and here 0.27 by 2 here, 0.27 percentage, 0.27 percentage. Right? So that means 27 out of 10,000. 27 out of 10,000 into 2, 27 by 27 divided by 20,000 divided by 2. 0.27 percentage is not 27%, 0.27%. 0.27% is translating into 27 out of 10,000, right? 27 out of 10,000. So that way our 99.73% of the data is falling into this particular range, right? So why we are very particular about this? Can anybody throw some light on this? Why are we so particular about the data should fall into this range? What is neutral in this case? Anything falling in this also can be biased, right? Yes, that's fine. But why are you particular about this range? Don't you think that someone falling here may be biased? Someone falling here may be biased also. Okay, so that is all, that is the explanation, but actually we don't want to get our data wasted, to be very simple sense. Whatever data we collect, we need to use judiciously, right? If many people, many data that you have collected are falling outside the range, then we are wasting our resources to be on the other side, right? So if I take 95%, if you take, then minus 2 to plus 2, minus 2 sigma, 2 plus 2 sigma. What is the area covered? That is 95.45% is the area covered. So what is not covered? 4.55% of the area that is not covered. That means 4.55 percentage is approximately 5 people in the 100, right? So 5 people out of 100, if you have taken 500 people, right, into consideration, right? So that means 25 people you are not taking into account for your data analysis, right? So we want to minimize this part. So how can you minimize? That is another big question. So maybe certain times what happens, let me tell you, people are comfortable to give some response basically for the empirical research, and other point in time they are not comfortable for giving the response. So what happens if you go for a typical analysis, somewhere you will find out of 500, 450 have responded, somewhere you will find 150 also have not responded. Are you getting my point? I think you might have the challenge, right? Then someone who is not from this particular field, right? Of course, I had the opportunity to work with a very world-class professor, Professor Devnath Tirupati. So he is basically a person from mathematical modeling. To say, you said 450 is the data size there. Here you are saying 120. What is the data size then actually, right? So some people, they don't understand the difficulties with the survey data, because they do with mathematical modeling. So for them, survey data or the statistics, they also say sometimes, some people say, of course not, it is the Devnath Tirupati, some other people, statistics lies. So whatever we are doing here, it's like, there is no consistency for this. You check this situation, your analysis may change, right? Anyway, there's some limitation with respect to this thing, that's fine. Now what you need to do, then we can shift the data, then recode it, right? Certain times, then rank it. Certain times you have to replace the missing values. Certain times you have to decode your dummy data, that is the gender and so on, that with respect to ones or zeros, right? Then you will have little standard data in terms of your analysis. Then two ways you can do the transformation with respect to, you can say you reduce the data to a different state altogether, right? So you also may be knowing, those who have done some kind of analysis with respect to regression, or madam has done with respect to structural equation modeling, right? You can go for standardizing the data. So when you go for standardizing the data, what you do? X minus X bar divided by standard deviation. So that way you get the data from -3 standard deviation to +3 standard deviation. And also another point in time, you can go for feature scaling, and that feature scaling also will be helping you. But this basically we use in case of neural network. In case of neural network, we basically use this because there you may standardize. This is called as standard scaler. You standardize the data, then you bring back to the original form after some kind of manipulation. Maybe in the regression model that I'll be discussing with all of you on coming Friday, we'll have little more discussion how things happen with respect to the normalization. If you don't do the normalization, then what happens? Then one more thing for the data reduction here is that is principal component analysis. This principal component analysis is like, you know, you can say your exploratory factor analysis, right? Principal component analysis, if you have large number of variable, right, and you do not know how to go for the analysis, then probably it's a good idea to little condense the data size. Because think from a researcher perspective, we are all researchers some way or the other. At the time of going for the data collection, we don't understand these problems will be there. That is how you may be guiding better to your students if you have a research student. So we guide them. So please do some kind of rough estimation, rough analysis before actually you are going for your data collection, so that all these difficulties you will understand, and you will be making your instrument very, very scientific, so that this kind of issues will not be there, right? So these are the few issues you can probably deal with data reduction. Then comes a normality check. I think normality check we have been talking about. I have also told you with respect to what is the best way to check the normality. What is the best way to check the normality of a data set? This is the best way to check the normality, right? Plot the histogram. Histogram is basically connected bar chart, right? Then you take the midpoint, join the midpoint, right? You will be getting something called frequency polygon. That frequency polygon should be looking like your normal distribution. That is the best way. Otherwise, there are tests available. You can calculate skewness. Okay, x minus x bar to the power 3 divided by n into sigma to the power 3. This one, x minus x bar to the power 4 divided by n into sigma to the power 4. Right? Then you can find the quantile chart, probability chart to see theoretical observation with respect to the normal distribution. What is that normal distribution and what your data say? Both of the things you can prepare and check. If they are more or less synchronizing, you can say your data is approximately normal. There are also tests available, something called Kolmogorov-Smirnov test, that is with respect to the distance formula. There also you can have your normality check. Now, the reliability check. The reliability check is very essential for your internal consistency, right? I think those who have done some primary research, primary database research with instrument, so this is very important here. And of course, there is one more thing, that is validity. Validity part I am not talking, right? You have to go for some phase validity, discriminant validity, convergent validity. Those are the few things that also you can check. So reliability, at least if you check, so these are actually your independent variables, and that is your dependent variable. You take all the variation in the independent variable, variation in the dependent variable, take the ratio, subtract from 1, multiply by k minus 1, number of parameters minus 1, right? Or number of items divided by number of items minus 1, you get your Cronbach's alpha. So normally the Cronbach's alpha in social science research is perceived to be 0.7, right? Minimum is 0.7, but there are evidences where people have taken even 0.6 also, right? So 0.6 on a kind of a optimistic side, better to keep it at 0.7 and above, so that your internal consistency will not be very problematic. Here I have taken y as a function of x is a function of y, and here I have taken x is a function of y. Y is a function of x in this case. This is dependent, this is independent. Here it is the reverse, right? But anyway, either of the two that you can use looking at your requirement, right? There is another formula given by I think Nonali. So that also you can see k is the number of items, right? And you can see the average variance, right? There is also something in CAP we say average variance extracted, right? So this is average variance. then the covariance that you take into consideration, you also get a similar figure like this, right? In case you are doing the analysis with respect to Excel or maybe Python, wherever, these are the few things that comes in between, but we need to be able to comprehend what is that actually happening with respect to the internal consistency. Now there are a few more things with respect to the model check. So reliability check, then you have normality check, right? Then validity related check, then you have model related check, right? So linearity is one thing. On our statistical estimation basically talks about linearity. So many of the statistical problems can be addressed with the linearity, right? So that means many of the statistical solutions we can get from linear regression, right? So y is equal to mx plus c, right? So why I'm saying this, very scarcely we are using non-linear regression. Linear regression, because if you say a large part of a big curve is linear or a straight line. So that logic, we can take linear regression and it can give you the scientific result. And your structural equation modeling, that what the people are using, that is also a little bit of refinement of your regression, right? So that is one thing. So linearity is one principle that you need to follow. So how can you justify the linearity? You can see the scatter plot, line chart, and see the relationship, how x is going with respect to y, y is going with respect to x, right? If you see this way, so let's say this is y is equal to mx plus c, right? So this is your c, and this is your m. M is basically your slope. Slope is basically beta coefficient, right? And in trigonometry, this is called as tan theta. Tan theta is nothing but sin theta by cos theta. That basically decides your angle, right? If y is equal to x, then m is equal to 1, tan theta is equal to 1, theta is equal to 45 degree. It has to directly go by the origin, making an angle of 45 degree. It is simple coordinate geometry in terms of the regression that we all have studied in our school or maybe college days. One more interesting thing that we have to take into account, that is called as collinearity, right? So what is collinearity? The collinearity means the independent variables in a typical model will have the relationship with each other, right? So what is the meaning of this? If I say y is equal to, y is a function of, let us say y is equal to c plus or maybe a plus b1 x1 plus b2 x2. So then I will say x2 is a function of x1. So that means there is a problem with respect to collinearity, right? What is in what way this is going to affect this particular model? Can anybody say? x2 is a function of x1, but y is a function of x1 and x2. If I factor this particular thing, then what way this model is going to change? Yeah. Okay. So anybody else? Y is a function of, let us say it's a demand, supply, this is price. Price, demand, this supply, this is price. So now supply is again a function of price, right? And I'm using this here. So what kind of problem that you'll be facing? There will be high R squared, your coefficient of determination. What is coefficient of determination? Square of the correlation. What is correlation? Covariance by standard deviation of x, standard deviation of y, right? And that is also called as sum square regression by total sum square. Maybe I'll give you a little orientation quantitatively in the coming class, but for the time being, please understand that there is a multi-collinearity problem. Then your R squared will be very high. When R squared will be very high, you may probably bring it as a critical issue with respect to your data overfitting the model. Okay, it is overfitting the model. So that means there is no standard rule how much it should be. For it in the financial research, you can probably go up to 99%. Nobody will question you. But when it comes to the primary data research, then more than 60-70% people will question you, right? So there you need to justify. Then another critical thing is homoscedasticity. Any idea what is homoscedasticity? In the simple term, can anybody really define this? Maybe let me faster because we need to close at 3:30. All of you have done your research in empirical research, no, for primary research. But I'm not getting any response except one or two. Yes. Okay. 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 Fine. That is one thing. Constant variance, constant mean, right? Any other simple sense? What you can do is, let us say you have a two-dimensional graph. Let us take x is the predictor, x is your independent variable, and here you take your error on y-axis, right? I now give you some perspective. Let's say this is origin. This is a scatter plot, called as scatter plot. What do you see here? What do you see from this pattern? Structure is like a funnel. Structure is looking like a funnel. So this kind of structure if you get, then you will get something called heteroscedasticity. That is called as heteroscedasticity, right? So that means constant variance, constant mean you may not get, which is very important for the time series data. Especially for the time series data, this is very, very important, right? So here in this case, it is not homoscedastic, that is why it is heteroscedastic. So homoscedastic means you will get a scatter plot x, and this is, let's say, error. You will not have any pattern. You cannot see any pattern, purely random. So this is homoscedastic. Otherwise, it is heteroscedastic. Especially in some models, we need to verify this. So time is short. Let us proceed further. Now there are few things with respect to the missing cases. I think this presentation will be available to all of you. You can see it. In case you have any queries or concern, you want little more information, if I can help, so I can do that. Okay, I'll be happy to do that. And I have given you my email ID and all that. You can contact, because I have to see that timing. So I'm progressing a little fast. So the missing value. So there are three types of missing cases you will be encountering. Okay, so my portion is basically whatever I am covering is strictly given from your syllabus. Okay, I normally follow strictly the syllabus. So I may not be able to give you a little bit of more practical experience with respect to the data, with respect to software, but yes. No, I have got the theoretical class. What I have got is I am delivering. So you are expecting something that may come afterwards. What I am doing is I have been given a theory class. So that's why I am saying theory, right? I think you may be aware of your syllabus. No, you are not aware of your syllabus? Achha. No, practical I have also one session. Practical also I have one session on the regression with orange. That I will be doing it. That with it completely with the data. But this class with theory. They asked me to have it theory. That's why I am talking theory. So you may have okay. Certain things maybe you may not be aware of, but this is theory class. That's why I am giving theoretical perspective. Okay. So that is where you need to see what are the missing cases, right? So the missing cases is basically three types. One is missing completely at random, missing at random, then missing not at random. This is a difficult thing to assess, very difficult thing, right? So why it is a difficult thing? Because you may be knowing that the person concerned should have responded, but actually did not respond, right? So to eliminate this kind of data from your analysis, you may need some theoretical literature evidence, right? But other two types of data, if they are missing, it is very easy to handle, right? One is missing completely at random. You cannot really have any pattern. But the other one is missing at random, that you can have a pattern. As I told you, women are more likely, don't take it otherwise, this is just for example, more likely to not reveal their income, right? Or men are most likely not to reveal their income, something like that. So that means some people who have responded in the data, some people might not have responded in the data. Those who have responded, you build a model. Those who have not responded, you just draw in insight from those who have responded, right? So let us say this is educational qualification, okay? Educational qualification, and this is income. There may not be any relation, okay? But I am giving some perspective. Let us say educational qualification, it is 10th, income is, let us say, 10,000. Okay, educational qualification is let us say 10 plus 2, right? Income is, let us say, 12,000, right? Then income, say the educational qualification is 10 plus 3, then what will be the income? I am just saying. So the person has not given, so you are extrapolating. So that means you are able to build with the existing data, and you are filling that particular information with the existing data, right? But what percentage of the missing cases can be simply ignored? Can anyone throw some light on this? What percentage of the missing data can be ignored completely? 5%? 5%? 10%? 10% of the data can be ignored, right? Can be. I have given some citation. You can go through those citations. 5%, 5 to 20% manageable. More than 20% difficult. So what do you do there? More than 20% data are missing. Then what you do? Recapture the data, but certain times it is not possible. Once you complete from the market, you cannot go to the market again collect the data. You may be collecting data from Chennai, from New Delhi, from Mumbai. Can you go there? It's costly. So that's a difficult stage. So better to be careful in the pilot testing itself. In the pilot test itself, you should know the sentiment of the people. If you ask me, I'll tell you my experience. We had a time series data, right, to be collected through the instrument. Can you imagine? Time series data for at least 10 years to be collected through the instrument. Now, when you went to the market for collecting those data, they said, what is that you are asking? Who is keeping, let us say it is like, keeping a record of our grocery purchase every month. Who is keeping that? I don't know, maybe someone may be doing it, or especially I don't do it actually. So then, can somebody give? You ask the farmer, what did you do 5 years ago? How much you invested for your cultivation or agriculture? Farmer says, I don't have any record, right? Then immediately we came back and changed. That it is impossible to collect this kind of data. It is not going to give us any result. So better to control it. So this particular thing you have to do before actually you start your, data collection. Otherwise, many cases, missing cases will be there, and you don't know how to deal with the missing cases, right? So that we have to control. So some literature evidence I have cited. So I think less than 10% is advisable. More than 10% is a problem, right? So if more than 10% data that are not available or the missing cases, can you go for some treatment? Can you go for some treatment? What is the treatment? Imputation. Data imputation. So data imputation, what is that? Is the data imputation. Data imputation can be done by few ways. One thing is, if possible, please ignore, less than 5%, please ignore. More than 5% can be replaced by mean if the data is continuous or quantitative in nature. If it is qualitative in nature, replacing the value by mode. Because qualitative data means it's a mode. Continuous data or quantitative data by mean or median, right? Then otherwise also you can go for a regression, as I told you. Take, income is a function of educational qualification. income is a function of educational qualification. You get some model, then you keep multiplying to get the the income for an individual who has not given the income, right? But one thing, let us be careful whether a data imputation is permitted in our research or not, or data imputation is scientific or not. Please see that, right, with some literature evidence, because you have to have some literature evidence that should support that yes, you can have the data imputation, especially for the pharmaceutical research or hospital related research, medicine research. I don't think data imputation is very wise to do it, right? But anyway, we have to check with some literature evidence. Then comes nearest neighborhood, right? That also is fine. We have to replace with the nearest neighborhood. What is the nearest neighborhood? Three of you are sitting together. He has given income, madam has given income, you have not given income. So I can take their average for you, right? So this is neighborhood, nearest neighborhood, right? So that is also fine. So there also you can see, you can take before them or after them, something like that you can do the average. So that is also one kind of treatment that you do for basically data imputation. So now let me come to the two more important things. I think we have already spoken, but quickly, are you aware of this? Quartile, right? Quartile means it divides the data into quartile 1 divides the data into 25%, 75%. Quartile 2 divides the data into 50%, 50%. Quartile 3 divides the data into 75%, 25%. So that is actually one way you can find Q1 minus 1.5 times interquartile range, right? Maybe I can show you in the Excel sheet when I have one demonstration class in the Excel sheet. I can show you, but for the time being, please bear with me. So 1.5 times interquartile range. So Q3 minus Q1 is the interquartile range. Then here also you do the same thing, Q3 plus 1.5 times interquartile range. If the data is falling within that, then it is not an outlier. If falling outside that, it is an outlier. So that means what you do with the outlier? Discard from the analysis. Don't keep the analysis, because if you keep in the analysis, it may give you biased result, right? Then comes plus or minus 3 standard deviation. I think I have already told you somewhere here. I removed it, right? That is also one way that you can deal with the thing. There are a few more things we need to do with respect to the outlier and the influential statistics. There are 3 more things that you need to factor. One is Mahalanobis distance. Did anyone use in the research Mahalanobis distance? Mahalanobis distance. This is actually one thing that will, not exactly economics, you need to deal with the data to find out whether a particular case is an influential case, right? For instance, you are sitting together. One of you may be very influential, in the sense the discussion goes with your thought, right? Your discussion goes with respect to your thought. You are not really counting sir's thought or maybe madam's thought. So you are influencing the discussion. Now the correct information from the group is not coming because you are trying to influence. So such cases, if they are there in the data, they may be misleading the analysis. You need to keep them aside. How to identify? You have hundreds of records, hundreds of variables. How to know who is influencing whom? 3, there are 5, there are 4, I can probably say, right? But hundreds of records, everybody has been asked some 30, 40 questions. Who is influencing whom? How do you know? This is one test. It's a mathematician, Mahalanobis. According to him, he's an Indian mathematician, a statistician. According to him, there is a method, right? So what is basically done? This is a raw data. This is your raw data minus mean. You transpose it, then covariance matrix, inverse, raw data minus mean. If you take the square root, you get the distance. If that particular distance is more than 10, so you take that particular case is an influential case, right? To be little more precise, if you are going for data collection, I think I might have given you some hint. So you go to the market or go to a village, right? And you try to collect some data from the agricultural farmers, right? From the farmers on, let us say, minimum support price. I think some of you may be from Guntur. I have also gone to Guntur for chili, right? So for your information, sir, we hardly got any support from the mandi. there was hardly any support, right? Nobody cooperated with us with any kind of data, right? Now the question comes here, they are very powerful, especially the agents. If you see the mandis, they are very powerful. They don't even care for the prime minister, you know, I'll tell you, right? So hardly any data we got, irrespective of our trial, irrespective of our hiring people from the same area, their fathers or somebody else is working in that particular mandi, hardly we got any evidence. A lot of missing cases. I said, why we collected all this nonsense data? Rather, we could not have gone through it, right? A large number of missing cases, and except name, age, some demographic, hardly there is anything, which you can probably sit down here in the SC room and fill it, right? So that is what is the kind of data we received. So now the question comes here, influential cases. And you know, if a group of farmers are there, you ask to the farmer, this agents will stop you. They will stop you, right? Apprehending that we are going to do something which will be affecting their business. So that way, they are the influential people. So how to eliminate such influential people from your data, right? Because you are not looking at influential person and doing something. You are doing in the analysis itself, like an outlier. So you are keeping them aside so that you can get the best fit result and scientific result, unbiased result, right? So this is actually one thing that you can see. There are two more things we'll talk, and maybe a couple of questions we'll take and we'll stop. Then Cook's distance. There is one more distance called as Cook's distance. There is no similar kind of thing that you do here. This is your prediction. This is your prediction discounting a particular observation. Take the square divided by mean squared error into k plus 1. K plus 1. K is basically here the number of predictors. So if that particular variable or the observation is more than 1, it is an influential case. Whether you are doing same or multivariate analysis or any regression, regression has many things, right? Lasso regression, Ries regression, right? Then you have simple linear regression, multiple linear regression, polynomial regression, right? Logistic regression, right? There are several regressions. Regression itself can be, 10 hours of discussion, right? So that way you have to find. So if it is greater than 1, that's an influential case. It's better to keep it aside. Then comes the last one is basically the leverage value. So what is the leverage value? In this case, this is your raw data. This is your mean. Take the square, divide by raw data minus mean for all the people that you have collected the data. Then you add with 1 by n. If that particular value is greater than 2 by n or 3 by n is actually sample size. That part is basically influential case. You can keep it aside. This is for simple linear regression. Simple linear regression, multiple linear regression, I will be talking on Friday. On Friday, I have a session. I'll be demonstrating with this software. Okay, but this is purely a theoretical class. Then comes multiple linear regression. You can use this. X is your matrix for the raw data. You take the transpose, then the raw data, inverse, then raw data transpose. You'll be getting some matrix. That if you take the diagonal element, you get your case. And that case, if it is greater than 2p by n, right, or 3p by n, p is actually number of predictor, n is the sample size. That is one influential case. So roughly, it is also outlier, but we are dealing with them as an influential cases, right? So outlier in terms of the variable or the size, if it exceeds -3 to +3, or q1 minus 1.5 times interquartile range, or q3 plus 1.5 times interquartile range, that is an outlier. But it can be outlier, but we are saying it's an influential case. That means the complete record of that respondent you are removing from your data analysis. Are you getting my point? Because one single individual, like how we test in the rice cooking, no? We don't squeeze every single rice, we squeeze only single rice. So whether to see whether the rice has boiled or not. So similar in the case, one person can spoil the entire data analysis by misleading the result. So who is that person? These are the ways you can find out. Okay, maybe certain things with respect to the numerical analysis and some practical exposure that we'll be seeing on coming Friday in terms of regression, right? So this is the theoretical part, and this class was theory. Thus I could not demonstrate anything with respect to the practice. Okay, so I believe it might have given some exposure with respect to the data part. And please remember, data pre-processing should be the 50% of the total effort that we actually devote. Then your model part will be very systematic, right? And another thing is that if your data is scientific, whatever result that you or insight or inference that you draw, nobody can really question it, right? But as a researcher, we should have the guts to say, when we go against the common feelings, the same MSP helps, minimum support price helps, right? Government says minimum support price helps. You as a researcher say it doesn't help. That means you are going against the government. Do you have the guts to go against the government? If yes, go for it, right? Report it. If you have done your sampling properly, go for it. Nobody can really stop you, right? But we have to see that very carefully. So there is some references for you. You can probably go through it. In case you are, planning for, little bit of more analytics, I have prescribed a few books here, right? And some references. You can probably go through it. Your idea will be more clear. Okay. Quickly, any questions? I can take few questions quickly. Whatever you might have faced in your research or something you would like to have some clarification, you can do it. Otherwise, since it's the time, we can also discuss over a cup of tea. Any questions? Quickly. No questions? We'll stop then. Thank you very much. This was a theoretical class. I presented whatever is needed for the model building, right? Rest we'll be seeing in the practical, that is the model building case. Okay. But if your time permits, please go through it once tonight before you actually come for the other things, right? If possible. Everything will be shared. They will be shared. The CS2 integration, I want to give a mic to. Start. One mic. No need.
So hi everyone. I'm sure Pramod's session would have been quite technical for you. This is going to be an extension of that. So I'm sure Ganesh sir would definitely help you out. So now I'm going to introduce him. It is my privilege to introduce Professor C. Ganesh Kumar, Associate Professor of Analytics and Operations at the School of Management Studies, University of Hyderabad. He holds a PhD and MBA from Pondicherry University and has completed his postdoctoral research in Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore. He has previously served at IIFT and other reputed institutions. With 30 publications in leading index journals and several funded research projects, his research focuses on agri-food value chains, AI applications, and sustainable supply chain management. We are delighted to have him with us today. Over to you, sir.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. My session will focus on data cleaning and visualization. Any idea as a faculty member how this topic will be useful in terms of, if you look at the faculty, normally we'll do 3 jobs: teaching, research, another one is which one? Admin related work. We call the extension whatever name. So any idea how this topic will be useful for teaching, research, and admin? Any data visualization. So the topic we are going to cover next 90 minutes, which one? Data visualization. How this topic will be useful for teaching, research. Normally we'll teach lot of subject, right? Accounting, all these things. Any idea how this this course, this title, data visualization is useful? Any thought? Any idea? In teaching, research, and admin. Any thought? Anyway, it will vary to institute. Some institute focus on more teaching, some institute focus on more on administration, some institute focus on research. It is definitely we have to do all the 3. Plus or minus will be there. Any how this topic will be useful? Data visualization in research. Any thought? Graphics will be there. How it is useful? What are the subjects currently? Finance. So how you can use this data visualization in finance? Any idea? Formats. What formats, sir? Balance sheet. Normally we'll make tables. Okay, there are some kind of in Excel. All here also some charts are available, flow chart. So if you're making tables or numbers compared to picture, so which one will understand better? For example, if you watch a movie for 1.5 hours, okay, same time if you read for 1.5 hours, which one will remember better? Visualization, because our mind is based on visualization. So if you look at the student also, the attention span is very less. So in order to make attractive, you have to show videos. You have to show visual form, so that they will understand better than our normal text-based presentation. Okay, we'll see some of the content related to teaching. Any idea how the research will be useful for data visualization? Any idea? Teaching is if you present visual form, the student learning will be better. That will be one. I'll talk about other points also. The second thing is we'll publish lot of articles, right? Scopus Index journals, Web of Science, lot of things. How this data visualization useful? Any idea? Every empirical data, there should be some form of visuals will be there. Anybody experience, if you look at the descriptive statistics, even for also some of the visuals will be there. So if when you publish article also, this topic will be useful. If you apply some funding project or you attending some ICSR or DST
a proposal presentation, when you make visual form presentation, or when you publish article content, some form of visuals. So it will allow a better possibility or attract the reviewers, or the funding agency provider will allow better option. Research wise, that also fine. Any related to administration, any idea? Administration, teaching will make students to attract. Second one is research and funding. If you put some visual, it will attract the audience. Third is anything related to administration, how it is useful, any idea? Administration, which report, sir? Result, for example, NAC, what is this, NB accreditation, NAC accreditation, we have to make some reports, right? Report, or assume that you want to present something, report to the dean or vice chancellor, we want to present the result. Compared to the table, if you present some visual, how many students are there, how many passed, what is that attendance ratio. If you want to make some reports, even for accreditation agency they comes, if you want to present as the coordinator, compared to tables, other thing, if you present in visual form, that also good. Okay, so whatever the job you are doing as a faculty in terms of research, teaching, all these things, this data visualization we can use it. So today we'll see how to use it in Orange. Okay, so before that I have some agenda, I'll share it now. This is the agenda I am going to cover. Maybe next half an hour we'll focus on this theory part, importance of data visualization. Second will be which one? Data visualization principles. Third will be hands-on session. Already the software already installed, we'll discuss. Okay, and the fourth will be AI tools. Some of the AI tools for data visualization we'll discuss. Then finally summary and discussion. So this is the next 90 minutes we'll discuss. Maybe half an hour will be the first topic, and this will be another 45 minutes, and last will be some 10 to 15 minutes. Okay, so we'll discuss one by one. First, only importance of data visualization. Any idea we are to which industrial revolution? Any idea? Industrial revolution. There are different types of industrial revolution. We are into which one? Huh? A number, sir. Any number? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, sir. No, which there are different numbers are there. One first revolution, second revolution, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, like that number. Any idea which number we are into currently? Industrial revolution. This 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Any idea? It is. I think we'll see. We are in industry fourth revolution. Now we are moving towards industry 5. What is the first industrial revolution? Started 1780 to 1840. That is all about mechanization. If you look at our forefathers and all, making product and all, they'll not use any machines. They'll use hand-based product. Okay, that was the first. They started using which one? Mechanization, machines. They call steam engine. That what is this? Rail ladder started using mechanization. That was the first industrial revolution. After that, we have moved to which one? Second. What is the second one? Mass production, particularly electricity. They call it as a electricity. Without electricity, we can't imagine this world. That was the second one. Third one is which one? Computers and the internet. That was the third industrial revolution. Currently, we are into which industrial revolution? Artificial intelligence, blockchain, IoT, smart manufacturing. Now we are moving toward which industrial revolution? Robotic 5. So currently we are in 4th. Now we are moving towards which industrial revolution? 5. Okay, please understand. Why as a faculty member you have to understand this industrial revolution is, please understand, if you take any stages of industrial revolution, what will happen? Any idea? Any industrial revolution, each and every industrial revolution, anything happen, anything?
Disrupt the market.
Disrupt the market. Very good. What kind of disrupt? There are new jobs will be created. Old jobs. Anybody using that films and all, taking photos, films. Okay. Anybody using a floppy disk now? No. Digital cameras come. Okay. So if you develop our students or do research on this product, what will happen? Gone case. Nobody will interested. Nobody will get a job. Okay, nowadays in farmers and all, nowadays they started using drones. Not all farmers. Some farmers are using which one? Drones. There was a photographer, aerial photographer was now which one is taking? Drones are taking. So what happened is each and every industrial revolution, there is a new jobs will come. Previously Tally will be very good. Nowadays the ChatGPT is doing. So new things are coming. Okay, as a faculty member, lot of jobs will created some industrial revolution. Some of the jobs will go up. So as a faculty member, we have to develop the skill which is focusing on the which one? Current industrial revolution, because the market is disturbed. Okay, now the war are going, a lot of wars. Now they are fighting. Who is fighting each other? Drones, AI, camera, all these things they are fighting with each other. Even Indian government also they want to move towards, they are not hiring the humans. They are going for contract 10 year, 15 year like that, because their future will be which one? Mission to mission. Okay, so lot of new technologies has come. So for that, as a faculty member, we have to focus on the new age skill. One of the new age skill is which one? This data visualization. So there are softwares, a lot of new tools are available. Okay, particularly people are talking about nano banana. Did you remember? People in the news and all is coming. So a lot of videos are created by the software. So if you put some content, it will create. Say this is the accounting officer, this is a finance. If you want to, it will create a new video. Okay, so that kind of technologies are coming. As a faculty member, we have to use this tool to use it for our research, teaching and administrative purpose. So what is the first point you have to remember? We are in which industrial revolution? Fourth, we are going towards what? Fifth. What is the fourth one? A. What is the fifth one? Any idea? Robotics, okay, but we call it as a cobots, not robots, cobots. What is cobots? Any idea? Cobots. So please understand how what is the second one? Electricity. Without electricity, we can't imagine this session. No internet. What is this? Internet also will not be there. So like this feature will be without A, we can't imagine which one? The world. Even now if you see Google Map, all these things is part of which one? A only. Feature also. Any idea who is this person? The co-founder of which one? Coursera. You know Coursera, right? Coursera, there is a massive online open NPTEL kind of thing. There is one called Coursera edX. He is a co-founder. The feature will be all the whatever we are using, what will be there? A will be there. Okay. So in this fourth industrial revolution, these are the skills are important for which one? As a students, these are the skill we have to develop. For example, now see the first skill, World Economic Forum is predicted with skill. Analytical thinking and innovation. One way to make analytical thing is data visualization. The data visualization is useful to take to improve the analytical thing, how to use the data to take a better decision. So these are the skill we have to focus for our which one? Student, so that they will get a job, they will come to us. Else is we also not good. Okay. So the first point, we are in industry 4.0. Now we are moving to industry 5.0. Industry 4.0 and all, one of the skill is which one? Data visualization. So as I told you, the fifth one is which one? In the cobots. The cobots mean how to work human and A collaboratively. So far the A is coming lot of things. The problem is lot of jobs are going. So now the feature will be how to accommodate this A in our job. So lot of my friends are working in IT company, other company, they are started using Copilot in and out. So the Copilot is which one? A product. So they have to collaborate. So even our daily life also we have to use ChatGPT. Even I am Ahmedabad, they have subscribed ChatGPT for entire entire campus. So they are encouraging to use it, but some ethical part they are taking. Okay, the feature will be which one? How to work A and human together. Your colleague will not be only which one? Human being. You have to work with the software like ChatGPT, Gemini, all these things. So because all companies are also using, now you have to accommodate this one. How to manage the people. Similarly, you have to manage with one? That AI tools. Similarly, if you look at this Amazon, this is AI product. So this will what will happen? It will go to the warehouse of Amazon and take the product. Okay, only human will verify whether the product is correct or wrong. This is called which one? Cobots. What is the cobots? Collaboration between AI machine and human. So the initial work, that manual work, who is doing? Robots. And only verification done by which one? Humans. Because of this, lot of jobs are going. Initially there are a lot of people are working, but it is increasing efficiency. But problem is jobs also going. So in future we don't know. But as a faculty member, we have to use less faculties will be there. We have to manage multiple things. Paper correction. Some of the universities nowadays they are using which one? Paper correction they are using which one? AI tool. Some software will be able to scan it. Automatically it will check the answer script. Some of the Bangalore universities and all they are trying. You can check it in Google. So like this only verification done by which one? Faculties. Okay, not now. Future it will come slowly. Now 5G is coming. Quantum computing is coming. Lot of new technologies are coming. We don't know. Now I'm not talking about next 1 month or 2 months. 1 or 2 years. If you see, lot of things will come. If privates are adapting, a little bit you have to match with the private. Even exam, attendance, all these things they are trying. Okay. So the feature will be which one? Currently we have a lot of AAs are the feature will be which one? How to collaborate human and A, your colleague and your subordinate, not only human being, it will be the A product. It is already happening in the industry, it will slowly come to the what is this education institute also. Particularly I was working in BAT sometime. Nowadays they are using lot of this AI things and other thing, auto translation, all these things. Even IIT recently AI summit, they started using a lot of platforms for teaching, auto translation of the content, all these things. Okay, fine. Now see this. This is another example. Blinkit, you know that dark quick commerce. So they are using which one? Normal AI analytics. Okay. If you look at this, I have taken from online LinkedIn page. So there was a midnight, one person ordering lot of which one? Rat poison. So what is this? This is the A. For example, if I order, A will not tell anything. It will give the order, it will allocate the nearest, it will use some analytics algorithm, who's the nearest person, nearest store, it will allocate. What happened is, there was one delivery person, he thinks why this person is ordering midnight. Okay, then immediately he not deliver the product, he informed which person, the manager, he escalated. So because of that, they are able to stop one suicide. So if you look at this, the previous one, without human intervention, that is fourth industrial revolution. Because of human intervention, A will not check all these. A is which one, whichever the nearest route, it will take only the order. But because of human intervention, it is reduced which one, the suicide and other thing. The feature is focus on which one, how to verify this one content. If students are submitting assignment, whether they're using ChatGPT, whether they are able to understand. Nowadays they're keeping Viva, all these things. So like this, we have to change our teaching methodology. Okay, are you able to understand? The first point is Industry 4.0 A. Now we are going to which one? Industry 5.0. Nothing but collaboration between human and A. Okay, so the same content. For example, I want to teach this content in the classroom. So I have this is the paragraph I have taken from LinkedIn page. What I have done is, I copied this entire paragraph, I convert into data visualization. So you look at my next slide, the same paragraph, can you see this? Same paragraph, this is the paragraph, and same paragraph I converted into which one? Some form of visual, data visual. So which is better? You have to read some time to read. So if you look at this, it will take less time to read. So please write down this, this one, notebook LM. I'll show you how to do it. There is a software called which one? Notebook LM. This is a Google product. Just 1 minute. You see this in the no need to do it. This one it takes time. Just listen this. Okay. Anyway, later you do it. Don't need to do it. Just listen. Just listen, don't need to do it, just listen. This is we can try it later. I'll show you. So what the point is, how the data visualization use it in the classroom. Okay. If you look at this, this is a free product of Google. What is the name of the product? Notebook LM. Lot of companies, I recently went for some seminar in ISP. You know, all industry people they are using. They are not making the text, they are converting into this one. So what I've done is, so I went to this create, no need to, just you can check it later. There is a lot of videos are related to Notebook LM YouTube. Later you try, just listen here, no need to try it because it takes time. So what I have done is, I just copied the text here, whatever the text. Similarly, any stories in accounting or finance, anything you want to, big paragraph, big some 2-page content, normally we'll make points, bullet points, difficult, some same paragraph you can take it as a PDF. Okay, so I just copied here, but you can upload which one? PDF also. So I just pasted here and insert. So what will happen is, it will create any form. What are the forms are there? Audio, video, images, reports, infograph. Okay, I'll go with infograph like a diagram. Same thing, you can make it as a video, audio also. So that now you can show the video, how the people are talking each other. You can PPT also you can convert. So how to convert the text into. Okay, so one way is the infograph. Can you see the infograph here? I just click here, it will take some time. Okay, so it will process the entire text into some form of visual. What is the advantages? A is, it will not create a same image for every time. The same content, if you use all people will get a the content will be different. Same basic will be same. The image, background, the color, the size, all these things will have different. That is the purpose of A. If you do normal, we all will get the same content. Okay, so like this we can use which one? This tool to convert the some normal text into visual form. If you present this to a student, they will understand better because this is the accounting, this is this one. If you have some kind of story, a simple text compared to this one, this is better. Even you can convert it which one? Even video, audio, even audio, video also you can convert into any language. Okay, Telugu or any other language also. There is, if you see the top, there is option is there. Okay, my suggestion is you can note down this name of the product. What is the name of the product? Notebook LM. After that, you can go to any YouTube. You can put it this tutorial. You will get lot of tutorial. Just see the latest one because this AI tools and all update very fast. You go to the tutorial which is recently published, less than 6 months or 3 months. You see the video, so you will understand how to do it. Okay, fine. Napkin, that I'll come. I'll come to this. I have mentioned in the AI tools. So this is also, yep, napkin also good. We'll see. There's a Canva, lot of tools are there. We'll discuss. I think he knows, but other faculties also, please try to use it. Whenever you use this one, you have to update. Fine. Anyway, it will take some time. Once it's ready, I'll update you. It's still processing. Once it's ready, I'll update you. Okay. So if you look at this, currently we are into 2025. People knows what is AI in 1950 itself. Okay. Any idea why people are talking about recently? This AI summit, lot of colleges, there is AI. Even your syllabus also, people are updating AI and other thing. It is not there in 10 years, 20 years before. But you see the AI in 1950 itself. Any idea what is the reason? Reason? Last day, okay, I'm searching here. 1 minute. Very good. Fast computer processing, as I said, during my PhD time, I have one desktop. The processing, currently my mobile itself, I have 6-8 GB RAM. One is very good. That is also good. Any other points, sir? Important point is very important. See, very good. Data. See, we have which intelligence? Natural intelligence. For its experience is important. If you ask me in 6-month-old one, what is cat, which is with their computer, I don't know. Based on the experience, I'll develop. But if you want the robots to understand which is required, as you mentioned, which is important? Data. Okay. So if you look at this data, whatever the data we are generating today is equivalent to data of which one? 1 year data in 1950. If you are generating that much data, now we are generating in 1 day. Even if you look at your mobile phone, even if you switch off your mobile phone, Google can track. Okay. Even if you look at the Facebook, Google Gmail, are you paying any amount for Google or Facebook? No. How they are making money? Any idea? Facebook, Google and all. They are giving free to us. How they are making money? Any idea? Selling data. Which data? How they are making selling the data? That is nothing but advertisement. 99% of the Facebook, what is this? Revenue is coming from which one? Advertisement. If you search something Google, if you open your Facebook and see this, YouTube, if you see this. So all these things, the data is important. Now their data is the which one? Gold. Every company even fighting for data only. Even everybody is fighting for which one? Data. If you have more data or more quality data, we can generate more AI product. Okay. Please, old gold, which was old gold? Oil was the gold. But nowadays, which is gold? Data. Okay. So if you look at the data, we are generating lot of data. As I told you, 2020 is going like exponential data. Lot of data is coming. Any idea where this data is coming? Any thought? Where this data is coming? It is first one is organization. Organization is like a server. Any idea what is server? ERP server. For example, cloud facility, Amazon Web Service. Okay, organization are keeping all the data in which one? Server. Even if your Gmail's data will be in some server, your Facebook, all the data will be some server. Normally there is Amazon cloud service, Microsoft cloud service is there. The first source of data is coming from which one? Organization. Second one is mission. Machines, normally they call IoT. What is IoT? Very good. Internet of Things. Machines. Even if you take your mobile phone, lot of sensors will be there. Mobile phone. If you travel in flight, lot of sensors will be there. Okay, lot of sensors in fridge also available. Even nowadays, what is this? Second source of data is which one? Machine. Third one is people. People from social media. First one is organization, server. Second one is machine, IoT. Third one is people. Which one? Social media. Any idea which is highest source in the world among the three? People mean which one? Social media mean what is this? Twitter, Instagram. Okay. So when we go there, we like, share, comment. All these things will be data. Okay. Any idea among these three source, which is highest source in the world? People. Actually, it's a machine. Machine is even people will sleep. Machine will not sleep. Even your mobile phone, if you keep it aside, it is generating data. If you see acceptance, some data it will go to what is this? Google. Some data go Facebook. The machine is very highest source of data. Okay. The problem is we are getting lot of data. How to use the data? One way to use data is which one? Data visualization. How to convert the data into visual form. Okay, we'll discuss. The first point, we are in industry 4.0. We are getting lot of data from this source. The data is two type. What are the two type of data? Any idea? Very good. Structured data, another one is unstructured data. Whatever the data we are getting, there are two type. What are the two type? Structure. What is structured data? Numbers. For example, if I type 7, madam type 7, you will get a same structure. That is called which one? Structured data. But my image, your image, my voice, your voice, my text in the content in the social media, your text will be different. This is called which one? Unstructured data. That is called structured data. Any idea which is more in the world? Unstructured. Any idea what is the percentage? 60, 40, 70, 30. Any idea? Okay. Maybe this is a little bit old. Majority of data we are getting in which one? Almost 80 to 90% of world data is coming from which one? Unstructured data. What is unstructured data? Audio, video, images. Okay. So nowadays, even Walmart using unstructured camera data to keep the product. Which product you have to keep nearby? So they are using which data? Unstructured data, video data, text analytics. Even some of the Chinese lawyer, court, they are using text analytics to minimize the court case timing. Okay, they are using which one? Text analytics, the text data. Okay, my suggestion, second suggestion is, as a faculty member in commerce, try to use this kind of data. The lot of scope for research for which one? Unstructured data. How to use audio data, cases, auditing firms, video data, audio data, or voice data, text data. So far, lot of research has happened in the which one? Numbers, secondary data, econometric modeling, survey research. The lot of scope for funding agency for which one? Unstructured data. In research also, teaching also. Lot of scope for this. So the second point you have to remember is which one? The lot of scope for unstructured data. Still is not utilized in the commerce and business angle. Okay, so far lot of research happened on which one? Structured data one. Okay, fine. So as sir mentioned, the main one is data. Apart from this, what is the computation power? Third one is algorithm. Better. Because of all these things, we are in which industry revolution? 4. Now we are moving towards how to accommodate A. That is nothing but which one? Industry. Okay. Make the information into, data into beautiful information. For that, which is important? The data visualization is very, very important. Okay. Today we'll discuss. Any idea which is the number 1 company in the world? Any idea? NVIDIA. Okay. How much is this? 4 trillion. Okay. Previously, which was Apple was there. Okay. Any idea what is the NVIDIA company? GPU. All the chips, particularly AI chips. AI chips for the Apple, even ChatGPT. Everybody is providing which come almost is reached how much? 4 trillion. In Indian GDP also, if you see, very less. Compared to this company has reached previously Apple, Google, lot of company here and there it's changing. Now NVIDIA is there because all the companies are entering into which one? AI technology. Okay, fine. So today we are going to focus on which one? Data visualization. So if you look at this, AI is the product. Inside the AI product, what will be there? Analytics will be there. So the processing data. So one type of analytics is which one? There are how many types of analytics are there? Any idea? How many types of analytics are there? AI is the product. Inside the AI product, what will be there? Data analytics will be there. Using data analytics, they will create a product. Any idea what are the different types of analytics? There are 3 types. Simply, what is the simple meaning of analytics? Please write down. Converting a raw data into information. Converting a raw data into information. Converting a raw. What is raw data? Any idea? Without processed data. For example, in this classroom, I want to understand what is your experience in the commerce. As a faculty member, what is the experience? I am asking all faculties experience in the number. That is called which one? Experience of all the faculties. Assume that there are 30 faculties are there. All the faculties experience in the commerce. I am writing number. That is called which one? Raw data. the numbers entering. Can you take any decision from this? Which is a maximum, one, 2 data is there, we can take that. If it is 3 data, 4, but it's a 30 data, it's very difficult to process in our mind. Okay, that is called which one? Raw data. We have to process. Assume that I am processing this data into some kind of pie chart or some kind of bar chart. That the process is called which one? The transformation process. I'm converting raw data into some pie chart. I understand majority of faculties are more experienced. So what a decision I will take? Oh, these faculties are, I have to go for advanced topic. I have to take some decision. That is all about called which one? Data analysis, data visualization. All these things, what is the important? Converting a raw data into information. From the information, what we are doing? Decision making. Is you able to understand? This is a simple meaning. There are a lot of technologies, terminologies are there, but this is a simple process. Is it okay? So, if you see the analytics, there are 3 types. What are the 3 types? See this, what are the 3 types of analytics? Descriptive, predictive and prescriptive. The first one, what is the first one? Descriptive. What is happening or what has happened? If you have this kind of question, we have to use which analytics? Descriptive. What is happening? Which student is late today? Okay. Who got highest mark today in my exam? If you ask any question related to what is the current situation of the company or past situation of the company or your institute, you have to go for which one? Descriptive. Mostly we will use data visualization, mean, median, mode. Okay, all these things part of which one? Tables. All these things part of which one? Descriptive. So when you will apply descriptive, when you have the question related to what is happening or what has happened. Predictive. What is the predictive? What will happen? So for example, which student will leave my course? Which student will fail in future? Okay. If you want to understand anything related to future, we have to go for which one? Predictive. What is the prescriptive? What best can happen? What is the best combination I can teach so that my student will get, all student will be pass? Whether I use only lecture method or combination. So if what is the best combination? That is called which one? Prescriptive analytics. What will happen? Predictive. What is happening or what has happened? Descriptive. So if you look at this today, what is the topic we are going to discuss? Data visualization. Any idea which is part of which type of analytics? Any idea? Descriptive. It is part of which one? Descriptive analytics. Okay. We are not going to feature or what best can happen. We are going to focus on what is happening or what has happened. Okay. So data visualization come under which type of analytics? Descriptive analytics. Fine. Look at this data. Facebook breakup. Okay. Facebook has taken this data from January to December. Okay. Now this is the visualization. It's part of which one? Descriptive analytics. They have developed this data visualization based on the data from the Facebook. So normally Facebook there is an option called in relationship, something is there. So now they have taken from last 12 month. What are the 12 month? January to December. Can you see this? The December lot of breakups are there. Any idea what is the reason? Please understand. Lot of people are announcing breakup in which one? Which month? December month. Any idea how it will useful for business? Any thought? 2 point. What is the 2 point? Why lot of breakup happening in December? How it will affect the business? Which business will affect? Which business will have positive, negative? Any thought? That is the objective of data visualization. How the Facebooks are using this data to take a decision. Any idea why in the December lot of breakups? New Year resolution. Very good. Any other? Very good. That is also New Year resolution. Any that is okay. Going gym and all okay. They were predicting resolution. Maybe if you look at the December, they get lot of holidays. Particularly US developed countries and all. December will get something Christmas holiday, New Year holiday. The more holiday they will get which month? During November, December. So they got more time to speak each other. So when they start speaking too much, they got understand we got a wrong person. They found that the more you speak with your people during that other month, they both are busy. Busy in which one? Their job and other thing. They found that lot of time they got it during which month? December. Because of that, lot of breaks up happening on December. But that is one part of story. That is not our how the business is important. We have to discuss. Any idea how the business will? Which are the business will affect? Which are the business will get this one? That is very important for us because ours is which one? Commerce. What happened? That is secondary. So what is our important point is how this breakup in December will affect? Which are the business will affect? Any idea? Very good. Which one? Lawyers. Flowers and cake, I don't know, but lawyers and which one? The counselors, marriage counselors, lawyers, and matrimonial kind of dating websites and all. More people will come. Lawyers should be very, they should be very, pre which month? December month, because lot of cases will come. Okay, counselor, psychological counselor will be and cake, I don't know, flowers. Any other sector? Any other sector? Any other sector will affect? Think no, because that is the importance of data visualization. Please understand, using data visualization, how to take decision. That is very. That is will be the that is also maybe amusement park. Any other? What about the real estate? They found this one. One is counselor, lawyer. Second one is household item. Demand for housing prices were increasing. People were staying together. They want separate house. The which price was going? Housing price. Even there was a great demand for a household item. Previously there is one bed or one fridge. They want to buy a new fridge items. New what is this? New washing machine. More demand for which one? Household item. Okay, so like this, even beer brand also increase. Some brand, whatever that other brand, suddenly one brand was, because they don't want to take whatever their partner taking brand. So like this, how the data visualization is affecting the business, very very important. So today we'll discuss how it is connected. Okay, what are the best practices we have to take decision. We'll see. Same thing, I converted this paragraph into. I'll show this. We might have got this output. See this. The text, whatever the previous example, did you remember? What is this? A notebook, what is this? Poison, rat poison, right? See this? Converted. If you show this, student will easily understand compared to big paragraph. Okay, so it is done. Same thing, audio, video, everything is possible. Okay, my suggestion is after the class, you try to check it. Okay, the data visualization using notebook. Free. Even for academic, they are given. I used university mail ID. 1 year they are given pro. Okay. Ideal free. Even if you are using some, if you are using Airtel SIM something, they are giving free 1 year license. Even for free also, we can use it for daily 3-4 times. We are not using. Even I am not using regularly. You can use it. Okay. So the data visualization means converting a raw data into information. So there are different types of visualizations are there. Which visualization we are focusing? Today, data visualization. There are other type of visualization. What other type of visualizations are there? Concept visualization, information visualization, text strategy. It's a very huge concept. Visualization is a very huge concept. So today we are focusing on which visualization? Data visualization. Only data visualization. So I'll share the PPT. Don't worry. I'll share the PPT. You can check it out. So there are other type of information strategy. All these things are there. Okay. So if you look at the screen, the first one is which one is better? Flight ticket. Why second one? We are getting more visual form. Can you see this? More here it is more on which one? Text. Here we are getting more on which one? Visual form. Okay. So this is better. So normally there is a concept called. Can you see this? A picture is worth 1,000 words. If you show the ice cream picture and same thing one paragraph about the ice cream. Okay, which one will able to understand we relate better? Because pictures. The normally our picture is worth 1,000 words. That's why the new the fourth industrial revolution, the data visualization is very very important subject. Lot of people are liking this subject because the picture is worth. Another one is if you see the brain, 60% of brain are which one? Visual learners, and 50%, 60% popular visual learner, 50% of brain also focusing on which one? Visual. So that's why the data visualization course or data visualization useful for teaching, research. If you present your, assume that the vice chancellor is attending your presentation as a NBA coordinator, RAC coordinator. If compared to visual form, if you are compared to text or table or data, you convert into which one? Visual form, you will understand better. Even if NAC people are coming, they will understand better because our brain, our all these things is focusing on which one? Visual only. So that your presentation also will be effective. Okay, fine. See this attention span. What is the attention span of our human in 2020 second? Now how much second is there? 8 seconds. Even at least we have some attention. If you ask our student, very difficult. So in order to make the students attractive or make this one way, still the problem will be there. Data visualization will not solve all the problem, but still what will happen? Issue will be there, but it's better than which one? Some text-based or normal presentation. Even if you look at this, goldfish has more attention per 9 minutes, 9 seconds. Ours is which one? 8 seconds only. So how to avoid this attention issue in the student? One way to is one, data visualization. Okay, fine. Can you see this? Even data visualization not only helping for company, even it's solving the government issue also. In 1854, there is a cholera outbreak in London. Okay, so yeah, everybody is searching what is the issue, why we are getting cholera in London. They are searching here and there and putting medicine different people. There was one person called John Snow. He converted this the entire map of London, okay, into some diagram, the visual form, and he identified wherever the dot was there, cholera people are affected. He found that lot of dots are coming from this one particular area. That area is nothing but there is a common water facility, common tap was there, that is contaminated by some cholera. Because of people who are taking the water in that pipe, everybody getting which one? Cholera. The government is going in different direction. Because of the simple visualization, data visualization is able to solve the biggest problem in which year? 1854. Not only in this kind of, even our life also, whenever you have problem, you visualize. Visual form, put it in the chart, why you are getting. If you are able to visualize, we can solve the problem. Okay. The data visual not only for the company, even we can use it for us also. Fine. So if you book a Ola, Uber and all, if you type it Ola, anybody recently used Ola, Uber and all, okay, if you see there, can you see visual only, right? If you take this, there is a driver number will be there, driver plate will be there, but it is photo of the vehicle. So everything they are using which one? Visual. Without visual, you will not able to, even if anybody have a car, dashboard and all, visuals are there. So everywhere what they are using nowadays? Visual, data visualization. So compared to normal, which is better? Visual. So everywhere they have started using which one? Visual only. If you see any application in life, accounting, finance, accounting, can you see this? They are using which one? Some chart, accounting. Finance also, this kind of charts are available. Okay, even for marketing, operation, engineering, science, sports. So everywhere what they are using? Data visualization. Okay, so my point is, try to use data visualization as much as possible in your research, teaching. Another one is admin. Okay, now we'll see how useful for teaching. As I told you, improve the student understanding. If you want to understand the student, which is better? Text is better or visual is better? Visual is better. Second point is, if you want to teach the complicated subject, which is better? Visualization is better. And if you want to support your outcome based for NAC, documentation, all these things, attendance, course attainment, which one is compared to table and numbers, which is better? Visual form is better. This is all useful for which one? Teaching purpose related to which one? Data visualization. Similarly for research, see this, if you want to publish paper, in paper if you put a lot of visual for content, it will attract the audience. Second one is, you to understand the concept, identify the problem also, data visualization. Third one is the grant, applying grant in the ICSR project, anything, in the some pictures and all, if you put some time, presentation time, they will understand kind of flow chart. So the research proposal, grant, all these things, it will be even the presentation conference also, if you use visual, that is better. These are related to which one? Research. Previous one is which one? Teaching. Okay. The last one is administrative role. For example, if you are in committee, some committee, if you want to present to a dean, vice chancellor or anything, you can use this data visualization. Okay. So current we are in industry 4.0, this skill is very, very important. Okay. So we completed the first part of our presentation. 3 points, please remember, what are the first topic? Importance of data visualization. What is the first point? We are in industry 4.0. One of the skill is in the World Economic Forum under analytical thinking. How analytical thinking improved? One of the way is data visualization. That's the first point. The second point is there are different types of analytics. Okay, which analytics we are focusing? Descriptive, nothing but one of the type of descriptive analytics, which one? Data visualization. Okay, so we have saw all this example. Third one is it is useful for the teaching, research and admin. Okay, this subject will be useful. These are the 3 topics we have discussed in which one? Introduction to data visualization. Now we are going for the second part. What is the second part? Principles. There are 15 principles, sir. You can write down one by one. Okay, data visualization. You can take a notebook and write down. The first one is, first point you write down, clarity is important than beauty. Which is important? Clarity. Clarity is important than beauty. Clarity is important than beauty. Okay. So what is the clarity? Any idea? So always remember, you write down the first point only. Clarity is greater than beauty. What is the clarity? For example, we are using this data visualization is for which people? Audience. They should understand. Okay. It is not giving a beautiful chart. They should understand. That is very important. You can write down this point. Less than 10 minutes. If they are not able to understand less than 10 seconds, sorry, 10 seconds, we have to improve. If you look at this chart is a kind of line chart. Okay. Same chart I convert into heat map. Which is better? Heat map is better because highest color is highest problem. Okay. Here it's okay, but it will take some more time to understand. Okay. Always you ask the first question whether the audience able to understand. Okay. That is all about which one? Clarity. Okay. If not able to understand, we have to change the color, change the type, whatever it is. That is the first point. Okay. Are you able to understand? The first principles of data visualization, which one? Clarity is more important than beauty. So 10-second rule. If you are not able to understand within 10 seconds, you can improve. Okay. Fine. Second point, write down, purpose driven chart selection. There are more than 100 types of charts are available. The second point, what is the second point you are writing? Purpose. So how many charts are there in the world? More than, we know pie chart, bar chart, but how many charts are available? More than 100 types are there. Each chart will have some objective. Okay, that is all about which one? Purpose driven. I'll show you. Can you see this trend? How many charts are there? See, a lot of density, some charts are there. Relationship, some charts are there. Composition, some charts are there. Geographical ranking, flow, part to whole, time series, correlation. With this, how many charts are there? 40 charts. Each chart of some object. If you want to find the relationship, which chart you have to select? You should go for correlation. Where is the correlation? Yeah, here it is. Correlation. If you want to show the distribution of male and female, you go for pie chart. Okay, each chart of some objective. Based on the objective, you have to select. Don't select the distribution line chart. Okay, so based on the objective of your analysis, you have to select the chart. How many charts are there? 40. Similarly, if you see here, network chart, multivariate chart, structural chart, qualitative chart, gauge chart, anomaly chart, behavioral chart, text chart, text based, deviation, finance, how many is there? 70 charts. Similarly, here see concept chart, proportional chart, hierarchical distribution, comparison, statistical chart. So like this, more than how many charts are there? 100 charts are there. Each chart will have some objective. If your objective is matching with the chart, you have to apply. Don't apply brainly. You have to select the what is my objective. Accordingly, you have to select the chart. Each chart has some purpose. Based on the purpose, you have to select. That is all about which one? Purpose driven charts. Are you able to understand? You don't select randomly. Select based on the objective. First one is clarity. This one 10-second rule. Second one is purpose driven. Each chart will have some purpose. Accordingly, you have to select. That is called which one? Purpose driven chart. Third point, APSCHE quadrant. Can you see the data here? Data is same, all data same or different? Different, no? All data are different. How many data points are? 4 set is there. Each set of X and Y. If you see the data, all are same or different? Different. All are different data. So, okay, I am doing this two angle. One is descriptive analytics, descriptive static, mean, median, mode, correlation. Another one is visual form. Okay, can you see the data here? Can you see the visual? Another one is which one? Mean, standard deviation, correlation. See the data, mean is same or see mean is how much? 9. See the mean? 9. Everywhere, even the data is different. Mean, standard deviation, we are getting which one? Same. But if you see the visual, same or different? Different. That is very important. That is called APSCHE quadrant. So visual will give different angle. Always don't believe on numbers. That is the third principle. Okay. Always visual will give different angle. Even though the numbers are different, we are getting which one? Same mean, same standard deviation, all these things. But if you see the visual, this is the linear, this is a non-linear. Okay. Always you have to come up with which one? Visual form. That is all about which one? APSCHE quadrant. Are you able to understand? That is the third principle of data visualization. Fourth one, write down, data source dozen. Similar to previous one, Anscombe quadrant, it will same data will get different size image. Even the data are same data or little bit, this one will get different this one, but strong and modern. Similar to Anscombe quadrant, same mean, same variance and correlation, but will get different size, dinosaur size, all these things. Okay, I'll show you the image. Datasaurus doesn't. See this same mean, but see the images looking different. But the data, if you take average and mean, will get which one? Standard deviation will get which one? Same. Okay, that is all about the fourth principle. Anscombe under this one. So always, what is the important point in third and fourth? Don't believe which one. Only the numerical value. You see the visual form. Visual will give better this representation. Next one, write down. Fifth one, data ink ratio. Edward Tufte. In data visualization, always you have to give more value to the data compared to the this one. See, if you see the any chart or any diagram, there are a lot of background will be there. All these things. So you have to give more value to which one? Data point compared to the unrelated data. For example, if you look at this picture, unwanted this color, can you see this? This is not our data. This is nothing but which one? Background. So you have to focus on the bar values compared to the other. That is all about which one? Data increase. You have to give more value to which one? More ink to which one? Data, not other unrelevant area. That is all about which one? Data rankage. Next one is avoid chart junk. Don't put too much color, unwanted decoration. Okay, that is called which one? Avoid chart junk. Okay, that also given by one person called Edward Tufte, that same person only previous. Okay, so what is the main thing is you have to give more attention or more what is this color or anything for the this one. For example, if you look at this diagram, avoid data chunk. See this? Can you see the unwanted color, background, line? Lot of things are there. Okay, so he suggested this one, same diagram only. This also same. This which is better? This is better. Unwanted color. The unwanted this background, the yellow color, all these things. This is very simple, right? This is called which one? Avoiding chart junks when unwanted things. Okay, similar to previous one only. Okay. Next one is, please write down, pre-attentive attributes. Sixth one. First one is clarity is important than BT. Second one is, what is second one? Purpose driven charts. Third one is uncoms. Third one is fourth one is data source. Fifth one is data ink ratio, and fourth one is chart junks. Okay, and seventh one is pre-attentive attributes. When you presenting your slide, for example, there are a lot of these things. Can you see this color? Using color, you can show the this one or increase the size, or you want to show the different shape. So these are the example for which one? Pre-attentive. For example, if you look at the chart, I want to highlight the second one. What is the second one? Company culture. Can you see the color? Others are some color. I am giving this color. So this will useful for attract the audience. If you want to highlight something, you put some color, size, or some different shape. If you are doing this one, that is called which one? Pre-attentive. Pre-attentive. Is it okay? There are multiple way. Here I am used which one? Only color. You can increase the size, anything. Okay, this is the another principle. Next one is start with the gray. Eighth one. What is the start with the gray? The backside color should be less light color. Don't put the dark color in the background. Normally in data visualization, light white, light dark. Don't put a very dark black or dark red. The background should be which color? Light color. That is the principle of which one? Start with the gray. The backside will be gray. Normally we'll use this one. Ninth will be minimizing the eye travel. Normally if you show any chart, it always people will see the top side. If you see any chart, always our eye move to which one? Not in the corner or down, or always start in the top left side. So if you want anything, the top side or the title, you have to put properly. That is all about which one? Eye tracking. Always our eye will go in the top, this left side, always logo and all they'll put. Okay. So how the eye track moving, accordingly we have to put the important point. That is all about which one? Minimizing the eye track. Next one is context is mandatory. For example, if you are doing analysis, okay, analyzing, you found 120 is the answer. whether 120 is good or bad. See in a report also, in research, a lot of research report they write 50% male, 50% is female. They will stop like that. Why it is like that? Why 50% male? Why 50% female? Why? What is happening? That is all about which one? Context. In data visualization, don't say what is there, why it is there. Okay, that is very important. Even research also always stop with which one? What is there? Why it is like that? That is all about which one? Context. Okay, that is also important. Data visualization, don't stop with the what is there, why it is there. That is also important. 11th one, please write down. Storytelling principle. So what? Okay, so you have to connect with some story. That is also important. What is happened? Why? So what? That is also important. So previous one is context, background, then create some story. If you are creating a story, for example, in presenting this, simply present, don't our attainment is 80. Why 80? Or compared to previous year, what is there? Compared to other college, how it is. If you give some kind of example, no, people will like it. Okay, so try to build some story around the data. That is all about which one? Data visualization. Simply don't stop with what is there, why it is there, what is the background. If we talk about this, your data visualization very powerful. Okay, next one is write down ethical visualization. There are 3 types of lies in the world. What are 3 types of lies in the world? Lies, damn lie, another one is statistical lie. Even people will lie based on which one? Data. The wrong visualization will give. Okay, that is all about which one? Ethical visualization. Okay, so ethical visualization means there are 3 type of chart. What are 3 type of? This is a good chart. Okay, second one is which one? Bad chart. Bad chart means misleading chart. Another one is which one? Ugly chart. So we have to focus on which one? Good chart. Okay, sometimes they'll using chart, they'll mislead the people. So for example, gender and all percentage will go more than 100. That is which one? Misleading chart. So ethically you have to create a proper data without any misleading. That is all about which one? Ethical visualization. Next 2 point, last 2 point, then we'll go to data answer. 4th one is visualization, font, style and size. So normally in report and all we'll use which font? Anybody? In report and all Times New Roman, and we normally we use which one? 12 only. Okay, 1.5 say. So if you look at this, when you are using visual and all, sometimes PPT and all you have to caliber. Okay, Word is Times New Roman is okay. But if you are using some dashboard and all, some different font size are there. So based on the PPT, based on the report, we have to use different font size based on the visualization. That is very, very important. Okay, I share this PPT, don't worry. Okay, so if you look at this PPT and all, don't put 12 and all, PPT is very small. So you have to minimum, you have to title should be how much? 36 to 44 and section edit 28. So these are the some of the standard you have to maintain. Generally, this is the rule. What is the rule? PPT don't go below 14. They will not able to see, and dashboard and visual and all don't go less than 10. Minimum you have to maintain. Okay, this is all about which one? Font size and font size. Okay, 14th one is key principles of data visualization. Clarity and simplicity important, narrative story and design and function. This leave it, this is not very important. This is very important. Last one. Before applying visualization, you have to ask 3, this please write down, it's very important topic. Always before applying visualization, you have to ask 3 questions. What are the 3 questions? What type of data in your hand is there? Second one is, what you are trying to communicate? Third one is, who is your audience? If you are able to answer these 3 questions clearly in your paper, you visualize, you are able to select right visualization. First, the first one, some data will be applicable, some visualization. And the second one is objective. Did you remember the second point? Purpose driven. That will come here. Third one is, audience is very simple student, only a school student, you have to use simple chart. The student is very MBA analytics student, you have to use which chart? Complicated chart. If you are presenting to farmers, you have to use simple chart. If you are presenting to the top level managers or big people, are they able to understand visualization? We have to go for this one. So totally how many principles are there? 15, total 15. Okay, so the last one 3. What is the 15? First, what is the first one? Clarity. Always make it very clarity. Audience, they have to understand within 10 seconds. That is the first point. Second point is purpose. Each, there are, even though 100 charts are, each one have some objective. Based on the objective, you have to select. That is second point. Third point, answer. What is the answer come? Visual will give different answer, number will give different answer. Always you visualize the data. Don't believe on numbers. Similar data source also same concept only. Okay. Fifth one, data increase. You have to give more numbers, more value to the numbers compared to this one. Sixth one, avoid jet chunks, the unwanted decoration background. Okay, that also both person is same person, headword is given. Seventh one, pre-entered. Whichever you want to highlight, you have to put color, size, all these things. There are multiple. I showed the color. Similarly, you can do it. Eighth one, start with the gray background, always with the light color, something like that. Ninth one will be minimize eye at the top level, you have to give logo and all, you have to go the top corner, how the eyeball. Now, normally we will not see in the corner of the chart, we will start with the top of this, okay. For 10th one, context, you have to always don't stop with what is there, why it is there, build the story. Next one is building the story, that is important. Simply if you present here 10% male, 20% female, nobody will why, what is that, why it is like that. In this school, lot of rural students are female student, lot of people are coming. That's why our school have more female students than the male student. Like that, you have to build some story. That is all about which one? Context and story. Okay. Next one, 11th. What is the number? 12th. 12th is which one? Ethical. So you should not give misleading or incorrect chart. We have to give correct chart. That is all about which one? Ethical. So people will use misleading with the charts. They will put unwanted data. Okay, percentage will increase more than 100. It will all happen. Okay, you should not use unethical charts. Okay, focus on good chart. Next one, what is the next one? Which one? Yeah, font size we have discussed. I'll share the PPT. Don't go more than less than 14, something like that. Okay, next one is key principle we have discussed. And last one is key questions. This is very important. Please remember, this fifth point is very, very important for data visualization. Okay, so this we have completed two part of our presentation. What are the two part? Importance of data visualization. Second part is principles. How many principles? 15 principles. Now we are going for the third part. What is the third part? Hands-on experience in Orange. Now please go to your desktop and open Orange software. So now we are going for third part. What is third part? Data visualization using Orange. Okay. Now Orange is which software? Is a open source software. What is open source software? Anybody can download and use. No need to pay to anybody. Free update, everything will get it. Okay. Before that, there are a lot of softwares are there. If you see this SPSS, Excel, lot of softwares are there. There is a report called Gartner report to the last year report, which is the number one leading software in the world, data visualization. Please write down Power BI. What is the number one software in the world in data visualization? Power BI. B for Bombay, I for India. Power BI. BI means business intelligence. Power BI. It is from the Microsoft. Power BI. B means Bombay, I for India. BI. Power BI. Okay. It is which company it is? Microsoft. Okay. That is the number one in which software? Data visualization. Why it is number one? Because it's similar to the Excel, PowerPoint later. Okay. Another software, please write down. Look at my screen. There is a company called Salesforce. Their product is Tableau. Tableau. Look at my screen. Can you see this? This is the market leader. One is Microsoft Power BI. Another one is which one? Salesforce. Tableau. Tableau public. Okay. You can Tableau public. You type it. When you after the class you check it. Tableau, but it's freely available. You can download freely and you can. Which software? Tableau public. Please write down Tableau public. That is a public. You can type it in the Google. You can download freely. Power BI also they are giving academic license freely. You can use it. So now we are going to use this software Orange. Orange also widely used free. These are commercial softwares. What is this? Tableau and even though they are giving for free, but some feature they will not give it for the free. We have to pay for this some features. But Orange is which software? Is open source. Anybody can use like a Python. Okay, all these things. So which is the number one in the Power BI? That data visualization. Power BI. Next one is Tableau. Okay, another all the other softwares are there. Lot of softwares are there. Okay, see this. All are this one. My market leader is this one. Okay, today we are going to use Orange. It's open source software. We can add Python. So Python also which one? Open source software or Python. Okay, you write down a name of the already is downloaded. If you want to download in your computer, I'll show you how to download. Okay, so there are 3 steps, but currently you are using which one? The Institute what is this? Desktop. If you want to install in your computer, I'll tell you how to do it. Okay, don't just note down the step. Later we'll see. If you go to Chrome browser, which one you have to type? Orange data mining. Orange data mining. That's the first step. Okay, so there is this link will open. You have to go to, don't type orange, you type which one? Orange data. Orange means something here, we'll get different website. Better you type which one? Orange data mining. That's the first step. After that you will get this window. Okay, you go first link you click. Can you see? Download. Download is there. You click download. Again click orange for window. What is the window? Windows, mostly the operating system. There are other what is the other operating system? iOS. Better use which one? Most of our people will use which one? Windows only. Okay, which one you have to type it? Orange data mining. This website. There are 2 times you have to click. First one and second one is this one you have to click. You will click on small file will open. Download. You have to install. Very simple. 3 step. Go with the data orange. Download, then install. Very simple. No need a key, nothing. Okay, try to do it in your computer, because already this is not your computer, you are using for temporary purpose. You try to install in your laptop or whatever device. Okay, don't worry, already installed. Don't need to download because already installed for you. Just I am showing to show how to install in your personal computer after the session. Okay, now please everybody open the software. Just can you see the desktop of your computer? Orange is there. Just click that. Please everybody click orange. Please follow my instruction. Please understand 1 minute. Just learning purpose. Whatever I am doing, do it. Okay. After the class, you try whatever possible. Now just follow my instruction. Okay. Just go to your desktop. There is an orange icon. Click that. You will have this output. Everybody ready? Anybody need time? Sir, this side. Okay. Change. There other computer will be available. You check it. This side, okay. So next another half an hour. You see the desktop. If it is not there, you change the computer. This computer you try, sir, madam. I think they have installed here. It is there, huh? It is there. Check your computer. I think the previous batch, the life science batch, they have installed. I think some computer they have some issue. I think most of the computers are available. You see your desktop, it will be available. Just open that. Just open that. Please close this window. What is this window? Come to this window. There is a two window will open. Small window, please close it. Okay. Can you see the left side? I think except image, remaining thing will be there. Except image, remaining thing will be there, right? Can you see? Left side, can you see? First one is what is that? Data. Second tab is transform. Third one is visual, like this. All these things are there. Okay. I think last image analytics will not be there, right? It is not there, right? Okay. Now I'll tell you, if you want to add on, how to install. Don't install, just see. If you go to option, there is something called add-ons. So if you go to option, if you go to add-on, the lot of add-on package will come. Don't worry, don't install anything. If you want to add anything, currently I think up to unsupervised is there, right? Up to data, up to unsupervised is there. So if you want to add image analytics, all this thing where it is available, option, what is there? Add-ons. So can you see? Can you see the green, blue color tick is white because before coming to the session I have installed this. Okay, whichever you want, Python, anything you can install, but it's not required now. But don't do it. Okay, but if you want, you can add it. Okay, as of now we are not going to use image analytics and all. We are going to use basic data visualization only. But the main point here, if you want to add, how to do it? Option, add-ons. If you click here, just click whatever you want and OK. It will add it in the bottom. Currently I added which one? Image. If you want anything, you can add it later. Okay, we don't add anything, just leave it. Don't add. So now we are going to start with the first step. Just listen here, please listen. Please go to data. Please everybody go to data. Can you see the data tab? What is the first option? File. Okay, listen here, please listen. There are two options. Either you can double click the file or click the file, it will come, or you can drag and drop. Okay, so I'll just click one time. Don't type two times, one time is okay. So one time if you click, it will come. What is the other way? Just drag and drop. That also fine. If you are getting two times, put which one? Control Z. Control Z. What is the meaning? Undo. Undo. What is undo? Control Z. If you are getting multiple file, undo you do it. Okay. So just one click, you will get which one? File. Other way, just drag and drop it. Okay. The file is ready. Now we have to add above the file. We have to add some data. Okay. There are two ways we can add the data. We can add our own data, or we can take our existing orange database. Okay, we will not have any data, we will take the orange database. Okay, everybody ready? Is it okay? Everybody fine? Click the file. Please click the file. It will open small window. Double click. Can you see this option? There is a folder. Can you see the top corner? The folder is useful for taking your own data. For example, if you have data in the desktop, look at my screen, please look at one time. Click the folder here. We can locate wherever, download, wherever you want, you can locate the data. That is our own data. Now we are not using our own data, we are going to use which data? Browse documentation data. Please come to this one. We are not using folder, we don't have any data, we are going to use our available data in the orange. Click which one? Browse documentary data. Click that. Click hard disease or disease. There are a lot of data are there. Which data I am taking? Odd disease. Take that. Just click and open. Click and open. Click and open. Can you see the data? So if you click here, always you can see the data. Now, please click the data table. Click which one? Data table. So please understand, file you done, double click. We didn't use folder, we use which document. Okay, which data we have taken? Which data? RDCs data. Now you have taken data table. Okay, can you see the two circles are there? Now we have to connect. We have to drag line so that we can connect. So can you see the dotted line? So go to the first dotted line. What is the first dotted line? File. Please go to the file. Look at my screen. Drag. Can you see line is coming? Just up to here you drop it. Okay. Now connected. Both is connected. What is the both? File and table. Table mean, can you see the like Excel table will be there. Column, row will be there. Can you click the data table? Click the data table. Click the data table. Can you see? Are able to see the data? How many rows are there? 303 rows are there. Each column is the variable. What is the first column? Chest pain, something like that it is there. I think 13 column will be there. And how many rows will be there? 300. Are you able to understand? File, you have to select which one? Hard disease, then connect with which one? Data table. Now can you see the data? Everybody okay? Anybody problem? That side there, okay? Are you able to do it? Check. Open. After that again click one click only data table. Can you see the data table? The same data. Just click it. It will come. After that just drag the line. One line is there. The dotted line is there, no? From that you just drag it and drop it. That's it. Now if you click the data table, you can see the data. Okay. Okay, this is our data. Now we'll see the descriptive statistics. What we'll see? Descriptive statistics about this data. Okay, please look at my screen. What is the column statistics? Just drag and drop it. Or another way is which one? Drag and drop. Another one is which one? Click, one time click. Either you can click or drag and drop. Either way is fine. I didn't click it. I have done with one. Just drag and drop it. Okay. Now connect this one to here. Are you able to connect? Okay. Now column statistics connected. Now click the circle. Click the circle. What happened, madam? Some people are leave it, no problem, we'll see. I think some people are having some installation issue. Leave it. This one, other things are there, right? Column statistics, leave it. Okay. If you click the column statistics, you can see all the descriptive statistics. I think some installation problem, no problem, leave it. Okay. Other things are there. So this is all about which one? The distribution of age, minimum, maximum. Okay. All these things you can find from this one. Okay. All the data will be available. Okay. If you want to change the color to gender, you can change here. Okay, fine. Column statistics, leave it. Now, rank is the rank. What about rank? Just drag and drop the rank here, and again connect file with the rank. Again file connect with the rank, and double click. It will show the very important variable. Okay, which one you are connecting now? Again file with which one? Rank. It will show the which is very important variable. You can give the thalamus which is very important variable in the data set. It will give some rank. Okay, based on some lot of analysis are there. The bigger the line, bigger the important variable. Fine. This also close it. Okay. Fine. Now we will go for data visualization. All the data visualization available in which place? There is something called visualize. Okay. So before now we'll change the data set now. Okay, look at my screen. Now how to delete this? Just select everything, delete. There is a delete button, delete it. Okay, now we are adding some more data. We'll add some other data. Okay, so now so far we have learned three things. What are three things? How to import data, how to see the column study. Some people it's not working. Third one is how to check the ranking of the important variable. Okay, now we are going to how to clean the data. Assume that there is a missing data is there, how to replace with the missing data. So now I want to import some data. What is the first step? Anybody? I want to import some data. What is the first step? Which file? Just click the file. Please click the file. Click the file. Now file is there. Now is empty only. We have to add data. Either you can add our data or you can add our documentary data. How to add documentary data? Double click here and browse documentary. This time please use this brown selected. Please, first one can you see? Brown selected, because why I am using, there is some missing data is there. The previous one there is no missing data. So now we have to use which data? Brown select. Just add it. I want to see the data in the table. How to check the table? Anybody? Data table. Just add the data table and connect. And then which one? Open this. Can you see the data? Is there any missing data is there? Lot of missing data are there. Now we will see how to replace missing data with some method. Yes. Is it okay? Which data you have to input? Not art, which data? Brown related data. Okay. This data is missing data is there. Can you see? Alpha there is a missing data. Alpha 7 is missing data. Here can you see? Missing data is there. Close this. Now look at my screen. Everybody please look at my screen. Go to transform. There is something called impute. What is that? Impute. Drag and drop it here. One click. So now you connect here. Connect here. Which method? Which tab you have to take? Impute. Where it is available? Transform. Not in the visual. Double click here. Can you see different methods are there? Impute, distinct value, replace with average, distinct. We are using which method? Average. If you don't like it, don't impute. Which one you have to select now? Average. There are other methods that I don't want to go other method. We are replacing with the average or most frequent. Close this. Now again drag data table and put it here and joint. Now can you check it now? Missing data is gone. Can you see? Okay, which method we use now? impute, and impute also lot of methods. Which method use? Average or nearest value. So can you see the original data table? Missing data will be there. Now you see this table, we don't have any missing value. Are you able to understand? This is the how to clean the data. Very simple. If you want, you can put some name also, if a letter, okay. So this is all about this one. What is this? Transform. Okay. Now delete everything. It's not required. Again go to file. Double click. This time you add which one? Or data. Or this is data. Or this is data. Close. Okay. Now we'll go for visual. Lot of visuals are there. These are some visuals are complicated. I'll repeat again. Delete all. Again go to file. Now importing which data? Or data. You can there itself you can change it. That is also one way. But we are deleting everything because impute you understand. Now again add file. Now we add which data? Or data. Okay. Now we'll start with the visual. So you check the box plot. Drag and drop the box plot. And link here. Box, it is in the visual. 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 Can you see the visual? There are three third tab. First one is data tab. Visual. Just drag the box plot. Now connect it. How to connect, you know, right? Now just double click here. Can you double click here? Can you see the image? What is this box plot talk about? It will talk about minimum value, maximum value, first quartile, median, mean, second quartile. Talk about this one. Starting of this line is minimum, ending of the line is maximum. It will talk about the first quartile, second quartile, all these things. Okay. Why we are getting 3? Anybody? Why we are getting this 4? Yeah, look at my screen. Please look at my screen. Now I have clicked which one here? Can you see this? Chest spine, how many is there? 4 type of chest spine. That's why we are getting 4. If you want only male and female, which one you have to click? Gender. Can you see gender here? If you click gender, you will get only which one? Male and female. If you click chest spine, 4 type of chest spines are there. That's why you are getting 4 chart. Okay. Rest is 2, diameter narrowing 2. Okay. So this is related to which one? Age. Gender wise, I want which one? Cholesterol. Can you see this left side? This is the diagram. This data is related to cholesterol. If you select gender, it will show for separately for male and female. Can you see the left side? Left side is the variables. Can you see cholesterol and gender? It will show the minimum to maximum value, first quartile, second quartile, all these things. Is it okay? Anybody facing issue? Is it okay up to this point? Which box? You see anything you annotate selected?
Box plot.
Click that. No, I think you have selected wrong file. Alpha, beta is there. You have to change the file. You have to go here. Or disease. Or disease. Where is this? Or disease. Now it will come. It's coming, no? You have selected wrong file. Correct. They have selected some other alpha that some other file. So you have to select which file? Or disease file. Okay. A report you can download. You can see here there is an option called which one? Save. Can you see? If I want to copy this, there is option called which one? Save option. Can you see last one? The small save. If you click this, it will ask for some name. You can give some name. They can change the PNG file, anything that will save it in the desktop. You can copy in the PPT or report. Is it okay? Fine. Next chart. Remove this box plot. Delete box plot. Now I will go for violin plot. This is similar to which chart? Box plot only, but it will give the individual numbers. Okay, just drag and drop it here. Double click. Same cholesterol only. This color is for male, and this is the data distribution. Also will get it. More data is coming in the center. Minimum is also less number, maximum also, but center will get more data. Now same place you remove box plot. You add which one? Violin chart. and connect it. Same very simple. I'll repeat again, please look at my screen. See here, previously it was, which one it was there? Box plot was there, delete it, add violin chart and just drag it and double click. It's similar to box plot only, but you will get the values. Okay, just drop it, file, violin chart and connect it. Very simple. Okay, it's similar to which chart? Box plot only, but only we will get the individual values. Okay, that's the main thing. Delete it. Next you go to distribution. Which chart you have to go? Distribution. Just drag and drop it, distribution. Again link it. Same process, nothing. We didn't change the file. What is the file data is there already? Or this is. Same data only, we are checking multiple charts. First you have checked box plot, violin chart. Now we are going for which one? Distribution. Just add distribution, connect, double click here. Can you see the distribution now? So this is for cholesterol. You can see for age. Okay. If you want line, there is a normal. Look at my screen. Left side, normal. If you see, line will come. Okay. Normal, line will come. If you want split with gender, gender also you can split. Look at my screen left side. I have selected which one? Age and normal. If you are selecting none, mean line will not be there. If you want line, which one you have to select? Normal. If you want to split the data with respect to gender, anything, you can check this. Okay. Similarly, you can add stacked column left side. Lot of ticks are there. Probability, cumulative probability, anything you want, you can add it. Okay. Left side you can see. If you want to save this, you can save. Okay, save as a box plot, whatever, pie chart, whatever you want, you can do it. Okay. Are you able to see? This is all about which one? Distribution. So try to explore. I used to only for cholesterol. You try with a different combination. Is it okay? So shall I proceed to the next chart? So we learned 3 chart. What are the 3 chart? Box plot, violin chart, distribution. Okay, please close this. Delete the distribution. Now go to scatter plot. Drag and drop it here. How to connect this both? Just line, one line. Double click. Can you see the scatter plot? Just double click. You have to put which chart? Scatter plot, line, and which one you have to click for getting scatter plot circle. If you click, it will come. So I have taken cholesterol and exercise. If you do exercise, cholesterol may come down, negative relationship. Okay. You can use the grid line, color region, whatever you want to try to different combination. Here, color region, grid line if you want. Okay. Regression line, treatment variable, something if you want to show all these things. The left side click will be there. You can click whatever you want. If you want to save, how to save it? How to download? There is a save option. You can download. Okay. We use different age wise. Like this, you can use different option. Okay. This is for relationship between two variables. Are you able to do it? Okay. 4 chart we completed. Distribution, scatter plot, box plot and a violin chart. Close this. Now remove the scatter plot. Drag line chart. Drag and drop it here. Click here. This is a line chart. X axis which one? Numerical variable. This is the average age. This is this one. Okay. But why 2 color? Why 2 color? Male and female. Female is red. I think female is blue and red is this one. If you want, you can change it. I have selected here gender. If you don't like it, you can change any of this. This is average. Here, chest pain will get I think 4. Chest pain 4 is there. Rest to I think it's a 3. The thalamus 3. Like this way. This is called which one? Line chart. What is the x axis? Numerical variable. Numerical variable. Y axis corresponding value. This is all about which one? Line chart. Is it okay? Yeah. Next one. Go to bar plot. Bar plot. This is a bar chart. Bar plot. The value gender wise is giving. If you don't want anything, you can give numbers. Okay. Chest pain wise. Okay. Color denote the different chest pain. Group by, you can see the below. group by. Okay, this is a little bit cover this one. This is all about which one? Box. Very simple. First you have to select the file. Remaining is what chart you want to add. How to get the chart? Just double click the circle. Very simple. Nothing very no need of complicated process. Okay, I'll delete this. This one, sieve graph. This is related to chi-square graph. Okay, this is related to chi-square related. Okay, this is the chi-square value. Chi-square value, observed frequency, expected frequency, chest pain and gender. Can you see the top? Chest pain I have taken. Here I have taken which one? Gender. Observed and expected frequency. Graph. Okay, just take this. This is related to chi-square test. Simple. Category variable, 4 type of chest pain and gender. What is the acceptance and this one? What is the expected and observed frequency? This is all about which one? This chart. Similarly, you can try with other chart. One more chart is there. This is a contingency table, mosaic graph. This is also similar one. It's also similar, but multiple combination will get it. 5 minutes. Multiple combination. What is that? Civic mosaic display. Mosaic display will get it. Okay. So here will be multiple combination. Not only 2 category. Previously you have taken only 2 category variable. Now we have taken multiple category variable. Can you see? I have taken diameter, gender, chest pain. If you want to do as a cross tabulation with the multiple variable, we have to go for mosaic chart. Okay, fine. Last one. Last one is heat map. Show that this one and heat map. Okay, it will show the heat map of particular diameter narrowing. Okay, diameter narrowing. If you want, you can change it. Diameter narrowing. So actually, if you look at the distribution, there are 20 charts are there. I didn't teach all charts because other charts are related to the machine learning. When you go to machine learning, logistic regression, cluster, factor and all, that chart will be useful because you didn't learn so far. Once you learn, you can follow this chart. This is a basic chart. What are the charts we have discussed today? Line. First we started with the box plot and violin chart, then distribution chart, scatter plot, line chart, bar, CV. Another one is which one? Here, another one is last one is heat map. 9 chart we have discussed. Other charts are little bit complicated chart. It is not relevant to basic chart. It is relevant to the machine learning. If you know cluster, factor, even logistic regression, what is this? Forest, forest models. There are other classic advanced machine learning models are there. That is relevant to that chart. If you teach this little bit difficult, these are the basic charts of which one? Orange softwares. Okay. So now we completed third part. What is the third part? Hands-on experience in which one? Model I am not teaching. This is related to only data visualization. The model will come later. Okay, there are other topics also. So this today we are focused only on which one? Data visualization, particularly basic data visualization. Okay. So far we completed this PPT. I'll share. I'll give the summary table also. This is the advanced cluster. This is for cluster. Okay, heat map. This is for Venn diagram is for the other purpose. This is for the k-mean clustering. Okay, this is for hierarchical clustering. So this not currently if you teach it will be difficult. We have discussed only the basic chart. Like this, how many charts are there? 20 charts are there. Okay, so you can take this table for a single numerical variable. Which chart is better? Histogram box plot. 2 numerical variable, scatter plot. Time series pair, line chart. Category variable, bar chart. 2 categoricals, this one. These charts are all relevant to which one? Advanced modeling, advanced machine learning, advanced multivariate. I am not teaching because this is a basic only. Okay, fine. So far we covered the 3 parts. What are 3 parts we covered? Importance of data visualization principles. Third one is hands-on. Just we have taken some this one. Next topic is which one? AI tool for data visualization. The first tool already we have discussed. What is the first tool? Notebook LM already discussed. You check it later. Next one is somebody was mentioned, right? Napkin. This tool also very powerful. If you want teaching anything, you can type, I want to teach accounting, basic introduction. Can you provide some kind of video or some kind of visual format? It will create. That is all about which one? Napkin. Okay. Next one is in PPT also. If you open your PPT, there is a AI tool. What is the AI tool? Copilot is added. It's available in latest PowerPoint 365. Another which one? Suggest design. This tool, two options are available in PPT to create a visuals. You can create a better visuals in the PPT itself. These two are which one? AI tools related to PPT alone. Okay. Next one, if you go to Gemini, there is an option called Nano Banana. Anybody know this? You can write down. Nano Banana 2 version. Okay, a lot of videos also you can create. If you put a text, I want to teach this concept. Can you create a 2 minutes video for making student to understand the basic? It will create artificially some Trump. If you want to talk about the export import of the country, it will create a Trump related image. Is coming to the India. Talk to the people like this. It will create a video using which one? Nano Banana. In image alone, there is something called Canvas. Canvas you can write out. There is separate software available. Canva. Okay, it's very popular for visual PPT creation. That also we can type. If you put a one report introduction about accounting, I want to create a beautiful PPT. Just you do it, it will automatically convert the 20-page PDF into 10 slide, 20 slide. Okay, very powerful. Nano Banana. Another one is ChatGPT. Also there is an option called which one? Create image. It is there. Okay. So these are the some of the tool related to which one? What are those? Notebook LM, napkin. There are other Nano Banana, Canva, and PPT itself. It is there. Another one is ChatGPT. So using this, you can create a data visualization. Is it okay? Fine. So now we are coming to the last part of our presentation. What is the last one? Summary. Okay. So we have discussed importance, data visualization principles, hands-on. Particularly we focus on basics about visualization. Now we have discussed which one? AI tools. Okay. So please write down. There is a YouTube channel available for which one? Further learning. Orange data mining. If you go to YouTube, there is a separate channel available for which one? Orange. There are a lot of videos are available. If you want to learn further anything, you can use this website. This is the official page of which one? Not official. Orange. What is this? Orange data mining. Official YouTube channel. Okay. So you can find lot of videos. Okay. So I think a lot of subscribers also almost 107 videos are available. If you want to learn further about this software, you can use this one. Okay. Second one is if you want any company, they are using Excel. There is a course in data visualization. Which one? There is a Coursera. There is a UK based institute. Okay. They are providing this course. I'll share this PPT. Don't worry. Okay. So this is related to data visualization, not Orange. Related to which one? Data visualization related to which one? Excel. Okay. Similarly, data visualization using Python. This course offered by IBM is available in which platform? Coursera platform. Okay. This previous one related to Excel. This is related to Python offered by IBM. Next one is fundamental of data visualization using Power BI. This also Davidson College. It's available EDX. EDX Coursera is one platform. Another one is which one? edX. EDX. Okay. That is also free. If you want to certificate, you have to pay. If you want to only listen, free only. There is an option called audit. You can take an audit and you can take it as a learning purpose. If you want certificate, you have to pay 5,000, 10,000, something will be there. Okay, this related to which one? Power BI. Next one is University of California. Okay, this institute providing the Tableau software. This is also another software for data visualization. Number one is which one? Power BI. Next one is Tableau. Excel also very good. If you want Python, Python also can use it. Okay, we used Orange. It's open source software. Okay, so these are the things you can learn it with this 90 minutes, whatever possible I have given. Okay, so with this I'll stop here. Okay, this is my mail ID and mobile number. If you want any doubt, any clarification, we can discuss. Okay, so with this I'll stop. We have covered for the last 90 minutes importance of data visualization and principles of data visualization, and what else we have discussed. Orange, how to do the basic data visualization. Orange, we have discussed some 9 charts. Okay, then finally we have discussed some of the AI tools, napkin, notebook LM, all these things. Last one is the summary. Okay, what are the things we have discussed? There are some other courses are available apart from Orange YouTube channel. There are other courses are available in edX and Coursera platform. So based on a requirement, you can take it forward. So definitely useful for teaching, research and admin purpose. Okay. So with this I'll stop. If you have any other time, we'll meet. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Take it. She wants to announce something. 2 minutes. I'll share the PPT with the organizer, so they will share with you. Okay, I'll make it some content here now. I'll share the PPT.
Some of the professors agree, some of the professors disagree. So
I'll agree.